forever. I'ma shine whenever it rain. Who need to see the weather? Bunch of consecutive losses make a winner. In this game, there's different levels of pain. I'm no beginner. On the rise, keep that fire inside, protect your ember. When it's time, keep that hunger in mind. And I remember what it's like to have to fight. I can't forget it. Images in my mind have been embedded. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't edit. And cut it out, but it hide up in some crevice. That's what really keep me on top of my game for real. Cause if you never go through no pain, what you gain for real? My tunnel vision look like a scope cause I aim for real. No matter what I got on my plate, I'ma make a meal. I ain't never about to fold. That ain't something that I'm on. I'ma keep it going strong. I just been up in my zone. I'ma get right to the goal. Yeah, that's all I really know. So let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. It ain't no excuses not to go hard. If you don't move your feet, you ain't gon' go far. Better do it now like it's no tomorrow. I ain't never heard of leaving battle without no scars. It ain't no excuses not to go hard. If you don't move your feet, you ain't gon' go far. Better do it now like it's no tomorrow. I ain't never heard of leaving battle without no scars.
This for the champs, this for the kings, this for the winners, this for the teams, this for the players, the queens. Chase that dream and don't stop, can't stop. On my way to the top, I can't stop, won't stop. Got this game on lock. This for the champs, the kings, the winners, the teams, the players, the queens. Chase that dream and don't stop, can't stop. On my way to the top, don't stop, won't stop. Got this game on lock. This for the champs, this for the players. Can't stop on my way to the top, won't stop. Got this game on lock. This for the winners, this for the teams, the players, the queens. Chase that dream and don't stop. I can't stop on my way to the top. I can't stop, won't stop. Got this game on lock. This for the champs, the kings, the winners, the teams, the players, the queens. Chase that dream and don't stop. Can't stop on my way to the top. I can't stop, won't stop. Got this game on lock. This for the heart, the soul, the work, the toll. Can't stop, won't stop till I reach my goal. Come on. This for the champs, this for the kings, this for the winners, this for the teams, this for the players, the queens. Chase that dream and don't stop. Can't stop on my way to the top. Don't stop, won't stop. Got this game on lock. This for the champs, this for the players. I can't stop on my way to the top. Won't stop. Got this game on lock. This for the winners, this for the teams, the players, the queens. Chase that dream and don't stop. I can't stop on my way to the top. I can't stop, won't stop. Got this game on lock. This for the champs, the kings, the winners, the teams, the players, the queens. Chase that dream and don't stop. Can't stop on my way to the top. I can't stop, won't stop. Got this game on lock. This for the heart, the soul, the work, the toll. Can't stop, won't stop till I reach my goal. Come on. This for the champs, this for the kings, this for the winners, this for the teams, this for the players, the queens. Chase that dream and don't stop.
Level up. Be the champ. Take control, take the chance. Level up if you wanna be the champ. Take control, take the chance. Level up, be the champ. I'm a big man with a big role. I connect it, make some big throws. I'ma roll hard, make some big dough. I'ma show you what you're coming in for. Make it hit hard, never quit though. With my jaws on the lock like a pit bull. I'm the highlight, got my mind right. 20/20 eyesight when I got my vision on the goal. I'm coming for the big man. Gotta level up, gotta take the big chance. I'm ready for the big bang. I don't take a second cause I wanna be the big champ. I'm coming like a big man. See, I'm coming here to write a different plot. I don't have no questions, I'ma give it all I got. I already loaded, so I'm taking all my shots, yeah, yeah. I'm coming for the big man. Gotta level up, gotta take the big chance. I'm ready for the big bang. I don't take a second cause I wanna be the big champ. I'm coming like a big man. See, I'm coming here to write a different plot. I don't have no questions, I'ma give it all I got. I already loaded, so I'm taking all my shots, yeah, yeah. Take control, take the chance. Level up if you wanna be the champ. Take control, take the chance. Level up, be the champ. I'm coming for the big man. Gotta level up, gotta take the big chance. I'm ready for the big bang. I don't take a second cause I wanna be the big champ. I'm coming like a big man. See, I'm coming here to write a different plot. I don't have no questions, I'ma give it all I got. I already loaded, so I'm taking all my shots, yeah, yeah.
You can try us, but we're probably not gonna be there. We'll be somewhere elsewhere. Sad to miss you, but we're tired of feeling scared. Somewhere, we'll be saving our world. 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 You can try us, but we're probably not gonna be there. We'll be somewhere elsewhere. Sad to miss you, but we're tired of feeling scared. Somewhere, we'll be saving our world. 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 We'll be saving our world.
I ain't never about to fold. That ain't something that I'm on. I'ma keep it going strong. I just been up in my zone. I'ma get right to the goal. Yeah, that's all I really know. So let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Hey, heart of a lion, I'm ready for whatever. I'm always on go, no need to go together. Seeing like there's a fortune, and I'ma pull the level. I'ma shine whenever it rain. Who need to see the weather? Bunch of consecutive losses make a winner. In this game, there's different levels of pain. I'm no beginner. On the rise, keep that fire inside, protect your ember. When it's time, keep that hunger in mind. And I remember what it's like to have to fight. I can't forget it. Images in my mind have been embedded. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't edit. And cut it out, but it hide up in some crevice. That's what really keep me on top of my game for real. Cause if you never go through no pain, what you gain for real? My tunnel vision look like a scope cause I aim for real. No matter what I got on my plate, I'ma make a meal. I ain't never about to fold. That ain't something that I'm on. I'ma keep it going strong. I just been a bit.
Powered by the most advanced wind force cooling system, reducing temperatures while your competition sweats. For the flagship Aorus Extreme Water Force, premium liquid metal for GPU delivers up to 10 times better heat transfer efficiency and is accompanied by multiple layers of protection. This is the Gigabyte GeForce RTX 50 series. Play hard, stay cool, feel the chill.
Hover League.
2,000 years long, we will never settle. Hard days, no way, we're the heavy metal. Real live mainstay, tear it out, rebels. Like a torch to a flame when it burns hot. We won't stop.
charging directly
here we go.
into the freaks.
Slow down, yeah. I got the initial. Oh, there it is. And one more for good measure. Good measure.
But it's going to come at a bad time because, I mean, Navi has already kind of got a point. Good day coming up from Embers for VP down.
That is a problem.
Oh, Day
Norins.
Trade!
And
Day
now
Trade wants this.
The Norin's compound, and Norin's just laying out everything. Trimsy still playing around that smoke wall. Kiss hiding in the midst. And Tig do work with that Groza. Kiss gonna find Trimsy. Does Kiss get all of them? Of course he does. Give Kiss 5 kills. Utility just not landing. That is very, very hard stuff to land. It is a doozy, and Bestalok gonna get immediately spotted by Batu. He'll get another one. IGL who? He'll get 3. He gets almost all of them in Twisted Minds.
Using the distraction from VP as well as BB taking shots at this rotation means the fact that Freaks managed to sneak it. Oh, Evie!
What's up, guys? I'm Falcons Tiggleton, and this is Pro POV. Hello.
大家好，这来自漂流的明明。 안녕하세요. 게임플릭스의 살루트 우재현이라고 합니다. Hello guys. Wow. Hi, I'm example. So clean.
Always just like, hello. All right, how you guys feeling to be here?
Very excited.
Yeah. Excited. Banger.
이거 잼플 선수나 티글튼 선수랑 하고 싶습니다.
最想跟 Salute 吧。
Hello. 你有女朋友吗？我有的。Beautiful.
我觉得我们俩一起应该有信心。
1, 2, 3.
好。不是一个人赢吗 ？1, 2, 3.
We're cooked. Example wins, no? He did paper, we both did rock.
Тиглтон. Я думаю, нам будет проще, потому что можем между друг другом коммуницировать, потому что английский мы будем использовать, а другие друзья не смогут, я думаю.
I hope you've been learning Chinese.
倒了。右边。I can speak Chinese. Okay. 我是中国人。Okay. Давай. 掉。
Okay, shift.
Right now?
Yeah. We're not landing triple. We're not going triple.
One more M. M. M app. Let's go.
Jump.
Okay. W.
OK。
Go. Forward. He went forward.
Go.
Okay, shift.
Right now?
Yeah. We're not landing triple. We're not going triple.
S. Okay, good.
Look at him in the sky.
W, S. Okay.
Open your inventory immediately. Open your inventory right now. Loot the MP5K.
Let's go.
Loot. Ammo. Hollow side. Reload.
And stop.
Strelets.
Jet. Z. Okay. W.
Okay, look the best.
And F. F.
And hold. Peek left and hold.
Yeah, D.
Okay.
Okay. ADS.
Okay.
Yeah. When he peeks, strelets.
No, D.
Yeah, D.
Okay.
U, I.
Okay.
Let's go. Oh, AUG, get.
Okay. Apple.
Apple.
Okay.
And open the door. And C, monitor. Okay.
One.
Open the door.
No, one.
One. Reload.
R. Okay.
There's no helmet. Okay, just push. Leave the door. Давай. Forward. Okay, open the door. Turn left. Forward. Go. Давай. Open the door.
No, there. Da. Okay. Okay.
A.
Through the doorway. Turn to the right. Go forward. Turn to the right.
Okay.
He's in the room. Go forward. Keep the room slowly.
Okay.
Стрелять!
Okay. 你亏屏都没亏明白。
언제 왔어? 아.
Let's go. Jump.
Okay. W. F. 공跳。No. No. Yeah. F. W.
Volt on this.
What is your vault button?
It's not mine.
S. Turn. U. W.
Okay. Left. Left. Stairs. Left.
ting들 where?
W.
어?
看我，
Easy. Oh!
What is this? What is this?
What is that? What is that? Brother. Okay, easy game.
Brother.
Easy. Hey, you guys vote. Where's Mayweather?
Boxing.
I'm gonna smash you.
No.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm Mayweather, you're McGregor.
No.
Double.
Oh, yeah.
Aim to yellow.
W. D. U. W. A. Yeah. W. F.
G. Yeah. W. D.
I can't press W. It's not going down. Bro, what is this?
Hey. Okay. Aim. Yeah. Like that.
Dude, W's not working.
G.
Aggressive.
W. Punch. W. Punch.
S,
W.
R. Yo.打。In garde leviosa.
I don't know. Thanks. Alright, hold on. Good, very good. Okay, nice. Good. Thank you.
大力，今晚实力。PUBG，
PUBG.
PUBG，
No, just kidding. PUBG.
八周年，
八周年。
八周年，
八周年。
八周年，
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 八周，
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 八次。
More steps toward unifying your Battlegrounds experience. Destructible terrain on Tago. And a new way to hide your vehicles. All this and more as we dive into the Update 35.2 patch report. First up, we're continuing to work toward unifying your Battlegrounds experience. This update adds vending machines, previously a Miramar exclusive, to Erangel and Tago. You can also keep an eye out for medical vending machines that distribute first aid kits, bandages, and med kits. All these machines still have their chance at a jackpot, so test your luck when you run into one. In addition to this, Erangel is also getting Tago's destructible pots. Breaking these has a chance to give boosts, healing items, throwables, and even secret room keys. So embrace your inner Link and smash away. And speaking of destroying stuff, destructible terrain and the red zone have made their way to Tago. As before, explosives and the Panzerfaust will alter the terrain they hit, adding a bit more realism to that big, cool explosion. We've also added the pickaxe to the map for those who'd rather dig their trench a little more discreetly. For now, destruction on Tago will only affect terrain, so don't worry about the building you're in caving down on top of it. And on the topic of discreetness, you can now find vehicle camo netting on Erangel and Miramar. Deploying the camo netting to your vehicle will help it to blend in with the terrain around it, making it harder for enemies to see while obscuring tire positions. We've also toned down C4 a little by making it a deployable weapon that requires 4 seconds to set. This adds a little more risk to the reward instead of it being used as a nuclear grenade. There's also a new survivor pass, enhancements made to the inflatable boat, some improvements to the flare gun's UX, and lots more info about everything else we talked about. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 35.2 is here. So pack your favorite explosives and get ready for a little light terraforming on Tago. Just make sure you hide your getaway vehicle from the other survivors. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
$17 Navi lined up against each other.
我在你门口外面，你看到我了，你看到我了。你看房顶，别让房顶踩中了。打这个一楼外，还有
go down.
楼顶，楼顶。他们这个就闪了，没事。我下楼顶。能补吗？我补不了，在门打外面，在外面扩大。我四边防在外有一个。防他背后。楼顶。九就来了。最后一个。
Navi is also going to go for another drop in. I respect it. And this is a very hefty drop.
好，没服，我跟你。好，不下了，就下了。好的，有个残血。到了，他队友来了。空照准备那个。来，救人。3字楼外，我背白了。背白。他防一了，出去帮忙了，帮忙背后。啊，3位，还有一个，1打1。 下来的。
Слева, справа. Ждите, там Т3, подожди.
У них смоков
На
нет.
счет 3 только, парни. На счет 3. Раз, два, три.
ขวาได้ป่าวะเคเอารถไปเล่นขวาได้ป่าวะ แม่งมีลิงก์ไงเฮียพี่
ได้
ได้สมอง
นะ
ปะ
พี่แทนปั๊มยาน้ำก่อนไหมเอาให้เต็มกันเลยวะ
ได้มีสมองเปล่ามี5 ลูก
Вижу слева. Метка.
All
Есть бусты?
Xavier's fantasy owners
И
are
допустов сейчас.
screaming right now as he just takes the
Тройка
knock
цели.
and the flush right at the end to the solo player.
เอ
You
อ
hate
ส
to
มอง
see
ส
it.
มองละปานิดหน่อยมันอยู่ได้แค่ในร่องนั้นเว้ยเนี่ยมันจะเอาลิงออฟเว้ย
เอาไม่ใช่ปะผมเนี่ยนะ
ซ้ายบน
พี่เป็นดูไว้ผมเนี่ยดู
Give him
Кирис.
another one.
Попал.
Oh,
Хаешка, хаешка.
Gets spotted. A good grenade here from Kiss.
Ластовий.
У меня блюшка еще есть, кстати. Пойдем по правой, батут, на агрессии. Пойдем по правой. Сейчас, подожди.
ปีโลปะเกมปีโลนะ
Смотри слева. Проходи по смоке. Я по правой, я в опыте пока бегу.
І посмотрить слева вам.
เดี๋ยวเรียก
Ты
ว่า
меня кились.
ชันปะวะเคเอาชันมาใครเอลิติดเชื่อเยอะ
Я нокнулся.
เยอะ
ปาปีก
ตายหมด
ปาตัวหนึ่งแล้วก็เดินทีซ้ายเลย
ตายตัวหนึง
สวยแล้วปา
Now
ตัวท้าย
Lou is the last one. It's a 1v1. Lou is down to half
Треба в
HP.
лівий час смикаші.
Це воїн.
Флешку віддала.
Хуёвая блюшка, нормально.
ตั้งโลได้
Вот ставлю прям на него, за спрей, за спрей. Щит, он за щитом, там щит, там щит.
За домом у Хирича.
Один бежит еще, ребят, бежит. So crazy. We're in the second to last game. 16th, 17th, 18th, and 20th are all still alive.
천천히 해 지금부터는 2층 각 조심하고 쓰레기통 깡통 뒤 한번 깡통 뒤
왼쪽에 던파왔어 안에서 해
이렇게 하나 기절 일반 기절 나비부터 가야 돼 나비부터
김치를 나비 하나 죽었다
하나 기절할 때 2층 집 트라이 해야 돼
일정 들어가 보든가
판이 너무
이거 안 할게 이거 안 할게 너 창문 걸치는 것도 조심해
핫길이고 저희 왼쪽이 등포 오는 거 생각했는데 둘 남았어야 돼
Наві переживай, да, нормально. Датьок. Ще один. Ще два.
핑 남겨줄게
나한테 됩니다 얘들아 썼어
남겼어 그때 왼쪽 아래 필이야 머리 봐줄게 머리 봐줄게
왼쪽 끝에 왼쪽 끝에
왼쪽 기절 왼쪽 기절 붙어 재현아
머리 봐줄게
천천히 천천히
아삥 나와줄게 재현이 형
아피 괜찮아
야 ton차 깔아줄 수 있냐?
이번 쪽 머리만 봐줘 나왔어 끄자 얘들아
Petrichor Road, Twisted Minds, goals as we're headed back to the apartments, right on top.
Окей, 도산 레가.
Если пойдут они.
Они на лифте, Тёма зачекали.
유빈 박아서
Чё дают?
Флэш. Мне ног не флэш дали.
끝나 이리
Seemingly, I think Peril has a. maybe slightly better job.
У нас мы в центре, аккуратно.
Надо перепрыг смотреть. Я еще одну флешку хочу накинуть, смотреть перепрыг.
Может полутаться сейчас. Быстрее, да.
Слышали? Надо
на
перепрыг
буст.
смотреть.
Да, мы слышали.
可以误大厅懂吗？就误你们这正中间，然后给下面的。对。
Смог.
Смог дают. Я флешку даю. И за ней хаешку буду давать. Отойдите.
Давай.
And the continual, I guess, evolution of the hot drop between Petrichor Road and Twisted.
유빈. Я могу хаес надать.
Батута пушит.
Да.
Я беги.
Заходи.
Лох хп на мне, убей его.
Добьешь, сейчас добьешь.
Hey, what's going on? Quick update for the med battle. It's still going on. Oh, and Petrichor Road.
Стреляй. Победа.
Тихо, я не решу.
Сейчас кажется, что... А, нет, ты не можешь, да?
Еще на путке, да?
Рез, Тём.
Да, у меня со смоком.
저킬이야
한 번 차이 하나.
나 오른쪽 파도 돼?
아, 네. 추가 3번만 하나.
팔게 이거
너 기다려. 3번만 라스트.
Vega Pudge just trying to work from the low ground up. Cons all the way across. seeing if they can use the support of his teammates. Two hearts already crossed down, so they own both sections of the circle.
어디야?
형들 앞에 연막에
라스트 해오고. 천천히. 아, 나이스. 야, 우리도 치킨 먹어보네.
그쪽.
야, 막이다. 뭐 찍은 거야, 사방?
깎아 기절. 삥 돌았다.
너가 봐줄게. 너가 봐줄게.
아.
살짝 폭 가져도 돼, 끝까게.
Will the next one hit him as well before the heal comes off? That's a lot of damage coming
见
through.
的烟，空过点烟，空长眼。
左边边有个封烟的，兄弟，四边有个封烟的。
我往四边那边靠着抓。
他烧了一个，
右边那个毒倒了。
救吧，能救吗？
可以救，可以救。
救！
踩位置，还有一个应该在右下要帮他的。
啊，有。
나 기억할게.
从右边找机会扶起来。
左
右边，
锋线从右边打，一起从右边。
我要扶起来，小伟你慢，小伟别打血了，他在扶人。别急，可以吗？
我可以打
个包，我帮你打闪。
아,
두고 갈게.
알았어요.
살짝 머무르지.
안 돼.
사운드 들.
风头后烧我了，烧到了。
여기.
不知道救起来没？
2번 하나 오른쪽에 하나.
아, 둘이다.
형 푸시 간다 오른쪽이.
我救兄弟。我不动了，等我爆团。
别急，等。
我救兄弟，右下。不要脸！第一。
标点3标附近，找一下。
左边。一滴血。
别给机会。有位置呢。
After hot drop was 17, now they've managed to make it. Trying to make a send for the. Oh my goodness! Now is the arena still trying to get rid of what's left of Petrichor Road? There you go. Nurins will find the.
Control. It was that whole top bridge. It split everything.
Bodies stacked up on top of each other. Oh, they can do. Oh!
A little bit. Good grenade throw. It's right on point. In favor. And now comes in a big way. Guns are out. Blue. Balls will he get involved in Wenders as well. It's all down to going to be a 1v1v1. Cleaning up some points. Nice spray up in the finish.
比你高，我比你活得久，都是你。
后头有9，这位置玩出花了，
最后一个。
一波压枪又被击放倒了，赢了！哇，意外反制成功！
结束 ，some jog around the corner. Kiss, wow, with a barrel, then he gets another, just running him down. Molly, yeah, indeed. Oh, you're back. Whoa. OBL's gonna get off his feet, but he's not. He's gonna.
Couple. Leopard, we saw you happy with down to 2, I think, with BB team. Where now BB says, okay.
Hard peeking around that rock. He's gonna find Zizzy. Zizzy tries to get him with the drive.
Fighting Freaks. Got to be fairly gun for Freaks, or what do you?
Ni hao. I'm Tiger and Lilik.
No, Lilik.
It's never been closer, it's never been more down to the wire here as we get into the finals for PGS 8. Across the globe, we have had every single region step it up week on week, and now we have 3 more days to claim a championship here on the grand stage here in Shanghai, China. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, as we get down to all of the action. My name's Kalaris, joining me alongside, I have Avenger as well as Toffees. Boys, we are back. Ready, better than ever.
Back for another final.
Bam, bam, bam.
Excited for another final.
Yeah.
It's been so long.
What are you doing all over there?
Don't do it.
It's been a while. Since 17 dominated everybody.
It's like weeks. It's a lot of hours and minutes passed since then.
Gosh, well, if you can cast your mind back to all that time ago, guys, obviously, 17 looking fantastic on this stage. Can they do it again? There are some big challenges laying in wait to sunder their opportunity here for PGS 8. Of course, though, we couldn't be doing this without all of our lovely partners. First and foremost, we have Crafton and Heroes Esports making everything happen here on the stage.
Yeah, and of course, OP.DG here for powering all of our steps.
Of course, Aris for making sure that we're the official PC partner here of PUBG Esports.
Yeah, definitely so. We've got AMD, the heart of that CPU, on inside those PCs, making everything happen.
And to be able to play on PCs, it's Sawi, of course, for the best monitors in the game.
You want to sit comfortably, you want to sit on the seat and have the best desk as well.
And finally, Lexar, memory.
Ooh.
There you go. I did it.
I like that. Yeah,
I said I was going to do it. I did it.
Future slogan.
Yeah. We also have everything going on over in Twitch chat as well, so make sure to join in there because you can get yourself some cool sprays, nameplates as well, even an emblem to add to said nameplate. So make sure to keep tuning in and keep watching everything that's going to go down. Because let's be fair, you don't really want to miss these games anyway.
Oh, they're getting carried.
What's happening?
Hello. It's day trade.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you go up the stairs?
Yeah.
Okay, that's
what?
Hopefully, it's PG-13. I tried to cover it up. I wasn't successful.
More accurate.
No, I think it's fine. That's a good. We can jump into that real quick. Day trade. Flash wants to be carried by Tigger, so like Flash doesn't feel like he's providing enough damage and kills. Maybe
he got
Tigger,
2 man of the matches.
Yeah, I did.
Yes.
Yeah.
Although Tigger looked great back in the PGS 7 as well. So.
Yeah, and he's grinding every day on that treadmill. I see him every day in the gym.
Are they on the treadmill all the time?
All the time.
I've not seen him.
I don't believe that you were in there.
I saw Therathon
every night. When you're sleeping, he's there.
He shows at 10 p.m. Anyway, never mind. All right, let's take a look at the group stage results from what happened here at PGS 8. We've already started off absolutely wonky. We've got Twisted Minds at number 1. Obviously, there are 3-time PGS champions here, Martin. They are looking for a number 4.
Yeah. They got 12th in the last PGS. Can they turn that around? I want to see them up there. I want to see them back to this kind of Twisted Minds era. When we started here in Shanghai at PGS 7, I was like, these guys, this has to be a year. You went back to back to back last year for PGS. You were unstoppable, it felt like. And I was like, wait, there's no way they don't go in and win another one. Now, after this last group stage, it's looking good, but we had a really hard time here in the lower bottom half here, and it got extremely tight for that 16th and last place.
Yeah, obviously we have some teams that did not make it here, Toffees, and obviously some big names as well, including our world champions.
Yeah, I mean, there's a defending world champions, GPT teams, favorites from regions. I mean, these are a bunch of teams that we thought would come out and perform better. E-Arena going into day 3 of the last grand final was everybody was chasing them, trying to catch up. They don't even get to be in the grand final this time. And so as we kind of joked, it's been so long since we've done this before. Yeah. It actually has been seismic in terms of the shifts of who's in and who's out. So it should be a very different grand final, and I'm excited to see how it goes.
Oh, definitely. Dr. Hammond, the paleontologist, I want to come to you here for a second, because obviously...
I missed my hat over here.
I don't know where your hat's gone, actually. At the top as well, you got teams like Falcons, obviously, looking fantastic. I do want to focus on Americas to start things off, because Falcons,
That's the right thing to do.
We tweeted out, I tweeted out before, and I see a lot of people agreeing with me. They're one of the great trio, alongside Twisted Minds and 17 Games.
Yeah, for sure. Falcons indeed here. As you want me to focus on prehistoric birds, also Rock, obviously the other team.
Mythical.
Go away. Prehistoric, same whatever. America's obviously also having Rock here. With that last game, they were able to pop off. Obviously,
yes,
it was huge for them. This is sort of hoping for them. We were sitting right next to the room of the Rock staff and coaches. They went absolutely ballistic.
Yes,
I thought everything was going to go off, and I thought the whole room was going to crumble, but they made it here, and I'm really excited to see how deep they can take this one here in the first round.
Listen, Rock may be a mythical bird, but the Falcons are the real deal, right? These are the guys that came back. They managed to fight up to third, could have been second in PGS 7.
Yeah.
They have a really strong roster, and as you said, they're one of these three kings that's just dominating PUBG right now. And in the first jewel of that crown, I think they're going to come out really strong here. They got new jerseys, they got a new feel. I don't know, I think watching their uptick, if you go all the way back to regional qualifiers, they seem like a team that maybe took a little time off during the off season and has had nothing but tracks to get them back up and running.
I mean, thankfully for them, GPT, so they did come from the Americas there. So at least they were able to, of course, get here and find themselves a spot where they can show these amazing performances on the international stage. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from these teams as well and see it all go down. It's a little unfortunate for me for Falcons, because one of the highlights that I did have kind of listed in my mind was the triple headshot from Lou, but let's ignore that bit. Let's talk about that later. You know what I mean?
Yeah, highlights on the receiving end. I'm sure we're going to be checking that out.
It was fun to watch.
It was fun to watch here, but the fact that you say here, guys, second place in the group stage, looking fantastic at PGS 7. Their current performance and their level that they're playing up to is just in there. And even here, some of the games you saw, obviously, they're saying we could have done more, we could have done better. And when you're acknowledging that you can have done better, that you can have improved, that's the first step of really becoming greater here.
This is the thing. You'd be off your rocker if you didn't include Falcons as a #1 contender for yet another PGS under their belt here, Toffees.
Another one, a contender for PGS, a contender for EWC, a contender for the PGC. But every time I say that, we get to PGC and things go wrong. So we're just going to leave that off the table.
We can wait till later.
We'll wait till later. Now, another team that came out, Rock has actually been fantastic, and it's a little bit of both, right? They have these big moments, but they are a very, I don't want to call them a passive team, but they're slow. They're looking for these mid spots. They hold and let everyone else fight around them. What we saw, though, in group stages for the first time, and they said in the background, we're getting a little more active. We're trying to be a little more aggressive. They're taking those fights. And so do I think that they're going to win here at PGS 8? I'm going to be completely honest and say no.
Sure.
But it speaks volumes for a young team with a lot of upcoming talent to be able to show up and I think probably end up in that top 10.
Your thoughts?
Yeah, top 10. I don't think it's a stretch for them. I think top 10
I think top 10 is reasonable.
It's definitely reasonable. We're putting 6-7 teams in a kind of group for themselves. One good game could propel you up multiple.
All right, well, let's move on to EMEA. EMEA. What do you think, Toffee?
Let's sigh.
Well, yeah, I mean,
we did much better than PGS 7. PGS 7 for EMEA was kind of in the mines.
Yeah, it was.
Not so much anymore.
No. Now it's obviously looking good here. And to have 5 teams in there with the worst placements being 11th, that is massive. Also considering how close it was, obviously. GK being in here, obviously with Harusen playing, we still don't have Diffx. We're not going to be having that, but that's still amazing. I talked to Quizzy just before the game starting here today, and he said Harusen's playing more than any of us. He wants to make sure that we can play as great as possible here. And also, he has the experience, he has the knowledge, and with a few more hours, he might be able to do great things.
Good to hear, because you have big shoes to fill in Diffx, right? Them getting 6 was definitely the surprise for me from EMEA Toffees.
And I think that's what you even heard in the interview as they played so well. Do it for Diffx, right? They're aware that their star, quote unquote, isn't here, but to have a roster deep enough and a coach strong enough that you're showing up here and putting up a top 6 performance not only speaks well to what they can do, but says, man, when these guys get Diffx back up and traveling with them, this is a true force to be reckoned with for the entire year going forward. And I feel like we were saying that about Navi last year. The young guns out of your region are terrifying, to be completely honest. And when you watch the replays, it's not just the same guy over and over. The whole team is having impact.
We've got prodigies. We also got to point out that Hiruzen did get two less kills than Spyro in the group stage. Like, so he's up there, as Chris said as well to me when I was talking to him. Like, he's winning his 1v1s.
Yep.
But he's not going to have that insane star impact where he's leading the charge, getting these opening knocks, and being the difference maker for some of these fights here. He's going to do his, and also Chrissy and the boys, obviously, they're also going to be able to do theirs. So I'm excited how far Kiki can take it, and also Emiya to be able to bring it back from what was kind of shambles in PGS 7 in terms of how many teams were able to get in there. We talked about FPGA 7 BB team. They might be one of these teams that can come in and do great things. Obviously, this EP Nate here was a highlight for many, and that was insane. But we have some teams here that have acknowledged now, okay, it's not worth hot dropping. We need to be able to get as many points as possible. And with 5 teams that have done this well in the group stage, I'm actually expecting the majority of them in the top 10.
Especially with Esports World Cup looming as well.
For sure.
That's obviously an important factor for all of these teams we see as we get towards this. And this, for me, highlight of the tournament so far. Lou getting 3. The prediction on this headshot.
You saw him running. He got caught a little bit.
Side.
He saw him running in between, and he pre-fired that. That's just disgusting.
What was the sound that they said Kickstart made when that hit happened?
Like, I was like,
But there was no there was no protest. It's one of those things. You get knocked by that gun, you go, yeah, it is what it is, man.
Yeah, crazy stuff, crazy stuff. I think that this looks like one of the better opportunities for EMEA, even just beyond Twisted Minds, to win a PGS. But anyway, let's move on to our next region. We've got to look at Korea and how things are going there. Because again, some, like T1, for example, I'm going to say it like I said it for EMEA, was kind of in the mines in PGS 7.
Sure.
But they've come back. It seems that they've been working hard to get that spot. 3rd place in the groups, nothing to sniff at.
No. I'm happy for T1 to kind of turn it around and be able to come in here. 3rd is fantastic for them. I want them to focus on how well they can be able to do here and how far they can take this and focus on this finals here. I'm not hoping to see them, do some hot drops or try to defend some. There's some stuff and scaruffles going on in the background, right? On the other side, I also want to quickly mention, Freaks only getting 12th in groups is another testament to them saying, okay, guys, we are going to just kind of get in there, get into the final, and then, okay, turn the taps on. Now it's finals time. Now we can win.
Leave something for me to talk about.
Okay.
But honestly,
he loves it.
Right?
He loves
so
it.
T1, I will say this about T1. I think that the shadow that you brought up earlier of EWC does loom large over them, right? They're looking at numbers saying, how do we maximize? So I think that may affect the way that they play these games. The stress seems to be there. Freaks is the opposite side of that. These guys, it don't make no sense what's happening right now. The fact that they're in that position, that they have one of the best, if not best player in the world leading that team, that they dominated their regions, that when we see these fights, these big moments, they are, to a man, incredibly talented, right? The fact that they're getting these placements, I can't quite compute it, and I'm sure the entire region, their fan base is just as angry.
I can only agree. That was Nixie shouting, "Let's go Falcons," as he walks past. To take a look at, obviously, Bega Part as well, right? They qualify to both grand finals without having PO here. Now, again, do we think that they're going to be able to win it all? I don't think so, but the fact that they got here twice is pretty good here, Toffees.
The fact that this is a second team that didn't get to travel with one of their stars, or their star, still making it through speaks volumes to the flexibility, I think, of PUBG and the teams at that point. I also like how Begapa is sort of this antithesis to T1. T1 is sort of a team built to go the distance. Long term, they got PGC championship in their eyes. Begapa, with the lack of PO, is a team of just veterans. They're like, I think this will work. Let's get together and see what we can make happen. And so I think the results for them, they're they're not happy, but they're good with where they are now and can improve. Whereas I think, T1 really looks good in the long run.
Let's move on to China now, as we've just had a Chinese champion in PGS 7, and it was 17 game in. They were able to add the equation together and get themselves... Again, we just won PGS 7. That didn't mean you had to get 7th in the group stage. You could have done better. But they are in the finals once again.
Another situation where it was like, we just need to get top 6 and there's no difference in there. It would be cool to sometime in the future maybe see where it has a slight of an impact, that would be cool. But 7th is fine. They just need to get in there, and now they can come in here and defend. And obviously, 17 just having won this, that did feel like destiny. I was hoping for you to kind of go in there with them winning the first, and obviously
you guys beat it to it.
It was honestly, it was great to see, and that's just what this roster can do. I'm hoping for Ovo to maybe kind of be a little bit more fluid and come into this. He's been dying a little bit often as one of the first guys, but yeah, I'm looking forward to see what they can do.
I mean, I think that is the key that you bring up there, that they need to sort of step it up. 1-7 was cool. It also adds up to 8. Maybe they do something a little bit quieter than I would have liked to see them in the group stages. They had great position. I expected more slap you in the face kind of play. They're not the only team coming out of the region. There's been a lot of teams coming out of China that have struggled as well. You know, I guess you're watching 4AM on the screen right now.
Yes.
Godvi and the boys have
done fantastically.
Yeah,
I understand the pause.
You know what I'm saying?
It's okay.
It's a team that has GPT, that has legendary players that you expect to do well, and they just always seem so browbeaten. I don't understand what's going on with that team.
There's weird moments, right? Because even in some of our more other historic PGSs, when they get to finals, sometimes they've had things like 5ths and 6s and things like that. However, is it able to continue in this kind of in this scenario, in this environment that we have right now? I don't know. We'll move on to APAC and see what's going on over there as well, because we did have the wall of APAC in PGS 7. That was undeniable, especially that second day of the grand finals was insane. We get Day Trade to get to 5th place. However, the rest of them just kind of middle in performance. We get 3 of them through into the grand final though here, Martin.
That's one thing for me is like, we are here for such a long time. The teams are getting to know each other the more games they play against each other. And APAC has been thriving in this kind of chaos that is the beginning of a global tournament. And when you see more teams kind of evolving into and learning and adapting to the lobby, that's where the good teams and the more consistent teams are going to rise through. And that is why we here in the group stage are seeing APAC fall a little bit behind here, because there's not as much chaos. There's way more predictability.
It doesn't matter how strong, how big, how tough your wall is. If the army besieging you is willing to wait it out, is willing to lock you in, is willing to drain your resources, you're going to crumble. And that's what we saw happen here at PGSA for APAC, is I think everyone adjusted, everyone watched, they marched circles around that city, and I think the wall of APAC has essentially crashed, and I don't expect tons out of them here at PGS8.
Siege warfare.
Yeah,
I love my language.
100%. I love the movie Troy as well. It's a great movie.
just hold. Wait. Oh. And then challenge them to a 1v1.
I don't know if I'd 1v1 APAC.
No, absolutely not.
Individually, they're incredible.
They are.
He's not even here, and they go, "Hey, Mas, go." Oh no!
The ghost is still in the back.
All right. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It is time to get PGS8 underway. We have what is potentially one of the most open PGSs of all time at the moment. Yes, EMA might be looking fantastic, but will they be able to hold off against the torrent of aggression that is coming their way from every other region? Let's find out.
Ni hao, I'm Tiger and Lilik.
No, Lilik.
PUBG fans, I'm your host Bella, and we are coming back live in Shanghai, China for the final stage of PGS 8. After a very intense group stage, the top 16 teams have emerged. Twisted Minds, the reigning 3-time PGS champions, have once again topped the leaderboard, proving that they are still the team to beat. Other squads like Navi, 4AM, and Rock have made their comeback from PGS 7 finals and are hungry for redemption. The road to the title is wide open. This is the PGS 8 final stage.
그랜드 파이널에서는 이제 변수가 크게 없다고 생각하기 때문에 좋은 성적 거두고 싶습니다. Bom, a gente tem que continuar nos divertindo, com foco, nunca esquecer de ter foco, para conseguir essa classificação e no final da história.
They've done it. That they are going to the final stage.
Teams at PGS are playing checkers, but we're playing chess. If you think you're in front of us, you're wrong. There are always 2 steps in front of you.
Back to Freaks. Man, just think it all. Just drops it in. Second one's not needed.
이번 PGS 7에서 보여줬던 실력이 운이 아니라는 것을 이번 대회에서 또 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
ก็ระวังฟอร์เรสให้ดีนะครับแล้วเจอกันไฟนอลครับ
On the outskirts of the top 16, right? That could have put them in top, like, in 50 plus points.
We were just more confident this time, and we had enough and update. What's going on?
He can find, still alive. 17 try to cross down, but Ferris does spot him out.
When we're playing the game, we are not playing against someone. We are playing against our team. If we are doing our best, we are performing good.
He's peeking up and over. Or Geekay trying to box him in. Tiggleton's on the ground and it's over. Geekay's got the win.
올해 T1은 모든 팀들을 쓰러뜨리고 우승을 하도록 할 테니 꼭 지켜봐 주시면 감사하겠습니다.ทีมพวกเราเห็นคนอื่นเขาจับถ้วยชูถ้วยกันมาเยอะแล้วก็ผมอยากจะขึ้นไปอยู่บนนั้นแล้วก็ขึ้นไปชูถ้วยให้คนอื่นได้เห็นบ้าง So we have no freedom right now in final stage, and other teams need to be careful. It will not be very easy.
He'll get 3. He gets almost all of it, and Twisted Minds will get the first victory.
It feels like we're playing a lot looser, a lot more confidently, and we just want to win. This year is our year.
尽力去争夺冠军吧，来个20冠在上海。我们要成为第一者吧，让别人来追我们。
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the PGS 8 final stage, the first day of play here. I am Porosaurus. Joining me once again is Paperthin, and we had a heck of a group stage, Paperthin, and now it's blank slates all around as everybody is going to try to make the best first impression they can here on day 1.
No doubt about it. It is a really important day, obviously. Every day through these next 3 days is going to be very important. But, you know, with that group stage coming down to that last game, having so many teams tied or very near that cutoff threshold, you know, now's your chance, like you're saying, to redo. You've got an open book in front of you. You can write your own story now. Whatever happened there is in the past. You've got a real chance here to do something different. Obviously, our PGS 7 champions, 17 Gaming, are back. They are going to be kind of on the radar of everybody. But can they go back-to-back? Can they do what only Twisted Minds has done?
I mean, Twisted Minds was really good at it, right? And then, of course, we saw Twisted Minds come on top of the group stage this time, which we've seen them do 3 times last year. We also saw them get 3 grand finals wins last year as well. So maybe we'll see them resurge here just a little bit. It feels like Europe has kind of finally found their footing here in Shanghai.
Yeah, it does. And I mean, for Twisted, a big part of it, right, is just no hot drops now. So you've got a real good chance to just play your game. I mean, you can see that they're back to playing their normal, smart, effective PUBG that they are so well known for. Beyond that, I mean, who knows? Na'Vi, of course, has a ton of firepower. VP, you know, smart, steady, and have their moments when they need them.
Na'Vi is very, very scary. And, you know, but again, we saw in PGS 7, group stage performance not always going to be an indicator of how you do in that final stage. It's 2 different worlds altogether. We saw the wall of APAC, and then the wall of APAC came crumbling down once we got to that final stage. But we still have a few APAC teams in here that might prove to be difficult to get rid of. Day Trade right at the top up there.
I have a bit of confidence for Day Trade for some reason. I mean, they played so well in the groups in 7. I think maybe this is their chance. Maybe they're going to surge once again.
Here's hoping. Well, we get to find out right now as we are heading over to Miramar to get this first day of final stage games underway.
All right, let's get it.
Let's get it.
Let's get it.
I mean, you hear them chanting. Oh, we have at this point. We need to put a microphone over the top of those guys so you can hear just how loud they get. I mean, I'm hearing them through these very soundproof and comfortable cups that I've got on my head. So I can only imagine how loud it is when you don't have them on. So right off the bat, though, we do have a fairly friendly plane hugging a little bit on the eastern side of Miramars. Get to see a little bit of our average kills, top 4 so far through this tournament, PGS 8, and then your average points. Day trade, obviously finding it pretty comfy here in the Dusty Dunes.
For sure. And again, why I'm kind of having my eye on that team a little bit. One thing I do have my eye on is the Trumacera drop spot. That is seemingly being relinquished by T1. With TKL being one of the teams that is going to contest them, this could be a really interesting day for T1 in terms of what they do with their drop spots. That alone is a huge decision, and we all know we had some talks with Sonic today about how he was going to be approaching the situation, because there's a lot to consider for T1. You've got EWC, you've got your drop spots for the rest of the year. So much to think about for them. So T1 has chosen to relinquish Trumacera, at least for now. We'll see how this goes the rest of the way, and then you go over to Erangel, you go over to Yasnaya. That's another big question for them.
Somebody's getting real hypey up there. I don't know. Everybody had finished the pregame yelling, and somebody was still screaming down, wondering if he was going to get some company. But there you go. Another Southern Los Leones circle. By God, we have seen these ad nauseum at this point. Is Deal going to pick off Stead? That is unfortunate for Na'Vi, a team with a lot of high, hopes placed upon them here in this final stage.
Yeah, so this was, when I was looking at the drop spot maps, this was one of the other ones I was kind of eyeing, because the Na'Vi and Freaks drop territories were really close to each other around Kantara, and that's a bit painful there for Na'Vi. And their hopes to have a strong start. Meanwhile, the Freaks have constantly come into whatever stage it is, groups, finals, wherever they get. Their first day has almost always been pretty abysmal, at least by their standards.
Sure.
And so for them to come out hot here, if they have a good game one, if they have a good day one, maybe this is the difference maker for them to finally jump over that hurdle and win a PGS title, something that they were so close to doing in PGS 7.
So close, down to the last fight even. But hey, PGS 7, they started off day 1 of groups with 2 wins. So Freaks have a little bit of a history of starting strong, a very recent history of starting strong. We'll see if they can replicate that. Meanwhile, Na'Vi will have to play this one without Stade, who was a newcomer to the roster, but has been proving himself to fit right in with these guys. They have been, as soon as the hot drop nonsense for PGS 7 was set to the side, they really, really seem to find their groove in these group stages.
Yeah, they have tremendous fraggers on that team. They are really good in a lot of different scenarios in terms of their team fighting. It's just, can they find some level of consistency with kind of a roster shuffle? Player in the air, took a ton of damage. This is Iron Sight AK for Gumin.
He actually popped him.
Last bullet. Oof. Unreal.
Man, I thought Stay was gonna. I mean, he had a line onto the shack there too. It looked like he might have been able to get away with it, but the Iron Sights AK Gumin, that boy.
My king. Absolutely beautiful stuff. Well, again, we'll have to see. Yeah, like you said, the Freaks can start good, but I always had worries about them in the group stages because I was just like, what are you guys doing on day 1? Like, can we play a little bit?
To be fair, I think we've said that about quite a few times.
That's fair. That's also true. Yeah, but if you're going to be a championship contender, right?
Right.
Like, you've got. I think you got to be a little bit more consistent overall. And again, the desk was talking about it when they were, mentioning the Freaks, that obviously it isn't what you would hope it would be for them because of what they were able to accomplish in the PWS.
Mm-hmm.
And a super team of sorts from Korea. Hopefully they're going to be able to get it together. Twisted Mind's a known quantity, a super team indeed. No doubts about that, what they're capable of.
Yeah, and definitely started to feel like they found their footing in those group stages to the tune of coming in first place overall. And remember, this was what we were seeing last year. It was just twisted dominance through group stages, through grand final. It was just all Twisted Minds. And it looks like that story, maybe we might be seeing a remix a little bit here as we check in on BB Team, another European team that has just been amping things up as these tournaments have progressed.
Yeah, no. This is a team that definitely deserves a ton of accolades because of their consistency, Their ability to pop off day to day is tremendous. They have one of the best macro games you're going to find out there. They're extremely stable. They have a great circle to start here in Game 1. They're going to be right around that resort area, just to the east of it early. That's where circles have been kind of drifting when they've been southeasterly, so we'll just have to wait and see, or maybe we'll get one that's a little more northeast this time, like maybe by Puerto Paraiso. Would be very nice. But BB has just great players with a ton of experience, players with a lot of confidence. You know, Maladuct was playing out of his mind during the group stages here. Yeah. He was close to top fragging if he didn't end up top fragging, but he was having a tremendous group stage here at PGS 8. So for going forward, I expect them to be right in the hunt.
I think the Europeans have known about Maladuct for a while, but now he is introducing himself here on this international stage in a big way. I think a lot of teams could go ahead and examine that BB team early game and early and mid game to kind of figure out where they're finding so much success, because man, it feels like they are so good at keeping 4 alive into the late game. And once they get there, that's when things start going their way. Meanwhile, a team that has not always had the best of luck getting all 4 to the late game, 4 a.m.
Yeah, I mean,
they're here. They made the grand final.
Look,
they made the final stage. They are here.
That's impressive in and of itself, to be honest. This team has a lot of macro issues. They fight for drop
compensation
spots.
Points.
Yep. But they cleaned a lot of that up here for this PGS 8. Like, they were a little more consistent. They got here on a tie based on their placement points, so they were able to get deeper into games. So that was a difference maker for them. So, you know, if they cannot lose players early, we've seen them be able to come up big in late game scenarios, even coming up with some wins. So definitely 4 a.m., a team to keep your eyes on. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and think that they're going to win this thing. If I'm just being brutally honest,
that would be asking too much.
Yeah, but top 10. That would be a nice result for them.
I think top 10 is doable. As you said, they won that tiebreaker in the group stages among, what was it, 3 or 4 teams that had 60 points.
I think, yeah.
And they won it on placement points, and it wasn't even close. Like, they had way, way more. So getting to the late game has been something that 4AM has been able to do, as we see Etong Mu and Godvi spotting out freaks on that eastern road. These 4AM duo is the front runner, the tip of the spear of their rotation. Now they've got Forrest just behind them hanging around in Impala, so a little bit pinched right now, but still a lot of space that they can work around. We'll see if they decide to play on this eastern edge or if they try to come in a little bit more central. At this point, though, that seems like it might be a little bit dicey.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It could be. Just looking to see what HS wants to do. The old new happy player. Looking pretty decent. It has a bit of a glow up here, as you saw there on the bottom of your screen. Falcons.
El Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, look, this team is seemingly in a groove this entire event for PGS 7 and 8 here in Shanghai. Like, they are looking really solid overall. Great ideas top to bottom. They seem to have gotten their teamwork down better. Their fragging individual skill is on the up and up overall. I mean, you know, we know that there's a ton of potent players on that squad, but
absolutely,
it has been one of their better events since they've won last year, going back to last year, and I think the Falcons are right on my radar for being a top 5, like, almost guaranteed, unless they just fall apart.
Absolutely. No, it definitely feels like any early season rust has been knocked off by most of these teams that we had high expectations for, and Falcons right up there with them, but they could run into trouble here as they're making their way down south. They may run into this Forest split, as Forest has just been a thorn in the side of so many teams in this lobby with their positioning. They always seem to get in the right place at the right time, and then they strike at the right moment. Meanwhile, Virtus Pro, big wide 2-1-1 split in the middle of this zone. You see Ibi on this southern edge. Nixie just way off of that southeastern part of Los Leones in the compounds, and then Luca, Rux, and Beamy in the warehouse in the middle. So a lot of information being gathered up by these guys from this split. Let's just hope that they don't get found out.
It is a bit of a risk, but you've got a lot of early warning from a couple high ground positions. I think Ibiza is the one who's maybe in the most danger on the next circle, depending on how it shifts. The other ones have the ability to kind of figure out what's going on around them, I think, quick enough that they can find escape routes. T1 trying to dive through the center. It's going to be a little bit awkward for them, way outside of the circle, outside of their normal drop as well. So the rotation paths maybe not going to be as clean as normal, but so far they're getting through. Didn't take too much damage.
Okay, that is a very, very heavy eastern side of this circle for these teams making their rotations through. Obviously, Los Leones still a big player. I don't think anybody really wanting to commit to the city just yet, especially considering how often we've seen these circles shift south. But south already full. You can see T5, 17, Virtus Pro, BB, and Taikule all in decent positions. But the biggest problem here on the east, all these teams that are right next to each other, and this is going to be the first shots being sent as 4 a.m. will spot out T1, and T1 will have to pull into the compound.
If one or the other gets the idea that they are fighting each other, they might bear down a little bit harder. But
I think they might.
Because of the Yasnaya drop situation.
Exactly.
That is a grudge match, to say the least. But, you know, no knocks found, no real damage done. 4 a.m. on the move. T1 going to have to settle in with just a couple of warehouses to set up a little bit of early edge play, potentially. They're kind of drifting in the direction of Na'Vi players, but we'll see if they get close enough to be dangerous or not. 4 a.m. though has some open space in front of them. There's some dips, there's some other things, but with the way these circles have been going, I think a lot of teams are going to be wanting to get closer towards the resort side of things than not. HS, though, takes quite a bit of damage there. Just going to have to settle up on top of this hill, maybe.
Oh,
my
nice
God,
shots,
Nixie.
Will hit that headshot, get the knock. Can they get the res? It looks like they should be able to fairly easily. A nice little vehicle for it. May lose a couple of tires for it. Hopefully the smokes will bloom in time to save that. But look, just on the other side of the hill is 17, and they heard these vehicles coming. Little Ghost already with grenade in hand. We'll swap over to the AUG, and I think it's just Little Ghost and the 7-7 that are over here. Yes, Xiaobei and Xiaowu not going to be in a position to really contribute to this. So 17 has to make a decision about how aggressive they really want to be here as just a duo, and it looks like they have their answer.
Well, they got a grenade out already. They were waiting for a little bit more attention to be paid this direction. The grenades are pretty good, but it is going to be actually T5 from afar. That's going to back 17 off. They can't commit any further to that fight, and that's a very, very nice situation for 4 a.m. because 17 might add him dead to rights.
It sure is. Yeah, I think BB Team and GK taking shots over in that direction, but that will keep 4 a.m. alive right for the time being. A couple of good grenades would have just been the death of them, you have to imagine, with all those vehicles being there. But 4 a.m. still trying to figure out if they want to stay here, if they want to get back on the move. But, yep, that's what happens. The second you try to go and peek, Fluky will find the angle. He's going to get the knock onto 00, but that, or 7-7 rather, and they should be able to get him back on his feet.
Yep, that should be okay, but you got to be extra careful at 17. You have Xiaowu and Xiaobei split pretty far from these two players. So
he's got 3 grenades though, and that's looking so meaty, man.
It's so juicy. It is. You want it, but I mean, you're going to take a big risk.
I know.
Going for it. It's just a matter of if they do. And here we go, that fight that I was wondering about. Na'Vi there, going to get the first knock, and it's traded immediately by Type. I don't think anybody else from Na'Vi is there, so T1 should be able to get that flush and get the res.
Really well done there by Type to make sure he got the knock before the flush could come out, so T1 will be able to get Raining back on his feet. As we see, the circle's going to cut up north, so we're getting the city. And already we've got Twisted Minds had sent it in early. Now Forest, Falcons, Virtus Pro, 17 going to send it in. 4 a.m. right behind them. And they are running into Virtus Pro as Virtus Pro in a little bit of a split here. Spray come down onto Ibby, but Godv not going to land it.
Yeah, this is nice for VP. That early split allowed them to get a lot deeper into the center of Los Leones. So assuming that this does go that way, they're going to have some phenomenal positioning, but they're taking a bunch of damage trying to get through. Godv down to 19 HP, has to back off. Nixie doing a great job there, but the grenades are good from long. Finds Beamy. And now are they going to be able to find the flush as well? Not quite enough with just that one, but a couple more being lined up.
Just Nixie can't get knocked here. He's got to wait. He's got to wait for the deluge of utility to start slowing down a little bit before he can even think about going for it. And Beamy very, very close to knocked here. Might be rescuable still, but Nixie has to think about his Na'Vi down to just one. Hakatori all by himself, and he's been spotted out by Type. Good spray will get Type low.
Ooh, shot it out of the air.
We did shoot it out of the air. It was right on top of him, but he's dancing. He's going to go down, and Na'Vi out in 16th place.
Oh, nice attempt, but T1 there just trailing Na'Vi the whole time. They sensed blood in the water, and especially after you get that first kill. They already lost a player early to the Freaks. You know they're down to just 2. You can just find those last 2, take a 4v2 fight. And that's a great grenade from a Tungmu.
It only took everything as they finally find Nixie. He put himself in a perfect position, and he is not likely to get revived as the other 2 boys are inside the city of Los Leones as it stands right now. So Nixie will most likely be watching the rest of this one from his teammates' perspective as we see an E pick up in the air. I don't know if, Daytrade took it. Now Daytrade's falling right on top of T1. Spiro will spot out Thanadol as Heather will sprint up to the top of the rocks. He's got EN with him. They can maybe catch Daytrade slipping here.
Well, Tigger there and Flash taking a whole bunch of damage. Tigger trying to hold the line but had to duck down. And he's trying to keep himself a little bit hidden from T1, at least for now. Has an ace, some grenades. Once he gets to the spot, let's see what he wants to do with it. Just depends. Oh my God, mortars.
Okay, it's already on the already dead body of Thanadol, so that's save. Oh, Tigger got to end real low there. That ace doing nice, but nice grenade from EN will find Tigger. And now Belmoth and Flash have that high ground. They've got a little bit of a smoke wall they can work with, and they can at least try to rain some util down onto T1 as the circle will cut onto the city proper.
Oh yes, let's go. We get an actual Los Leones finish. Belmont though, continuing to be a nuisance. He's getting shot in the back by Begopa now. Has to go prone. EN trying to get over towards Heather to get the res. Raining still on the backside near Type. We'll have to wait and see what happens there. Begopa just sends it in. Dying to 4 a.m. Couple members gone, just down to 2 for them. And I mean, this is going to be tough. If you didn't get into the city early, there's going to be some gatekeepers around the edges.
Boy, oh boy, and HSM has that vehicle destroyer, the M249, and it did work on Begopa, as it looks like they at least managed to get 2 into the city for now. We'll see if they can keep them alive as T1 back up to full strength, still making their way through as Belma somehow managed to get down to Tigger. Flash now trying to keep sure that keep track of the rest of the team to make sure that that res can come through, and indeed it does, but it looks like Ian might have spotted it out.
Well, now you've got to get a bit of a counter angle here with Type to set up this fight. Heather throwing a grenade around the corner. It's not very close. A lot of chip damage coming through onto Daytrade though. And now you're looking for the Molly. Tigger, it's actually going to be from a different angle. The Freaks get wiped out off screen somewhere by Forrest. It's Kiss, the human highlight reel, as Tiggleton called him the other day. He's going to do them dirty. Meanwhile, Flash Belmoth under pressure. T1 suffering knocks. Heather took a little bit of damage there in that knock status, but it seems like he's resable.
Seems like he might be. Yeah, Forrest just absolutely cracked right now as they were in a big wide split, and they just happened to catch Freaks making their way into that northeastern side of Los Leones and did them dirty. As Flash waiting for somebody to show up, and yep, Ian's going to spot out those feetsies first. And now Flash gets to find out why Ian gets to find out why Flash was lying so prone.
Yeah, it ain't great, but as T1, you need to clear this mountainside as best as you can to see if you can identify a way into the city proper. The good news for them is if they can deal with Belmoth relatively cleanly, they've actually got some good opportunity on that eastern side. Yeah, Geeke BB team, 2 of our EU teams. Geeke able to make it into the finals this go around. Let's see what they can do, but they also have to run through this 4 a.m. gauntlet. Let's see, is there a machine gun still floating? I think they're all into AUGs and barrels now, so they might have swapped off of that.
Maybe. Well, we get a chance to see what HS did to Begopa, and with a combination of his teammates, of course. Nobody does anything alone, but yeah, that thing is just ripping through the vehicle, and now Geeke, they know exactly what's waiting for them. Unfortunately, the garage compound's still inside the zone, but now T1 is coming in this direction. They weren't expecting anything, and now Geeke down to just 1 is Type as the last player alive for T1. Will spot out Spiro, gets him flipping. No, he's going to go down. And now Geeke will try to reset here, but BB team heard the dinner bell, and here they come.
T1 just opened the door. Food's on. Let's see what BB team can do. Rez is attempting to be stuck here by Geeke. PWD right on a Doozy's right. Didn't see him on that quick peek there. Looking more towards Hyruzen. Grenades are up and over, though. That's going to alert BB team to the presence of those two players down below. Just going to come down to the peak angles and an AK at this range. Powerful for Molodoc. Quizzy trying to hold an angle, but can't do much to save his teammate.
Easy for Molodoc. That was a dirty spray with the AK. Doozy He will spot out Spiro. What a spray. As BB team is coming in. They know exactly where Quizzy is, or do they? They had no clue. Quizzy gonna find two of them. The sneaky, sneaky lad from Geeke will take down two from BB team, but do they have time to get this revive off? I don't think they do. There's no way, right? Maybe throw them in the vehicle, send it through 4 a.m. and hope for the best.
Well, I don't know. I don't think they do.
I don't think they can. Yeah, that's ticking too hard, man.
I'm kind of with you on that
try
one.
To go for it, I guess. Deny the point.
I mean, even if you do, you're just going to drive right through 4 a.m.
Yeah.
You're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Yeah, it's just going to be a bleed out there. So BB team now has to scoop up some meds and figure out a way.
Oh no, I think they tried to go for the res to deny the point, but Phil first mistiming it, and now all of BB team just in a little bit of a shambolic state, you might say, as 4 a.m. was just waiting for them to come out. Yeah, they're just dropping first aid, so this might just be heal as long as you can. 4 a.m. will leave their compound after doing so much destruction and gatekeeping on that south side, and look at that. They find a nice little path here on the eastern side. They will get a little bit of attention from Virtus Pro, but for the most part, it looks like everybody will get in clean.
Yeah, this is pretty good stuff for 4 a.m. 5 kills. You're on the edge of the circle. Who knows where it's going to go from here? Inside of Los Leones proper, a lot of different directions it could shift. Bagel Pot trying to get in a car, 2 members strong, and they are finding some kind of safety. Looks like one of these God compounds are going to be available, but Biel has an angle.
Nice
Biel has him
spray.
dealt with.
Beautiful stuff there from Biel. As Rock continuing to find a little bit of success here. They were one of the early arrivers to the city, and as a result, they have a nice little spot here on the southern side to play around. Dead center circle is Falcons, and we still have 34 alive, 11 teams left in. Everybody trying to make their way into the city. Belmoth, he sees it just off in the distance. Can he get there? And can he get there without being spotted out by 4 a.m.?
He's done great to be patient with this to try to find the timing. He's going to go for the grenade, and he's going to bleed out or just get shot down. The grenade is going to find one on the longs. Valiant attempt by Belmoth, but not much going on. Oh my God, those cars. I mean, they're inside, but
They are
still.
so lucky Atamu picked him up. If he would have just been lazy and just tried to go for the res right there, they might have actually been in a little bit of trouble. But
I was just about to say, this compound I was noticing on the map was open. The tallest point in Los Leones, and who else? Twisted Minds are going to claim it.
Who else but Twisted Minds already have 3. Lou making his way down as we get to see what exactly happened to the Freaks. This is what we were talking about, the forest split. Baron had him right close, and then you had Kiss off in the distance. As Baron spots out one, Kiss will deal with the rest. Beautiful stuff from Forest.
Disgusting. Just what a setup there. I mean, it's tough to get into the city, as you saw with a lot of the teams. Falcons doing TKL dirty. Yeah, they're trying to cross the street, and Falcons waiting with open arms.
This street is closed. But this is the thing, TKL didn't actually have to do that yet. Like, the spot that Cold is in is still inside zone, so I don't know, maybe getting a little bit antsy there as Luca Rux has that Panzerfaust in handsy. Here's the feetsies of 4 a.m. tip-tapping right outside his door. He is waiting, wishing one would peek him right now as Godv playing the wall on the outside. On the other side of the wall,
what if he just gets all 4?
Oh, man.
One Panzer.
Please. Can it happen? I need this in my life. Let's go. Here they come. Are they going to charge in all 4? And is Luca Rux going to spot him? Ibby on the other side, waiting for it. The Panzer comes through, will spot out HS, gets the first knock, gets 2, and now he goes down. Ibby going to charge in. He'll clean up the rest. What teamwork from Virtus Pro.
That is beautiful positioning from Ibiza. He steps outside and uses those smokes to bait 4 a.m. into the Panzer, and that sets up his teammate nicely. His teammate finds 2, and Ibiza gets in there and cleans up the rest. Very well handled by Virtus Pro.
Eyes in the sky. Oh, they will go down in the end, however, but not before picking up all of 4 a.m., so that's a nice little stack of points in their pocket. Good enough to keep them in third place overall right now as we have made it into placement points. 22 alive, 7 teams rather left. As Forest coming in.
17 is one of those
17
teams.
is one of those teams. As they have 3 left alive in the south side. Still a lot of, like, what, we got 4 4-man squads still in this.
This is gonna be a great ending. Ranger X trying to use the cover of smokes to get over to Fluky. Looks like he has done so, but they're carrying another teammate over. A 2-2 split for T5. Just on the edge of the circle though, so should be safe to make this res, I would assume. I don't think Rock is gonna go pushing out to try to find this.
Ain't no way.
No, not gonna be the best idea ever, but yeah, okay, so this is stage 1 here. Now can you find a few more pieces of util to make your next attempt? You're gonna grab a shotgun as well. It's gonna center right on top of the Falcons.
Both roads still in play too. Nothing cut out just yet. Falcons still in that 2-2 split on both sides of the street. Looks like it's going to be good for now as Tiggleton finds a knock on example. You'd think they could get that revive. We'll see.
Depends on Forest.
They did lose Lou, however,
7-7.
as Lou has been taken down by Forest. Goodness, Forest, man. 5 kills already. They're down to 2, and they are so dangerous.
Oh my gosh, he's found just
got an
enough.
angle.
Yeah, they can't go for this res because of that. They have to be extra careful. 7-7 kind of holds that down.
There you go.
The problem is 17 has other problems. Res attempting to be stuck. T5 now trying to break out from their compound, but they're taking damage from Rock. Batulins on Overwatch for his squad. I think that's a blue zone there from Rock. Indeed it is. Trying to see if they can get the flush onto Pong, but it is going to come just a little bit short. Ranger X now thinking about making his cross, but you're either going to need a spray of your life onto BL or throw some smokes there, my guy, because he has got that covered. And there goes the smoke. Very well thought out. And now T5 going to try to make a wrap, but it's really, really hard here for T5. It comes down to some really good smokes and really good timings. The grenade at his feet has him jumping, but he's A-okay.
500 damage for BL so far in this game. Leading all players as Rossadid will spot out 7-7. He just barely gets out of there. But that's going to open up the door for T5 to make that push across the road. Good grenade from Little Ghost will slow things down temporarily. Can they stay? It's going to bounce off the wall, so they are good for the time being. T5, how much smoke? How many smokes you got left? They still have a few, but you have to want to save some for the late game. But Lil Ghost goes down to Twisted Minds, and Theraton 5 gets a reprieve. But 7-7 Owo finds the dirtiest of angles and will spot out Rossadid and Fluky.
You love having a barrel in
Another
that
one.
spot. He's got more. He looks for the
Can
final.
he get them all?
He's got him. 7-7 does him dirty. Takes him down with the barrel. Unbelievable. He immediately pays the price to Example, but oh my word, what a moment for him.
5 kills for 17, 4 right there in the pocket of 7-7 Owo. As that was 5, man. That was brutal. All right, Rock now kind of in a tough position as it looked like RBN and BL were trying to go for the chase onto Theraton 5 to see if they could maybe come up behind them when they weren't looking. And they will get spotted out by Twisted Minds, but they should get cover for now. They are the only team still south of the road other than Falcons in their 2-2 split.
Yeah, there's a Taikula player looming behind the Falcons. So here for the Falcons, if you can just maintain zone control, you have a really good shot to win this game. You've got a 2-2 split. You're closest to the center of the Phase 9 circle. You're going to have opportunities here. You just have to play good defense. You have to keep Rock out. You have to keep that solo from Taikula that's left. For Twisted Minds, you got to make sure Forest can't do too much damage to you, and maybe you have a square 4v4 in the end. But again, with Falcons' position, when Twisted Minds has to make a move, they should have the better angles, the better opportunities, the better cover towards where the final circle will end. Just a matter of whether they can lock it down now. Batulins is going to be the one to take down Cold, so that opens up the backside for Falcons.
You got to think the Falcons also have the edge in terms of helmets and armor and utility and all this stuff. Like, they've been playing kind of center circle so long that they have not had to get involved in any of these edge fights. While Twisted Minds has had that high ground, and they have not. I mean, they've been getting kills. I've got 5 of them already, but haven't really been able to refill any of their loot as far as util and any of that stuff goes, as they've been playing this high side for so long. As Rock, RBN spots out Perfected, has them kind of pinned down, and they have a foothold into the southern part of this circle. These two right here are the ones I'm worried about.
Absolutely. These players can cause problems, and we've already seen what Kiss has done to the Falcons with his 1v4 earlier, so...
It's what he just did to Freaks.
Yeah, they are absolutely cracked individually. Seeing a lot of the Falcons players start to switch over to close-range guns. I saw some shotguns, some SMGs being picked up in the bag. Here comes Rock. They are going to make their breach into this building. Falcons are not in this one.
Here come the shotties, yep.
Yeah, you gotta have these out. You gotta have the sawed-off. A little bit of damage done by Perfectix onto Tiggleton. But again, you got to keep this angle covered.
Ooh.
Here comes Perfectix.
Got to go for that high side. He's going to get spotted out. Kiss will take the spray, but won't get the knock. Scappy will, though, as Perfectix gets taken down by those Forest players. Shrimsy will steal it away, though, and Kickstart will take down Scappy. So now Kiss all by himself. Falcons doing a really good job of protecting their zone.
Yeah, they're doing a great job reacting to what's going on around them. Another attempt, example, his go around with that angle clear of Scappy. He's going to at least be able to make a safe landing initially. Gonna throw a smoke on top of himself, but Shrimsy ahead of the curve has example dealt with. Twisted Minds down in fourth.
Man was just waiting for it. Perfect timing there from Shrimsy. And now the north side still have Kiss up there, so you got to be careful on the part of Falcons to know that you have that snake in your midst. But the problem right now is Rock, 4 strong. Still have 15 smokes, 17 smokes for Falcons. If you like smokes, late game Los Leones circles are the place for you.
Absolutely, but the Falcons have a ton. Oh, Kiss dealt with, that's huge. Now it's a straight up 4v4, but a lot of frags available for the Falcons if they can find them, put them to good use. Waiting around the corner here is Santastico. You have to be so careful there. A little bit of damage done, but some stuns, some frags of their own being exchanged. Is that one going to bounce close enough to H1 to do damage? No. Blue zone as well to lock them right in that door. This is so well timed.
Double blue.
It's 2, and they're in trouble.
Absolute perfection coming out from Falcons there. The double blue zone grenade, putting 2 of Rock down, and now the third one is down. Solds just has a forklift to hide behind, and the Falcons are swarming as they will find, Solds will get kickstart, will finish him off. That'll be another point picked up for Rock as the flashbangs are being sent through the smoke. Got to be careful here if your Falcons don't throw away an easy win.
There it is. There they go. They've got it. There's a little bit of laughing there as maybe, okay, we got a little overeager at the end, but that's okay. They righted this ship, and they get themselves a huge win to start the PGS 8 final stage.
Hey, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. And if you get lucky by getting a central compound in Los Leones on a Los Leones circle, all's well in love and war. And they came out ahead. They defended their territory very, very well at the end there as well. Obviously clearing out Forest, clearing out Twisted Minds before turning their attention to Rock. And that double blue zone grenade, chef's kiss.
Beautiful. I mean, you can't credit them enough with how well they played it. Really like the way that Twisted Minds was proactive in that city final as well. As soon as they knew what it was, they took one of those prio spots inside of the city and got themselves really deep into this game. Forest, dude, they just rock and roll.
They're nuts, man. They're nuts. Keep an eye on those Forest boys. But right now, Falcons gets your first win of the PGS 8 final stage. Let's throw it over to the desk to have them break it down.
Jersey's doing it for the Falcons, boys. Day 1 of wearing it, and they get a win in the bag to start out the finals here at PGS 8. In an urban ending, no doubt. Go on, Toffees. All right.
Yeah, sure. You may have sent 5 EMEA teams to the finals, and we only sent 2. But both of them were in the final 2, baby, as it was a game for the birds. Falcons got a good win. That's all. I got it all in. Thank you.
Keep going.
You want me to keep going? I'll tell you what, the boys from South America rocked the end game. They backfilled their way in there, but it was the Falcons in a tiramisu matchup. Layers of players on top of each other on those buildings. Twisted Minds, I thought they had it. Coolest parachute ever by example. It was dope, right?
Yeah.
But Shrimsy with that double barrel was like, pow, pow, pow. No one drops here.
Should we keep him going? Or?
A double barrel is 3 shots. Pop, 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 pow. That's 4
That's
shots.
just how good Shrimzy is.
That's crazy. He has an extra shot in a
He
double
gets
barrel.
3 bullets out of a double barrel.
That is next level gameplay.
I will say this though, and give credit where credit is due. Their awareness from Shrimzy, listening for the parachutes to kind of come in when you're doing it, obviously coming out and dropping it. Then to go out and say, guys, I know exactly where there is.
It's because he got engaged recently. You have to learn to listen.
Oh, okay.
Is that the golden rule?
I'm really rolling today.
I love the push, the 2-man sandwich from 2 guys of VP to get all of 4 AM.
Yes.
To completely dominate that. That secured them a good amount of points there. That's a salvage kind of game you want when you're down to 2. So that's huge, and that put all of 4 AM completely in bid. This one, though, from 7-7-0, you want to talk about that?
Yeah, you know you do.
Oh, yes, I do. I mean, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And considering that they were kind of, I mean, yes, Theron 5's in a bit of desperation, trying to push in against that, but he had the perfect angle. I thought he was going to go down to util. Did a little bit of dancing around those mollies. A brilliant play.
It really was. I mean, I think that was the fun part of seeing an urban ending to start off the finals, right? It was a unique experience for a lot of these players, something they don't get to practice all the time. The amount of teams, I think it was like 10 teams at one point, were all stuffed in there by like 4. That double blue zone was amazing.
Yeah, that secured them the win there. And then to go in and clear the corner. Surprise! Shrimps just laughing and saying, ha ha ha. Double barrel in urban endings around corners. I love it.
I tell you what, every time you come and see these guys at the start of a final, they're like, I hope you didn't put me on your fantasy team. I'm feeling really crappy today. I don't think I'm going to do very good.
Oh, I feel neutral today,
I'm
guys.
kind of
They
neutral.
do downplay it.
They sure do.
Yeah, yeah.
But
then, did you read through it? Did you put a Shrimzy on your team?
No, I put a Tiggleton on Tiggleton's on my team
Oh,
because
okay.
Shrimzy was so expensive. But you see why.
Yeah.
He just plays, he's not even playing the front fragger role. He's just playing cleanup. He does so good with it.
Yeah, I do think they're on
The
course.
janitor.
They're on course very
Yes.
soon to be winning another international tournament. Whether it's this one or not, we will find out. But this is a brilliant start for them. 9 kills, 1,900 damage. Generally, in an urban ending like this, so kills get very separated
It does.
the lobby.
It gets completely spread out, obviously, because you have this kind of the middle. Everyone kind of congested towards the middle, and everyone's going to die once you see the middle teams kind of push it out. So, yeah, getting here 9, along with the win, that's huge. Fantastic start for them. But I'm very impressed with how Rock managed to stay 4 guys alive, getting the amount of kills they did, and kind of come in from that side that they did.
Yep.
They completely gatekept that side. That was good to see.
To get through with 5 kills, that shows a girth from Rock that we're not used to seeing. They sort of really spread out. They played very, very cleanly. I liked it. But back to...
They're pretty big, those mythical rocks.
They carry an elephant.
Mythical, not prehistoric.
Yeah,
Just
that's
to
what I said,
continue.
mythical.
Yes, yeah.
I did
Good
say
job.
mythical. I
Good
did
job.
change.
Change.
You
All right,
can call
but
me
Shrimzy.
Dr. Grand if you want.
Yeah, I know, I screwed up, I'm sorry. Shrimzy, though, with 5 kills and 751 damage. How much of that was
Only 62
shotguns?
damage taken as well. It's barely a first aid.
I mean, even across, like, Tiggleton had 60 taken, I think. H-Win was the highest in, like, around 3, and 0 on kick or something in that ballpark. That was, but, like, they just locked up their spot, didn't do much.
Seems like the golden number of damage taken when it comes to like getting big kill numbers. I think it was Type that had like 7 kills and then only 63 damage taken or something
like that.
around that.
Yeah, you're right.
But good start by Shrimzy, of course, here. Brilliant for the Falcons, and it sets them in such a strong position. Again, to get 9 kills out of this urban ending here, all things considered, when towards the very end, they hadn't had anything. They were just kind of waiting, biding their time. But Rock with 11 points, brilliant for them after such a blast of a last game for the
very
group
linear,
stage.
as you're pointing out, right? It's very, 2, 3, 4, like just going all the way up. That's always what happens when you have these kind of urban endings here. And then to pop off, obviously 2 teams on double digits here for Rock and Forest. It's good to see. Kiss has been such a standout player.
Yes.
I've been impressed with what we've seen so far, and I hope he can continue that throughout the final.
Go ahead.
No, so much so to the point where we're talking in the back. It's like, okay, yeah, he's with Forest Natural Gaming at the moment, but I think a lot of people might have their eyes on him.
I mean, if you talk to most of the players in the room, a lot of them have him on their fantasy teams. A lot of them have like, this guy is absolutely bananas to take in a 1v1. They talk about him all the time. Another team that was worth noting, Geek Esports walked away with 6 kills. A lot of that coming from the back of that really nice play against BB team. They thought they had cleaned up, and he just got that backstab and got a few extra points out of it.
Quissy was hiding at the right time.
What do you think of Kiss? Yeah. Okay, well, he says he's a beeping mammoth. Perfect.
Madman.
All right, well, there you go.
He is, though. I mean, but that's the thing. That's why you got to love these events. You see a player that you haven't a lot of experience with, coming with a team that you didn't expect a lot out of, and he's so strong that he has made them an actual contender for performance.
And to add on that, I just want to go back to this GK here, right?
Yeah.
It's so important in these urban endings that you are fully aware of surroundings, and the kill feed tracking is even more important, right?
For sure.
Because there's going to be these 1 or 2 guys that are just hiding around. They also found the TKL player, because I think it was Cole. It's like, okay, he's there, but the high ground managed to pay out so much for Twisted Minds. If Forest wasn't having that angle on them, that would have been a thorn in the side for Falcons, but it ended up perfectly for them.
All right, let's get to it then. We have one more Dusty Dunes on the way for day number 1. As the casters said in the previous one, let's get it as we head over to Poro and Paper Thin.
Let's get it!
Let's get it!
Let's get it!
Let's
we
go!
got one Miramar in the bag, and Falcons fans are ecstatic.
Heck yeah.
Kickstart fantasy owners, thoughts and prayers.
I am so glad that I picked Tixton today. That's all I'm saying.
Well, you know what? Sometimes you win the flip of the coin when it comes to Los Leones Circles. Falcons win that one, but they get 9 kills to go along with it.
They do.
Huge, huge start of the day here. And now we are back on Miramar. Same plane, same bat channel. Maybe we'll get the same circle. Hopefully not, right? Let's get something different, man.
But Los Leones
Los
Circles
Leones
is
Circles
so
are
fun.
There's no way, dude.
No.
If we ran back-to-back cities, I would think that would be crazier than getting
Maybe we get a Pozo Circle?
the cringy island circle.
Dude, okay, well, those are hilarious, but...
I mean, they're hilarious for like the first 10 minutes, and then it's 20 minutes of sitting there waiting for the last 5 people to actually find each other.
But, like, it can be kind of interesting in terms of, like, who's finding that one angle for that moment when they can actually swim and when they can find a boat, and maybe that, now with emergency pickups and gliders in play, you never know.
Actually, that's a good point.
I'm saying I think Island Circle's got legs.
I've not seen an island circle since the introduction of the pickup and glider, so that might actually actually make things kind of fun. As we do love an aerial battle, but we will get the central circle. Has Los Leones in it, has Picado in it, has everything in it. So this, by all accounts, should be a fairly slow early game. Hopefully. We'll see.
I pray for the crater finish. The crater edges are really, really fun, I think. But there's some of that open area in between Picado and Los Leones. That's the current center, and maybe it ends there. And then you got to have some good edge play or get one of those kind of compounds early and try to work your way through that way. 4AM had a really solid game there, to be honest.
It was nice.
Yeah, they defended their territory. They got in. They did the best they could, given the situation, in my opinion. There wasn't a whole lot else. I mean, VP just kind of outplayed them, and it do be like that sometimes. When you gotta breach those compounds like that in a situation like that, you just gotta kind of send it and pray they don't have panzers and grenades, and they usually do.
Yeah, all things said, no. I mean, there wasn't really much they could do there, and it was just really well played by VP. I mean, individual performances are fantastic. Kiss, obviously the sweetheart of PGS 8 right now. Forest's Kiss has just been showing out as we get to see the replay of the 7700 dismantling of Theraton 5, the stuff of actual legends, the hard push, 32 HP, not scared at all. Only thing he's mad about is that he couldn't continue his reign of terror.
Yeah, what a perfect spot for the barrel too.
Oh,
I mean, just the perfect range for that.
Do you think an M4 wins that?
No.
You don't?
I don't think so.
Even
I think it's only barrel.
With the extendy?
I think only barrel.
Okay.
There you go.
All right, somebody go and do the
maybe
check.
MP5, yeah.
Maybe. Well, the fact he didn't have to reload, I don't think he reloaded, did he? No, I don't think he did.
Maybe he did after the first 2.
He might have gotten that after the first one. But we did have a chance to sit down and talk with Type from T1. Let's hear what he has to say.
치킨 2번 먹어서 기분은 좋은데 이제 게임 내용이 좀 깔끔하지 않았어가지고 앞으로 더 발전할 수 있으니까 그거에 대해서 좀 만족감이 그렇게 크지 않았던 것 같습니다. 그냥 쉬는 동안 놀러도 가고 팀원들이랑 대화도 많이 하고 개인적으로 생각해가지고 좀 발전한 것 같습니다. 조금만 보완하면은 그래도 8등 안에는 무조건 들 수 있다고 생각합니다. 서로 다 잘하는 걸 알아서 대화만 더 잘 되고 피드백 나온 거 보완만 더 잘하면 잘할 것 같습니다.
There it is. That's what I was waiting for. I was about to say, I feel like I could do an interview for T1, man. They're just so professional. They say exactly the right thing every single time, exactly what you'd want to hear them say if you're a fan.
It's almost
then you
like
get a dab.
yeah,
then they'll
then you
also
get the
dab on you.
Yeah,
They'll also dab on you.
Oh wait, Freak's in trouble.
Goat V?
Goat V? God V?
Maybe.
Nope.
Maybe not. Not this time. Next time.
He did
Next
some
time.
damage, but
Re-rack.
yeah, exactly. This is definitely a GG go next for him, as the rest of 4 a.m. nowhere near anywhere that they can help him out. They were coming in a bit late behind him. He was trying to get that early scout position for his squad, and the Freaks very happy to take that away from him. Probably had vision on it from where they drop near Mina Centrales. There's a lot of high ground over there. You could see down into that area of the map. So probably had a decent idea that he was alone, and found their moment to strike, as they did in the, as they will do from time to time. They're not the most aggressive team, but they absolutely will exploit weaknesses when they find them.
Tell you what, man, that's not 2 games in a row that they've caught somebody like that. They got stayed in the first game.
That's it.
So you could tell. It seems like Freaks have been doing their research about where they might be able to find people early on in these big splits, these looting splits, and they end up picking up Godby this time. Now, they didn't really get much off of it after getting it last game, as they ran into the freight train that is known as KISS in the northeast of Los Leones, but maybe they can find some success here as we check in with TKL, Taikule, and Cold 119.
I mean, I think for me, for the Freaks, the biggest problems that we've seen across PGS and 7 is, one, just losing players in early rotations. That was a huge problem for them in 7, especially in the group stage. And then 2 is just kind of maybe not judging their splits when they're safe and when they're not. That has cost them players. That you could argue it might have cost them a little bit in the grand finals last time, or in the final stage when they lost to a Snake, not being a little too over aggressive with a scouting player, not having that straight up 4v4 against 17 in the end.
Do you think it might be just like general situational awareness? Because that's what we saw last game too, right? Like they were coming in as a 3-man, I think, in the north side of Los Leones, got shot at by Baron. Everybody stopped down, and before they could even blink, they had the alternative, the third party from KISS that came in. They had no idea he was even there. So they had no idea Baron was there, no idea what KISS was there, no idea the Snake in the Grass was there at Grand Final. Maybe is it just maybe a communication issue? I don't know.
That's a tough one to say for sure.
It's
because
tough, yeah. We're not there, right?
Right,
Obviously.
and in the previous game, like a Los Leones circle like that, we haven't seen it at all across these 2 events. So who's doing what, where, when, and why is a lot harder to judge. So you have to rely on like your IGL's internal senses of a situation and how bad are So probably what Gumin is thinking there in that spot is, okay, there's guys up on the hills, we can stop here at these shacks because we'll be safe. We can get underneath them, and they weren't quite anticipating the angles that they were going to be seen from by KISS, especially. That was a huge problem. So just kind of a little bit of like panic and maybe lack of situational awareness hurt them a bit.
And we'll also say that they just had the misfortune of running into the circle at the same spot that Forest comes in, which Forest, they take their time. They are 100% comfortable with being extremely split. They'll eat some blue zone. They'll play the edge, and they'll play it really quiet until they know that they've got you at your most exposed, most vulnerable. So that time, just maybe we'll chalk it up to bad luck for the Freaks this time, as we wait and see what happens here as they got the 2-2 split towards the center. BB team, meanwhile, they showed Geeky a little bit of something. Or actually, I think Geeky showed them a little bit of something. But
it was a little of both.
It was a little bit of both.
A little bit of both.
BB 3 points in that first game, and we'll hopefully see them get back on their high horse here in game number 2.
And I mean, at the end of the day, that was a rough spot to be in. Yeah, everybody coming out of that southern road basically died. Right?
Yeah.
Like it just, you weren't getting too much further. It's just too wide open coming out from some of those compounds that are going to have great vision onto you there. So even T1 try to just to see if they could find a timing, maybe when like BB and GK are fighting or something like that. Couldn't quite get it to go.
Bagopa tried to come down the hill and they run right into 4 a.m. So it was just kind of like everybody was being funneled into that one death death spot, right?
Yeah.
Death funnel.
And
Death
you don't have
funnel,
any.
let's call it that.
I like that. But you don't have any choice there in a lot of ways.
Exactly, yeah,
Like you might be seeing this and thinking, well, why don't you make a wide wrap or try to run down the hill? Well, you run down the hill, you run into the same problem.
Yeah.
You're just. I mean, Belmoth tried and he got a knock,
Yeah.
right? Like
I
so.
mean, you're getting peppered by Twisted Minds, who's got high grounds.
Exactly.
You're getting shot at by anybody who happens to be in a compound on the edge. Like, there's just nothing really that you can do there except for trying to hope that you can win that fight here. We see the E pickup popped by T1 just on the western side of that Cantera crater. It looks like that should be arriving right as the zone pops. So we'll see where the next one decides to take us. A lot of real estate taken up. The only place that's really empty right now is the very, very far south and the very, very far north. So any hard shifts will, in that direction, might cause some problems. But let's see. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Hard shift to the north. And T1 will go ahead and leave that E pickup, I imagine. And it's probably good that they did because you can see 4 a.m. making their way from Graveyard. They might have been able to spot them out as they were going up.
Yeah, so this is a little bit uncomfortable for a lot of these teams because this is probably going to end up shifting down to the south or the east away from the power grid area.
Start looking at Twisted spot.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Nope, that Picado area, really nice. That longhouse that Lou is in.
That's the one.
Very, very good. That spot is, but he's alone. So I'm kind of a little bit concerned for him if the Freaks kind of get wind of that. We've already seen that they're opportunistic at isolating and taking down individual players. There may be a chance for them to do that. T1 going to have to drive through the dust storm, though. And that's less than ideal because now you don't know exactly what 4 a.m. did in front of you.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to kind of come out of that thing blind.
I mean, it's the good part about it is that nobody really knows what's happening with you either, as somehow Haruzan kind of got left behind here for Geek. Not sure what's going on there. It looks like he may be moving around. I don't know. We'll check back in. Rock coming into that western side of Picado. Looks like they've found a compound that they're comfortable in. TKL, meanwhile, going to regroup everybody just off to their southwest. T1 continuing that wrap into the cliffs, the mountains just to the south of San Martin, and they should be just fine. There's nobody up there, so lots of room to play around.
And if it's one of those circles that ends near the rock ledges to the east of power grid, you can actually play from that hill and get pretty deep into games. So for T1 here, this isn't the end of the world. You know, yeah, you don't have one of those compounds or positions that's next to that road that runs from Picado to San Martin.
Sure.
But if you could stay up there, control some of that high ground, keep Falcons kind of busy with their positions also near the high ground, you might be able to come out of this pretty well, pretty deep into the game. It just depends, because if the next circle hard shifts down to the south or the east before it necessarily needs to, you're in trouble.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if they're actually going to leave E-End over in that direction just in case, so that they have a method of backfilling. But I think they just realized that they're all by themselves. It looks like Haruzan's back in his chariot, so Geek kind of arriving, backfilling where T1's E-End is right now, coming through Minas Generalis. But they now might run into that forest split that hangs out. Scappy, the northernmost spotter here, but it looks like he's okay not taking shots, maybe not have an angle on it. He's going to hop in the vehicle, maybe track him a little bit. BB team still coming in from the west. Long wrap out in the blue. They've got Begopod just in front of them.
Yeah, Begopod here might have an angle on trying to do some damage to BB team. It just depends on when they notice it and how well they're set up. I mean, they're putting some players up on the Pride Rocks that are just to the southwest of Power Grid, so they're going to have some good vision down into there for sure. BB going to have to make some decisions. There are open compounds. There is that warehouse just to their east they could think about. VP has the circle not too far away from them, so might be able to just kind of hunker down towards the edge a little bit and wait this one out. See if, and then you start looking for your moment where another team's fighting ahead of you, where you can bust things open that way, find a good timing.
T1 taking a page out of 4 a.m.'s book as they have popped their second E-pickup on the circle pop, as we are going to go to the northwest, and Power Grid is in it, and all of a sudden this has become, this is about to be brutal. I mean, look how many teams are off to the southeast. Twisted Minds has to be on the clock here. They're holding Picado. They've got 17 arriving already, but you still got all these teams that are about to start wrapping up to the north side. T1, I think they're realizing this is a bad spot to be. We're about to have a lot of friends. Let's go take a spot that's better immediately.
17 right back at home. They came and they went. I was just about to say I'm worried about Salute. He was driving right towards the Falcons, trying to be that point man for the Freaks. Here goes more of them. They're going to actually win that battle. Heaven there. Going to take down Trimsy. Tiggleton backed off a little bit. The Freaks get underneath the rocks, get underneath the Falcons' noses. What more can they do with that? Meanwhile, Daytrade losing players. Twisted Minds on the outside of Picado. Find 2 for Perfectix.
Can he get one more? He's going to find no. Tigger will get Perfectix as he's going for the flush, trying to secure the point. Flash is getting pinged down, so he will go down. And that'll at least be point secured for Twisted Minds, but they do lose Perfectix. As you saw, they were spread out all across this northern side of Picado, and the rest of the team not able to get over to provide defense for Perfectix before Daytrade was able to crash on him. 17, meanwhile, you see them off in the distance. They hear all this going on. They might start making their way up here soon.
A little bit worried about EN for T1. There's 2 teams, 4 AM and Geeke right next to him up on the northern side of this circle. Lou has another Panzer. We've seen what he can do with it.
Oh no, Example's gone down. Rock had eyes on this as well, and they spot Example from way downtown as Lou is all by himself. Again, point man, as 4 AM is going to scrap on this northern side. Ian was left as the last player on this north side to kind of make sure that nobody backfilled. Unfortunately, everybody's backfilling. That's just how the circle is going to play, as BL will get a knock on a Tigger now from Daytrade. Rock finding a lot of knocks here, a lot of damage by third and fourth party in this fight.
Ian has to be so careful in this situation. He's got some oversight from his teammates. They can keep track of what's going on around him, but Geeke is going to make the wide rotation away from this. There is some room on the other side. Na'Vi, though, angling in the same direction. So is T5. There's a bunch of teams trying to get up on the northwest end, and a Tungmu going to take down Ian. Not much that T1 can do about that.
Yeah, I mean, he was on an island. He had to play like he was on an island. And he does get spotted out, gets taken down, but the rest of T1 have that north side of power grid. Bagel Khan has made his way into the south side of that power grid. So T1, they have to be ready for this. You can see them taking shots off to the north as Theraton 5 will find Stead. Fluky gets flushed out, but Fluky will flush out Stead, and then he gets flushed out by Sosa. Trades going along all the way in this northern side. Spiro still out in the blue as the rest of Geeke is holding the line on this northern side of the circle.
This is absolute madness. This is all fighting deep into the blue. Rossiter Jr. finds a good angle, gets the knock onto Sosa. Grenade up and over. Could be dangerous if it's on point, and it is!
Oh,
that should be the end! Oh, it's just barely. He ticked the health. Fairest so lucky there, and now Rossiter Jr. in trouble, and he's down. Fairest has got him.
And he might go down as well. He will, as Na'Vi will be our first team eliminated here in match number 2. But Geeke looks like they should be able to get everybody in, and they're trying to get better spots. As you see Ranger X just running from the blue. He's got Padampong on his back, but Geeke will get that spot early, the high ground early, but they might have to worry about Bagel Pod. Meanwhile, Daytrade does finally get eliminated by Twisted Minds. Batulins was rezzed back on his feet, so they are 3 strong, still trying to play out of Picado, but they've got to get on the move.
Yeah, and the Freaks have gotten into a compound, but H-Win was there, did a ton of damage to Heaven, got the knock onto Gumin. And so the Freaks trying to maneuver around this fortification that the Falcons have set up. We're starting to pay the price, and now the double blue zone grenade going to come out there, but a good grenade from
nice
DL.
Grenade.
Has him knocked. The follow-up can't find the flush, but Gumin, do you have a blue zone bag, or are you just outside of it? Hard to tell from this angle. DL trying to hold off Tiggleton from above. Gumin, I don't know if you can get rezzed here. He's getting shot up and kickstarts. Blue zone is going to get it. Salute done as well. Kickstart. Gets around the edge and finds some big knocks.
What a hero kickstart as he comes down at the perfect time. Has to find a spot to heal up here, though, as an E-pickup has been popped by Twisted Minds down in Picado. And they're going to throw some, that's a good utility. Just gets there before Kickstart can get the heal off, as 17 Gaming gets absolutely wiped and destroyed by T1. They tried to make it up to the north, and they found T1 waiting.
Now VP right ahead of T1, but nobody's inside of power grid proper. There could be an angle there for T1 to move through. DL trying to hold the line, nailed some great grenades, but now he's out, so has to back up. He is really in danger in that building, and he knew it. You can see the double grenades immediately coming out from Forest to make sure that that is clear. DL gonna have to regroup, reset. Twisted Minds, though, able to come through, off of a E pickup. They were able to come out of Picado and get dead center. Just beautiful macro play from them.
Nicely done. Is very rare that you see a Phase 4 E-pickup actually work without losing anybody. But here we go. VP now fighting with T1. The smoke wall on that ridge line. T1 sending Util over, but not finding it. They'll find Luka Rux. They'll flush at least. Beamy has an angle onto Heather here. Gets him low, but can't flush him out. We'll spot out Type. Type, though, will win that 1v1 as Nixie will continue to play inside the smokes.
And here comes Raining in the car from behind, but Heather gonna get Nixie. Ibiza, the last one up. He's got an AK, he's got one. Looking for more, can't find the flush. T1, 11 kills here in this game.
When did that happen? Goodness gracious, T1 are coming alive in game number 2, and they'll get their man back up. They'll be 3 strong. They have to make their way into the zone, though. But right now, it seems like it might be pretty clear as Forest and Freaks are still battling amongst themselves. Tiggleton, the last player left alive for Falcons, will pick off some stuff from Kickstart.
He's just trying to see what he can scoop up in terms of health there to get things going a little bit longer. Gonna try to sneak through this little crevice underneath to the Freaks there because they're busy dealing with Forest. DL and Heaven, the only 2 left for them, trying to hold the line against a team that we know is ferocious in team fights. Kiss, Baron, going to be leading the charge, but the Freaks there need to throw out some smokes. They want to make a move. You'd love here as the Freaks if you could find Tiggleton, at least get another point out of this. I mean, it's going to be hard to get much further in this game, especially in a 2v4 fight. Nearly unwinnable, but tons of smokes to try to make some kind of move. Maybe just going to make a play for the car. No, they're going to get aggressive.
Yeah, Forest, they've sent Olympus inside the zone, so this is just a 3-man push. 3v2 with Tiggleton on the back. Baron hiding in the smokes. Deal comes through. He's got the shotty waiting for him, though. He'll spot out Deal. Olympus will get taken down by Type, though, so that's their front man that was sent in. They'll at least secure this point. Let's see if they can finish off Heaven. He is ducking and dodging between the buildings, but Kiss is just waiting for him to peek. It doesn't matter. How does Heaven win that? That was unbelievable.
He got headshotted too. I mean, he's dead now, but he's at least gotten himself an extra point for the Freaks. He had no business winning that fight. Kiss holding the angle, hits ahead, and he still somehow wins it. Now you're going to have to deal with another Korean team. T1 is watching that push out from Force, but not much they can really do about it from that angle without giving themselves up to other players. Instead, just let Type do the job. Going to spray down Baron with the M4, and that's another kill. 13 for T1.
Hope he's got some 5-5, though. My man is running low on the ammos as Raining will get spotted out from range by RB and Rock. Had been slowly making their way in from that Picado location. Tiggleton, though, it looks like he's been spotted by a Khan. Of all people, I don't even think Rock knows that Tiggleton is behind them. They have zero clue. Look at them. They're just running around for free on the hillside here. And Tiggleton managing to sneak his way in to the zone.
Unbelievable. What timing for Tiggleton. At least hopefully going to get into placement points potentially. Let's see if he can get that far. He's the one on the cusp of being into that 8th place spot. Taikula just down to Spaceman. He's kind of center circle. Twisted Mind just hunkering down, and a great grenade there. A lot of them going to find damage onto Type, and there's just no hope for him. It's going to have to be salvage points now for T1's Heather, but still a phenomenal game no matter how you cut it.
Jeez Louise, the hard shift up to the north on C2, C3, and now everything's come south since. And Twisted Minds down to 2. They've got a spot playable. Rock, they've got, well, what they think they have is complete control of the eastern side. What they don't know is that they've got a sneaky, sneaky Tiggleton that's hiding right next to their own car. Look at him. He's just hiding. He's so sneaky.
This is why you check your seats before you get in at night, folks.
Exactly.
Like, you never know who's lurking in that back
seat. You never know. Well, on the southwestern side, though, BB team, again, what do we say? We need to figure out how they do this because they have managed to keep all 4 alive. You don't see them get involved in very many early game fights, but then they managed to keep 4 alive all the way to the late game. They are in a beautiful spot. Example, will take out that last player from TKL. and now Begopa and Geekay. Begopa has been hanging out on this high ground for a long time, but they have to come down, but they know that Geekay is right beneath them.
Yeah, Geekay's their best option to get off of this rock. Going the other direction towards BB, it's going to be a lot more exposed. Some decent grenades do some okay damage. Not as close as you'd like them to be for sure. Park Pro going to let loose with another one. They got to figure out a way to deal with Quizzy, and then they can take this fight against Haruzen a little bit more cleanly. Still Heather behind this, waiting for T1 to see if he can find his opportunity to maybe steal some kills or backstab when the moment arises. Begopa slow and steady now. Got to start thinking about some smokes. Probably just got the eyes on the PWD there.
I don't think they knew about Quizzy, though. Quizzy will spot out a Khan. He will immediately get traded down again. Haruzen had to run out into the blue zone trying to see if he can maybe sneak around them, but they did spot him. And now it's all down to PWD. He's got that hard cover as Begopa. They lose one, but they still have a way inside the zone. They got to keep those smokes blooming. But look at Heather, last player alive for T1, be damned. He is still ADR farming.
Yeah, this is nice stuff from Heather, finding his moment to strike. The Molly's now out right at the rotation path here for Begopa. They're able to go around the right-hand side of the car, but Sungjang taking a bunch of damage, can't find the angle to get it in there. Heather going to come through, finds another knot. Tiggleton, in the meanwhile, able to backstab Rock, find another point for the Falcons. PWD on his own, and they're just going to push out towards him, switches over to the sawed-off, going to go for the point blank, but he tries the ball, and he pays the price.
Oh, I don't know if that, I don't think that ball was intentional. I think that might have been on accident, but Tiggleton will go down to Rock as they have 4 kills now, and they are in the top 5. They still have pretty much all of that southeast. BB team still has all the southwest, and then you've got the solos of Heather and Sungjang on that north side. An Example in Lu still playing around in the middle. They're starting to flex out a little bit, though. Example, or Lu rather, catching himself in no man's land, and he will be taken down by Biel.
Yeah, this is looking really nice for BB team right now. They're able to claim a solid chunk of the circle for themselves. They have a ton of cover to work with. Sungjang doesn't really have many avenues to get cleanly into this next circle, so he is playing a waiting game. Him and Heather both know that the further they get into this circle, the harder it's going to be. It's a lot of downhill terrain without a ton of cover, but Heather has found the ability to get to this rock safely. He could outlast Sungjang. He was looking out there for the last Begopa player to see if he could pick him off from the blue, but wasn't afforded the opportunity, really. And BB team now trying to claim whatever points they can. No kills so far. They'd love to rake in as many as they can, and yet Maldak going to get Sungjang.
That'll be the first kill for BB team there as well, as just the game has not come anywhere near them. Everything has been on the east, and they were on the quiet south and western side. So now they have to start spreading their wings a little bit. They have taken complete control of the center of the zone. But how good of a read do they have on where these Rock players are? And can they spot out Example as well? Rock still have plenty of ridge lines to kind of play around. Another great game for Rock here. 6 kills, and currently in 3rd place overall.
Yeah, RBN was talking about how important it was, you know, to get these players here, to get them some experience. You know, he's the one who has that international experience coming into this. Can he lead them through a difficult situation? Love the position they have Santastico in. He could cause problems for BB team if they're not expecting him, and obviously Example is Example. He can ruin a team's day at a heartbeat.
Oh my God. Oh, don't stand up straight. Just keep crouching, Phil First. Bad posture is saving your life right now, as Example is just wishing.
He's got that caster posture, bro.
He does. He's got his good gamer hunch. He's gunching so hard right now. But you know what? He's staying alive. He's got that high side. He's not even thinking about, he heard that. He heard that, and he's going to try to spray, but Best of Luck will finish him off, as Phil First did lose the 1v1, but he's off in the distance, too. This might just be a straight-up 3v3 here now between BB team and Rock.
But that revealed Bestelak and Maladok's positions there. So now the grenades, pretty accurate in terms of closeness to where BB was, but BB, happy feet, able to dodge a lot of that early damage. Rock's got to strike. They got to make sure that they can find the opportunity to at least take space. That knock is really huge because it evened things up between them and BB. Obviously, BL with the FAMAS should have some level 3 armor, you would think, behind it, unless he got really chewed up at some point. RBN up on top of the high ground, trying to provide some good eyes onto what's going on beneath him, but had to use some smokes because he was open to BB's angles as well. It all comes down to a little bit of a position battle, seemingly. Right now, nothing anybody can do to try to go for that flush onto Phil first.
Yeah, Phil first going down also gave Rock that high ground advantage, right? They had the flanker side. Phil first was playing that role for the boys. He's still crawling over here, so he's not dead yet. He could be brought back onto his feet, and it looks like BB Team is just kind of keep things slow so that they maybe get him back. As Rock, they're going to try to, it looks like Santastico BL might be thinking about going low here.
No way they get this res.
Actually stick this.
Oh, no.
That's huge.
That is amazing. That is devastating for Rock.
That's just nothing Rock can do really about it. I mean, I think sending somebody low, but even the low ground here is really, really difficult to play. The second you spray one person, you're immediately going to get it returned. So it's kind of a suicide mission. It feels like if you go low side.
They needed those grenades to connect earlier.
Definitely.
When the positions got revealed, I mean, they looked close from our kind of third-person perspectives, but those could be a little deceiving in terms of where the grenades are actually landing and exploding. I mean, BL and RBN, they're all just going to group up. I mean, I think at this point,
see a doozy.
Yeah, you can't play for trades. You've got to find this extra player if you can deal with the doozy. But no, a doozy's got it.
Yeah, I mean, that was a perfect call from BB Team, sending a doozy to make sure that the low wrap would be spotted out. And BL, there was just nothing he could do. He was wide out in the open, and that should be an easy flush as well with the tap, 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 tap point in the bag. And now we push them as they are pressed right up against the wall. This is what BB Team does best. They put you in a bad position and then force you to play from it. But good spray from RBN. Opens up a little bit of a door here. Phil first had the return spray. Got RBN really low. But Santastico will spot out Best of Luck. And now did that res come in huge as a doozy will find the first knock with a grenade. Phil first will go down as well. Santastico, who is this guy? He's going to keep Rock in this thing until the bitter end. It's a 1v1. Santastico with the Rock versus a doozy from BB Team.
There's no way he can do this. Surely not. Surely not. Has the first aid in hand. He's still at a disadvantage. Going to throw out some stuns. That was the last one of those. He goes up and over. He's going to do it! Santastico! Fantastico!
Say the name. Santastico wins against BB Team in a most unexpected way. What a final circle, what a final fight between two teams that have been showing out since the moment they stepped in the door.
Oh, that's heartbreaking for BB. You get the res, and it looks like you've got the game in hand. And you can see Besto has to kind of sigh that one off. I mean, that's a tough one to shake.
They had him down to a 4v2. Yep. They had him down to a 4v2, and that is not, by any means, a throw from BB Team.
Not at all.
That is just amazing individual play from one player, the kind of stuff that wins tournaments. You want your big guys to show up at big moments, and there's no bigger moment than this, the grand final of PGS 8.
Well, I'm going to quote the rest of the team from Rock. Santastico is fantastico. What a performance coming out from that young man right there. That was insane. It was a little bit of a gift almost to a degree in terms of those 1v1s constantly fed the way off him, but he knocked it out of the park for Rock.
I don't think anybody watched thought that was
No!
Yeah, in this case here, obviously Rock being able to close this one out is massive. A 3 versus 4. They got the res off. I did not expect BB to give this many opportunities, though, to Rock. Because, sure, they had some cover.
Yeah.
They had some util. But, in this case here, still looking really good for Rock.
They weren't prepared. So here's the Here's the problem. We go into this end game. Rock does exactly what we expect. They're a little passive on rotation. They do a little backfills. They get some good fights. Then they get to this 4v3 with BB team. And now, keep in mind, second game in a row where they had to go second, like, against a team that is world-class, tons of experience. They play it slow. I don't think BB team was ready for how hunkered down these guys were. They built a nest behind that rock, and they were like, I think we have to push them because they're just... They were being not proactive, and I think it threw BB team off.
I'm going to be honest, when we were watching this in the back, we felt like as soon as Phil first goes down to example, I think to myself, this is the chance Rock needs. And then somehow Phil first is given the room to get across.
I was mad.
They get the res. The air got sucked out of the room for Rock. It felt like, uh-oh, this is a huge, huge problem. But then all of a sudden, they just kind of came in single file. I am flabbergasted at what we just witnessed.
They were so certain that they're just going to completely donk on them. Then they gave them not one, not two, not three, but 4 1 versus 1s. Sure, there was some util committed. Sure, there was some action that kind of had that. There was a good rock to be kind of played behind. And of course, the last 1 versus 1, when you pop up a stun grenade with that, there's no way you can close that round. So that flashbang, you can see even that he can't ADS. He's holding the line up right. Like, you're just winning that. Look how elated they are.
Sleeves rolled up.
Cameras are shaking. Rock is loving it. We heard pop-offs from all across the venue, and what a performance. And that now means Rock is going to be in #1 in the grand finals after 2 games, just 2 games. But what a performance. What a performance on Miramar.
I assume that if I go backstage right now, they're going to be posing in front of that scoreboard for pictures, as they should. Excellent play.
Stop the count.
Stop the count. Stop the count. Honestly, though, this is... To put this in context, Taggleton said when he got here, Santastico said, I am such a big fan. Like, these are guys who have been watching these players play, who have their chance at the big leagues, and are now going head-to-head and winning not 1v1s, not 1v2s, 1v3 pluses against them.
The hilarious thing is that I didn't think coming out of this game anything was going to top the discussion point of T1. However... We're kind of there. Let's take a look at the rest of Rock, and then we can talk about T1.
Sure.
Because Rock deserves the limelight after something like that. I want to look at all the rest of the players and see what they've been up to as well here from all of this. As for Santastico, those 3 towards the end are making that clutch happen. Unbelievably pivotal. To be honest, he's not going to get man of the match, but I think he is the man of the match for me in my
this is, you have to give the honorary one, right? To have a clutch moment like that, to be able to turn this around, that stun grenade in the very end, that was just perfectly executed, right? And he was under pressure, but they managed to do it, and they managed to give all that they had. Even after Tickleton backstabbed, and even then he put them down to being only 3, there should have been some sort of managers. It's going to be BL with 644 damage and 3 kills. But yeah, Santastico with that last clutch, that was huge.
So, man of the match, BL, but you're right. Honorary goes to Santastico because that was that moment where they were looking, I think, down the barrel of another second place. They're probably pretty happy with that situation. And then he comes out and manages to do something that he is going to be telling his grandkids about when he gets older, right? He's going to be like, I went up against these. I mean, these guys, a doozy, okay? I killed a doozy.
All right, 20 points go their way. As we mentioned, they will be #1 on the leaderboard so far. Let's turn our attention to T1 and what they did as well, though, because Toffees, it felt like from the word go, it was just non-stop fighting from them, and it was awesome to watch.
When we started the show, we said it's a team that was built for championships. They're really focused on EWC. Every game matters. They came out in this match, and every step that they took on this map was covered in footprints of blood. They literally had to fight tooth and nail for every ounce of dirt, and they're going to get a good amount of points off of that. Rock Esports, that
31.
That's awesome. Congratulations, guys. That's a really
America's
amazing
#1, baby. America's #2, baby.
That's really
all
impressive.
the way.
I didn't expect that when I showed up this morning. I'm not going to lie to you.
No.
I'm happy to see it, but it's pretty good for them.
It's rare to see more placement points than kills as well.
That is true. That is true. But, I mean, let's continue down this avenue here, Avenger, because I do want to get your take on T1 as well, considering the performance they put up too.
Yeah, I mean, this is them holding on to the reins, making sure that they're in the lead here. They are taking on the teams that they know and they can take on. Mechanically, these guys are there. But for this to kind of continue here, like, this felt like where it's like perfectly lined up with the fights that they had, because there's not much third partying on their fights. They could take the fights that they wanted in the timing that they wanted, right? Okay, we're done with this fight then. Okay, let's heal up, let's loot a little bit, and then get on to the next fight, right? And then BP kind of took them off, tried to kind of catch them off-handed. BP got completely shut down from that.
So, what a start. What a wild roller coaster we've already been on across just 2 games.
I mean, it's absolutely been... we thought 17, they won PGS 7. They've been kind of quiet in this one so far. We have seen some really cool stuff come from Twisted Minds, but they're not closing out the games. But to see T1 and Rock, 2 teams that I did not expect to be in that position after 2 games, it means this is incredibly exciting.
Also 2 completely opposite endings. One
really
open here, not too much cover, and then on the other side, complete urban, really different circles. Also, sure, somewhat close, but different areas of the map.
All right, well, time for a break. When we return, wildcard maps on the way. Already started wild, so why not let's turn that up a little bit right after this break.
Powered by the most advanced WindForce cooling system, reducing temperatures while your competition sweats. For the flagship Aorus Extreme Water Force, premium liquid metal for GPU delivers up to 10 times better heat transfer efficiency and is accompanied by multiple layers of protection. This is the Gigabyte GeForce RTX 50 series. Play hard, stay cool, feel the chill.
hao. I'm Tiger and Lilik.
No, Lilik.
Welcome back, everybody. We've got 2 games in the books, and now we are headed on to, I believe, Taego, after the Americas have come out strong, and most recently, I gotta say it, Paper, you get so much love to Korea. Vamos, baby! Brazil coming in here with a huge win from Rock in game number 2.
I mean, that was just an insane ending. Just an insane ending. No other way to describe it. I mean, Fantastico. What else needs to be said? That is just one of those great moments in PUBG Esports history right there, where he's able to clutch out a huge win for Rock. And, you know, going forward, are they going to be able to keep building momentum off that? Because surely that should give them a ton of confidence.
I mean, you're talking about a 2nd place followed by a 1st place. If you're not going to build momentum off of that, I don't know what else you need. But we are heading over to those quote-unquote wild card maps, which can always present some unique and interesting situations for these guys to have to deal with. And one of the most, one team that's got a lot to deal with here. How do you recover from that if you're BB team? That was a really rough one. But we are in the plane. We are ready to go on to Taego. Love the red.
Oh, that is nice. That is very nice. I mean, I think, you know, for BB team, they played enough PUBG.
I would think so.
They should be okay.
They're
would
professionals.
Think. Yeah, they're professionals.
Cold-blooded.
You know, and the thing about PUBG is like, you have a solid, usually in the beginning of games, you know, a couple minutes to kind of regroup, talk things out, you know, kind of get your feet underneath you again and sort of just wash away what happened previously. Just washes away.
Calgon, take me away. Well, they got a chance to kind of sit down and a little bit longer break this time as well. Talk to the coach, get a little drinky, and get their minds right as they head on to Taego and immediately drop out of the plane. So they are one of the first to the ground, and that'll be a good way to get things going. As we see, this is a little bit dangerous. Rock and Freaks running right close to each other just southwest of Godok.
What in the world is going on here? This must just be kind of cross drops because of the shifted plane pass.
Salute's nowhere near either.
This is, Salute's over by Godok, and Rock has to pull off. They couldn't get down first, and they knew that they were not going to have a good opportunity. So instead, it's a quick pivot over to the vehicle. Heaven has a mini, and he's running over there. These are going to be tough shots. Yeah, not in time.
Not in time, and luckily they left him a US, so that's nice of them. Are they going to chase him? No way they chase him, right?
No. There's no hope.
Not chasing. We'll go back to Godok. We'll loot up as Salute has found the city completely empty. New circle has popped, and we are going back down to the southeast. Looks like we're centering just off to the northwest of Buksansa.
Yeah. So we'll see. We had a circle over here the other day, and maybe kind of in a similar vicinity. Don't know for sure, of course, but just, you know, kind of wait on this one. But a lot of teams had to drop on that northern island because of the plane path, so there could be a few awkward situations trying to cross those bridges. But the westernmost bridge has 2 levels, so it makes it a lot safer to get across. One of those bridges, you got to make a jump, and you can do it from the north side to the south side. You know, a lot of times you're going to see teams using the ramp, but there is that little, I don't even know what to call it, like a girder that sticks out.
Yeah. There's a way to do it. It's definitely possible. We have seen, we've seen teams do it, and we've seen the same team fail it. So sometimes it's a lot harder to miss or harder to hit than you might otherwise indicate. Well, Biel and the rest of the Rock Boys already sending it down across the bridge, so they won't have to worry about any potential bridge camps. T1, meanwhile, after the freight train that they boarded in game number 2, what did they end up with? Like 13 kills, something like that? It was
14 maybe.
Bananas.
I mean, that is, you know, I think T1 pulled off of their Chumacera drop spot, and I think you can pretty well say that that ended up being the right decision for them.
I would say so.
This is a team that could fight out in the open with the best of them, and they are showing you why. You know, tremendous mechanics. You know, Sonic was praising his team's sort of diligence during the week off, where they were grinding, they were practicing a lot, getting ready for this. There's still a lot at stake for this T1 squad in terms of, you know, their rankings and where they're going to be going the rest of the year and getting into EWC and things like that. So, yeah, they are fully locked in, at least so far, here in the finals, and definitely looking forward to this. I'm just going to shut up and watch.
Yeah, just a little replay here of sweet Santastico generously taking the 4 1v1s that BB was willing to provide him after they went up 4-2 or 4 players to 2, but Santastico just playing that rock like a Stradivarius, and that chef's kiss, the perfect flashbang at the end to secure the dub. That is we're going to be seeing highlights of that for the rest of the year. Hope you liked it, because you're going to be seeing a lot of it.
that one's going to be all over PAS at the beginning of this in this season. But we do have an interview with Shrimzy and the Falcons after their Game 1 win. Let's see what he has to say.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing with Shrimzy, my captain. All right, Falcons won the bird war on the first Miramar, but we saw you laugh heavily at the end. What happened?
Well, Tig was talking a lot of smack, so I just decided to put him down and get the last kill for all the fantasy users.
Do it for the fans. All right, thank you. Thank you too. Yeah, thank you. All right, we're gonna go back to Tego. Bye.
Bye. Well, thank you. I mean, look, it's good that the boys are keeping the fantasy players in mind. As Nixie has that M249 and ooh, okay, they'll get Dons, they'll get Cold, they'll get Spaceman. Can they get Suze as well, as they executing a little bit of a bridge camp over by the fishing camp? This is their normal drop. They haven't been able to use it, though, because the Expendables has the same drop, but the Expendables obviously not here in these grand finals, and now VP able to play Tego the way they want to, and they're going to find 3 kills to start off the match.
Well, I talked about it at the beginning. So many teams on that northern island had to wonder, is somebody going to make a go for it? And VP, you know, kind of frustrated. You could see it on camera when we were watching some of the highlights from the last game. Their reaction after losing that battle against T1, you know, a lot of frustration being shown. And this is a way to kind of, again, reset, change your mindset, change everything about the rest of the day potentially. Get one of those good bridge camps, get some good kills, and kind of move from there. And they are back up to 4 strong, and they take 3 away from Taikula.
Meanwhile, while that's going on, we have 2 E-pickups in the air as well, as we've got BB Team and Theraton 5 making their way down to the southeast. It looks like BB Team will go long, and they should be free. We'll keep an eye on Theraton 5, see where they go. T1, meanwhile, on this northern side, getting a little close to Twisted Minds, but should be safe. I think they're just stopping down to scout a little bit.
Dude, I love how BB just said, screw it, we're going as far away from everything as possible. They are completely on the other side of the circle, knowing that it's going to be wide open for the looting and vehicles and all those good things. T5, you know, I don't know what they're planning. Are they going to try and drop on Buksan-sa? No, maybe going all the way to Ohyang? The 5 roads, that's what Ohyang means essentially. Like 5 roads, yeah, I think. Something like that.
Not me stopping right now to count every single road going into Ohyang. Well, I can see T5 dropping, and that looks to be the play. They're going right in there, and let's count the roads, chat. 1, 2.
Well, there's like 5
3,
like
4,
intersections, I think, or something like that.
5.
I don't know.
You know what? Count it.
Yeah.
So it looks like 5 to me.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Well, their top 5 looks like Fluky will stop down in Ohyang proper. The other guys kind of spreading out. I think when you have the E-pickup, right, one of the first priorities to see if you can maybe get vehicles if they haven't been picked off, and it looks like they should be safe as far as that's concerned. Now, BB Team did have eyes on them as they were dropping, so Ranger X got left behind. Not sure if he's got a vehicle as well, but you can see Rossa did his situation a little bit rough. He had to dip.
I'm a bit worried about Ranger X.
Yeah, he might be in trouble here. Well, we'll keep an eye on that. 4 a.m. meanwhile, see them just east of center circle. Now they've got Forest just off to their west and Buksan-sa off to the south. Falcons also off to the south here, but they should be safe in this 2-2 split. Very tight 2-2 split. Very close to each other. I mean, in fact, you can see both on the same mini-map here.
Yeah, it should be fine for now, you would think. Rock going to play southwest side in between Daytrade and VP, but everybody kind of lined up in similar fashions, getting ready for this next circle. Just, you know, point man, stretch out towards the edge of the circle with your other 3 members and try to find some open space. Now, the good news here for Rock is that compound just ahead of RBN is in fact open, and they've likely got prio onto it unless VP just happens to take a 90-degree turn to their right and drive over to it, but it seems like they're just content to keep taking whatever space is given to them. Begopa grabs one of their E-pickups and puts it down near Yongchun, and they are going to, I assume, be taking this all the way. I don't think they want to cross any more bridges, and just try to see what Circle 2 does. And there goes VP, yep. Just, oh, they turned. So they're going to see this, R-Rock. But this compound there, still open, and VP actually isn't going to go for it either. They're just going to retreat back to safety of the high ground compound.
Yeah, VP kind of driving by feel there a little bit, just seeing if anybody would take shot. Now, Sosed for Navi was all by himself in the southern part of a split, and now he's going to get joined by Fairest. But he took a few shots at VP, and that might have helped out Rock a little bit, as Rock and you can see Biel just out of line of sight is Virtus Pro. Interested to see where Begopa do decide to drop, because like there is not a whole lot. I mean, you almost have to go as far south as you can here. T1, they're kind of running parallel on that eastern road. They're going to get close to 4 a.m. if they continue this direction, but it looks like they're turning in.
Yeah, just a pre-rotation here for T1. Just have to be very careful with these driving paths. You're going to be dangerously close to 4 a.m. And there they are, 4 a.m. right on top of it. HS, that is disgusting. That's 2! Oh. Nasty stuff from HS, and T1 flew too close to the sun.
Beautiful from HS, as that is 2 points picked up by 4 a.m. T1 in tatters right now. Heather still off to the north, raining, just sending it into Buksan Sa. But Buksan Sa is already occupied as VP now pushing into the Navi compound. They had a Navi 2-2 split. They catch Fairest and Sosed. Remember, I said Fairest came and joined Sosed, but Fairest will get spotted on the roof. The rest of the boys have arrived, though, and this has now turned into a full 4v4.
All right, let's see what they can do. Knocks to both teams. It's a fair fight around the edge. Gotta be so careful there, my guy. You are in trouble, but he wins it. Hakatori just better. Nixie had the DMR out. Hakatori with an AUG doing better, and look at Rock, opportunistic. This is what I love to see.
And Santastico and Biel are on the move, heading over in this direction, but GK is also on the way over here. Freaks on the way over here. The southwestern side of the circle is about to turn bloody as heck, as Navi, continuing to hide out in the bushes, will hit Ibby in the face with that molly, and it is not going to knock him down. But look at the bullets. Oh, it's so short. Biel with the shot will find Ibiza.
And Rock, they stole both of those knocks. They got a couple extra big kill points there. Hakatori winding up. Another frag, just going to miss. Lucarux around the other corner, so they guessed incorrectly, and they're going to pay the price. Sosa down, stayed, turn up to bat. Watching that angle. Oh, if he had peeked that angle, it doesn't matter. Lucarux still comes up through the window.
Lucarux with the AUG. We'll jump in. Yeah, we want to try to secure those points if possible. They know exactly where Hakatori was, so he knows that he is free to come in here and clean these up. And gives him a little bit of hard cover to work with, as it looks like Rock has since abandoned, but Freaks still sniffing around over here. They see the smokes as a nice spray from Luca. He's got 354 damage, but as soon as he vaults out the door, he's met with a bullet from Freaks.
Yeah, the Freaks, though, not really much left they can do in this fight. Maybe leave one. Maybe just Gumin to watch with the DMR. See if he can find a freebie. But you know Rock isn't too far away either, so you have to be extra careful as the Freaks, because you don't know exactly where they went off to. You're going to have to get a little bit of info on their positioning before you commit to this fight a little bit heavier. And in fact, they're getting shot at by, I think, 17.
17, yeah.
So Freaks kind of just were hoping, and they were just a hair late to the party. And this is nasty stuff. 1, 2, 3. It's just a headshot in the middle.
Change target. Blap, 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 blap. And blip. One more. Why not? Easy for HS. Well, Guman has stuck behind here. The rest of the Freaks started making their way off to the north, but not really far removed from each other. They've got Heaven in a compound off to the north, so Guman really just kind of free to watch over this and see if maybe somebody tries to sneak around on the backside. If you can pick them off, Luka Rux will swap over to that shotgun. We'll spot out Hakatori again, gets him down to half HP.
He's got a blue zone. He thought about it for a second there. I think he might have a good opportunity now to throw a blue zone, clear out one side of the house, but he's got to worry about the peaks first. And then could go for the shotgun play, just kind of barrel on in there. Oh, no! Oh, no.
Oh, the battle of Jiggle Peaks. And Hakatori wins it. That's 3 kills for Hakatori, but he is now the last player left alive for Navi. And with that shift, he's going to have to leave the compound, and Freaks knows that Guman can just stick around here as long as he wants, and we'll most likely see Freaks play from the edge from this point out. Ooh. Rock, meanwhile, they still have their spot inside the middle, and I think they just picked up a crate as well, so they are living large as Geek. They still have a nice 2-2 split on the south side. Nobody anywhere near them. BB team off to the south has no reason to leave their spot just yet. So the south side looking still pretty tame after that fight has been finished off. But T1 now, well, they were in trouble before. They might be in a lot more trouble here shortly.
Yeah, I mean, T5 had angles into this. They're just spraying into the smokes. I mean, you're going to need a lot. Oh, my goodness. Kickstart is going to steal it.
And I'm out.
Yeah, Raining. Nothing else he can do except try to salvage some points here. Xiaowu prone down behind the fence. You got Olympus above. Some nades, but out in the open, it's Kiss. Goodbye, Lil Ghost. And that's the anchor player, 417, dealt with 3v3 on the other side. That grenade really close to Olympus's feet, but he's got one. Oh. They're exploding all around him. How is he still alive? Scappy now here to back him up, but it doesn't matter. Kiss. It's just Kiss again.
This guy absolutely cracked as Kiss is making a name for himself here in PGS 7 and 8. APAC already knew about him. We're getting to learn about him now as Kiss and the rest of Forest will fight their way in from the north. They've got Begopa just on the other side of the hill, but it looks like Kiss is already aware that they may have danger close.
Oh, the Freaks. Now they've set up a bit of a fortification. Rocket and push from a couple different angles. And that's 2 knocks there for Salute. And they are going to continue to make their way forward. Just BL sitting inside of a little bit of a compound. Quizzy getting involved, though, making this a little bit more difficult. PWD stealing one of those knocks. The Freaks here not getting anything for all their hard work, and now they've got Forest lining up along their backside. I think this is the wise decision here from the Freaks. Turn around, because you didn't get what you wanted out of that fight with Rock. Geek is there, and they're going to have high ground over you. So you need to figure out what in the world's going on back here. And unfortunately for the Freaks, but very fortunately for Geek, those are some easy points.
Pick up another one. Geek keeping it low, keeping it high. Heaven will spot out Kiss, though. And before he can get behind the tree, he gets taken down and flushed out, as that'll be a point picked up for the Freaks. And now the hard shift coming, or not a hard shift really, but just a shift away from Buksansa. So all those teams on the north are going to have to fight over a very small bit of land here.
Well, as the Freaks now, you got to keep your head on a swivel. Never know when Forest is going to strike behind you. Still have BL, who's chilling on top of a can, waiting to see if the Freaks are going to push through. But Freaks should be diligent with this. A stun in the window. Maybe a frag.
Very, very calmo, one might say. Oh, stun comes through. Nothing to follow it up. The rest of the gang has arrived. Salute, don't just walk in there. Oh, there you go. He was waiting to see if he got shot at, and he will not, but there you go. BL will get finished out, and Rock goes out in 14th place as 4AM is getting 1v4'd by Ranger X, but HS will survive and gets him with the Panzerfaust.
Oh, that's brutal, though, for 4AM potentially, because here comes Rossiter Jr. One frag grenade, and it's lights out for 4AM. If it's in the door, it's done. Oh, he got outside just in time, but still, those are going to be points claimed there for Rossiter Jr. Padampong off in the distance, watching his back so he can take this fight, but he's out of throwables that'll do damage. Going to have to get it done with a little bit of gunplay here. Trying to get the res off. Smoke has to come out first. Just enough time to throw 2. and that's going to maybe allow him to get that res. Seems like it should be safe, unless kickstart.
Tell you what, a butterfly flapping its wings. Twisted Minds was absolutely pinned down by T5 out in the blue before this fight against 4 AM. Now they're pushing over here, has opened up Twisted to come in. They're going to find Patapong, and it's also opened things up for Falcons to come down from their high horse in Buksansa and start getting involved. Forest just going to drive right through it with little regard for their own lives, and they will make it through with 3 for now.
Well, the blue zone there just going to soften up the 4 AM players. Had enough heals that they could get through that okay, but are there any more first aids on the ground there for HS? He's completely out, has a ton of boosts. Okay, yeah, no problem. But they're pinned in there. I mean, between Falcons and Twisted, you can't imagine a world where they're going to get out at least within the next circle or two before they have to kind of wait for something else to happen, somebody else to relieve the pressure.
Yeah.
Well, maybe day trade.
Day trade. This could be a problem for Twisted Minds. Day trade, full 4-man squad coming up from the south, and does not look like Twisted has spotted them yet. Lou looking over in that direction. He's going to let them know, but before that, Thanadol will get the knock onto him. As example, spotting out Thanadol from range. Can get a little bit of damage in, but can't get the knock. And now Twisted Minds have to pull all their attention back towards the south.
4 AM has been gifted an opportunity to break out if they can realize it. Falcons are also now taking a fight against Bago Pa right outside of Buksansa. And now you've got a P90 for Perfectix. There you go, kickstart. He's going to find that. There's a knock from Park Pro, but watching Perfectix, trying to figure out exactly where he can get to be a little bit safer. Another good grenade. Oh, actually, it was in Sungjiang's hand. I take it back. I'm not exactly sure what happened there. But that's a little unfortunate for him.
And not great. Shrimzy, the last player left alive. He does have kickstart down here. If they can get rid of 2 Heart, might be able to get him back on his feet and play this out as 2. But Guman has eyes on it as well. Shrimzy kickstart on his first bleed, so he's going down really, really slow. Has time to pop a smoke. 2 Heart, gonna try to find an angle. Shrimzy will finish off Park Pro. Has to be careful though, don't take that knock. 2 Heart, not gonna give up without a fight here. Oh, he's got him now. That high ground. Oh.
But you got to be careful. I think there's maybe another team thinking about getting involved in this potentially. I see Forest sort of off in the distance, but I mean, 2 Heart, absolutely nasty. Can't give him any opportunities.
Okay, he doesn't.
There it is.
There it is. He pulled out the grenade too late, I think. He's going to throw it right into the smokes, but it's going to fall a little bit too far, and Kickstart gets the heal off before he can throw it. Is 2 Heart. Oh, from behind, Baron will spot out Shrimzy on the high side, and now it's a 1v1. 2 Heart versus Kickstart. 2 Heart wins these. How on earth does he pull it off?
Just that good, and there goes 4 AM. Never really found their moment, and Perfectix example going to get in there and wipe them clean from Tago. Now you move over to Patulins, watching for 2 Heart to see if he's going to get aggressive off that angle. Going to scoop up some stuff off of those dead boxes. Tanadol, easy pickings. So he was knocked a little bit earlier by Quizzy. Now more kills coming through for Twisted Minds, for Geeke. They are really starting to clear out their zones on opposite sides of the circle.
They are indeed. And Geeke looking down in the direction of BB Team. Bestalosh on that south side. I don't think he has any idea that he's got the snake. Suze right behind him. You can see just off in the distance, slowly out healing the blue. Geeke does lose PWD, but they have so much real estate to work with as we see Suze making his way from the south. Hakatori still alive for Navi in the blue on the north side as they are, but it looks like Heaven is aware that that snake might be there. Suze, meanwhile, still slowly making his way. Bestalock looking for him. The spray from Suze. Get him down to half HP. He's going to eat a lot of blue, and he will go down in the end. 2 Bestalock point taken by BB Team.
Yep, so BB right back into another good game where they've got 4 up into the late game. Baron, though, going to find Perfectix. And I don't know what exactly happened there. Aduzi trying to put some shots into his back, but needs the vehicle. More importantly, to have a little bit of ability to make some rotations. Raining still prone in the middle of the previous circle, now on the edge of the new one. Heaven still trying to figure out what the heck is going on with Hakatori. He is just clawing his way through this blue. Salute now gonna open up with some frags, but it's actually Phil first, and now Salute really wants to get in there and get these kills. Oh, it's actually Baron who takes it.
Oh,
is he
my
gonna get one more?
Baron as Forrest on 7 kills now. These guys somehow, some way, even down to 1, just farming points as the smoke wall going to slow things down just enough for Freaks to not be able to finish off Batulins. And because of that, because they called Heaven back over here to deal with that, that's allowed Hackatory to get in for Navi, still alive on that northern side, as Batulin's just trying to slow things down and waste their time.
You still have
calling in flares.
Two Hearts coming up right behind Hackatory. Might be able to steal a point there. Nope, Hackatory was wise to it.
Well, he was. We got it, and there you go. Baron will go down to the blue. Hackatory took the shots, immediately revealed himself, and now Freaks are all staring down in that direction. Guman will go ahead and get credit for that one. And now, actually spotting out Geeka in the process too. So a little bit fortuitous there for Freaks that they stopped to take shots at Hackatory, because I don't know if they would have seen Geeka coming otherwise.
It's a great opportunity for Raining to make a move, but he doesn't feel comfortable to for whatever reason. Still hanging out on the edge. Batulin's down. BB 4 kills this time, 4 up. DNF the only other team with 4 up, but GK with 3. Definitely going to be a threat here. It's just a matter of, can DNF avoid stepping on another landmine? Reminiscent of that final game on Erangel in the PGS 7 final stage. And he's in the bushes, and he's just trying to back off. He doesn't want to take this fight. DNF, though, definitely wants a piece of GK. A little opening damage done on a high Ruzin. Oh, what a knock from Gumin.
Whoop. Good shots there on Aspiro. And meanwhile, BB team hanging out on the south side, they have a perfect opportunity to redeem themselves from game number 2, where they lost the 4v2 and gave the win over to Rock. Now they still have 4 up once again, and they are looking real nice. Look at the utility. They have everything they could need. Now, if they can just get a few more kills to go along with it, they've got Haruzan and Quizzy pinned just uphill from them, but they have to be careful about the angles they peek, because they don't know where Freaks is, and there is that snake in the grass. Raining Salute will spot him, though. Raining lands 1 shot, and that is all it takes for Salute to take him down.
Dude, Salute might find a huge angle onto the back of BB while they're fighting with Geek. They've done some damage. Aduzi has been knocked. Frag being thought about here by Phil First. Up and over, along with, I think, a Bluzo, but the frag is good enough. It bounces right on top of the rock. What a throw.
Beautiful stuff from Phil First, but while that was happening, it's taken long enough that the new circle popped, and Freaks have used their vehicles to take over everything. They have all angles into this next zone, but BB should be able to get everybody back on their feet. They have vehicles of their own. How do they decide to play this, though? You could see nothing in the bag for Maladoct in terms of utility. They still have 7 grenades, but only 1 smoke.
DL and Salute have to be very, very careful here, because it's hard to say exactly how much cover you're going to get from Gumin and Heaven behind you. So you don't want to overpeak. You don't want to lose for free, because if you go a little bit too far too soon, you could die, and there could, even if you get a knock, there could be the res that comes through for BB, and they're going to have a 4 versus 3. And certainly, you don't want to give them another opportunity at that, because they're definitely licking their chops to come back and get a big win. DL just going to hide behind the tree. They're going to hear this rotation. What is the counter move? A little bit of driving.
Phil First, they left Phil First behind, and he's going to spot out Salute. So Salute, the first one to go down. Heaven takes a few shots. Salute will get flushed out. Guman with the spray, not going to find it. Phil First will get traded out by Deal, though. It is a 3v3. Bestalock will go down as well, as they tried to get him from behind, and now all of a sudden it's down to Maladoct and Aduzi. They spot out Deal. They've got him pinned against the tree, but shots coming from Heaven will put things on pause. And a great grenade from Deal. Aduzi goes down, and Maladoct, the last player left alive for BB team.
Here we go. Guman found the final player, and he's got him. The circle in the end. The chicken dinner goes to DNF, and they played that so well out on the edge. Very good proactivity from them. The way they were bouncing back and forth between fights, never overcommitted to anything, left them with 4 up and a huge advantage in this final couple circles.
Extremely well played by the Freaks, but BB team has to be asking, what do we gotta do, man? We get to the final 2, and we've got 4 players alive, and that's another opportunity wasted there to get another win. But again, great performance from them. as they find themselves in the final two. They get a nice stack of kills to go along with it, so their leaderboard position should be secured. But we are going to throw it over to the analyst desk to break that one down now.
It was looking like a great circle for EMEA, but then the Bobsang Head boys come along and give them the Bobsang Head. That was DN Freaks all over towards the closing moments.
Is it time for Salute to turn on, or does he let everyone else carry him along so far? Only one kill for him. That's quite surprising, but it's good to see because Gumin felt like he was kind of holding them back a little bit. Of course, he's the IGL, but he was holding a little bit back in PGS7 in terms of contributing to kills and so far. But yeah, the big question is, does DL change his name back to Bobsang Head?
Change it back!
If we cheer on him enough.
Where is he?
I would love it to go back to Bobsang Head, but right now he is the real deal as he manages to pull that out. I love the end game here because Freaks took the fight to BB Team.
I'm sad.
What'd you
I
think?
thought you were going to just go on saying BB Team's just not good enough to win games.
I feel like I've been human too much of that lately. I was going to stick to the actual.
Stop letting him do this. Stop letting him get away with it.
No, the end game was great. So BB Team gets a whole huge slew of drops. They're looting it. They're getting ready. And, Freak said, you know what? Why wait? They had prio and they pushed, which BB Team did in the last game, and it didn't work out so good for them. So this time, I like that they were proactive.
Yeah, I like that too. Especially when you have that knock and you know, okay, this is our time. There's going to be 2 players potentially left out of battle for like 15 seconds. The other guys are not going to be too aggressive. That's when you take the time to kind of shut it out, take those different angles, and that's how you win late game.
Going back to much of this game was a little bit tricky. We saw a lot of holdouts, survivors, right? We saw Navi, T1, Forest Natural, all depending on one person salvaging points. We also saw 4 AM spend almost the entire game inside of a shed, and if there wasn't a better metaphor for their PGS experience so far, I'm not sure what it is, because they sat there, they survived one person's onslaught, and then came out and got sacrificed. So they do get a couple of points, but it's not going to be enough to really make them competitive, and then we go to the final. And again, BB's they've got to be getting frustrated already. Like, this is the 3rd game in a row where they've got really rough ends.
I mean, if you keep getting second places, you're going to win soon.
Yeah, but
M19 2018 did it. They won a whole tournament without winning a single game. But Tulins, that's 7 years ago. But Tulins did it. He pioneered
the second
place meta. Maybe we can do it again.
So far, I mean, it's gaining them a lot of points. They're just not being able to round things out. I guess it's only a matter of time before you round things out if you're constantly getting second places. Sorry, I was a little bit distracted. I kept looking around to see if I could find Deal so I could just sing the Bobsang Head song to him because he has to change his name back, but he's not going to. 10 kills go their way as well as 1,700 damage, the high ground position. And as you guys were mentioning, the third-party timing from them to try and deal with everything that was going on down towards the bottom. It was perfect. Great timing.
And 21 grenade versus 2 grenades on Geeky, right? That's where you see the damage difference come in. 19 more grenades, a few more shots taken as well. And I will say this too, you have to remember, Geeky, they had the western side there. They had a decent amount of control, but there are so many teams coming in from the north. Freaks, they managed to stay strong 4 guys through that. And that's also why we see this popping off. Like, it's rare we see Salute with the least amount of kills on this team.
It's actually shocking.
A lot of damage done, but yes, it will not be him taking man of the match. It will be Fun Size Salute.
He's not Budget Salute anymore. I'll tell you that, right?
No, he's just a little short, so he's Fun Size Salute. Is those like little Milky Way bars that you get in there?
You can. Gumin is the GOAT. I love Gumin.
He's good.
And to be such a young guy, to be having the reins and an IGL role of this, the trust from these guys coming in, especially from really experienced players, obviously also Salute, it's huge. And of course, last PGS, he must have been like, guys, I let you down. We could have been a 4 guys versus 17. We could have been in such a strong position. He must have had the pressure. And now stepping up and also to get the man of match for this one is massive.
I will say, the irony is not lost on me that I'm calling someone short. I'll just leave it at that.
But it's fine. It's fine.
20 points go the way here of DN Freaks. We got 13 points for BB Team yet again. And GK, with Bears repeating, not their normal roster. 10 points here.
Right.
Okay, so Geeky, not the normal roster. Essentially, they're in a salvage event to a certain extent without Diffex.
And they're salvaging.
Oh. Then you got Forest Natural Gaming and Na'Vi in 5 and 6, both teams that went down and had to play salvage games, right? With I think it was Baron and Hakatori at the end trying to find points for themselves.
What do you think about Kiss Gaming? Sorry, Forest Natural Gaming.
Forest Natural Kiss Gaming. Kiss has been such a standout player.
He's lovely.
He's been really stand out here for them. It's obviously them also one of the reasons why they're able to come up here. I think he had a 4 or 5 kill game on one of the Miramars and now a 3 or something like that. So almost half of the points from Kiss in this one here. I gotta say though now with these two BB situations, right, them being second.
Yes.
This game there was 3 freaks left alive and a second place. That's 7 points missed out of. The previous one it was 2 Rock players and a second place. That's 6. So so far 13 more points could have gone the way of BB team. That would have been 39. That would have meant that they would have been in #1 if that would have happened.
Yeah, I'm glad you're taking stock of the potential butterfly effect that comes into these kinds of plays. Because, yeah, you're right. It could have been a whole lot more. It's still good. It's still good, and it's still early days. But you could be #1.
But it's that congested, and if you go back to PGS 7 on the final day, your top 3 teams went to war, and the differential was a couple of points. 1 placement point in context of 2 and 3rd, $20,000. So yes, we go, well, they got second again, but they're going to get it eventually. But you're right. The mental anguish of having lost it twice in a row to fights that maybe they think, I could have done that a little differently, is going to start to sit on them.
They got 125 points in PGS 7. If they had gotten 13 more points than that, they would have gotten second place just behind 17 Gaming, ahead of Freaks. So those 13 points matters a whole bunch, right? If you're 4th up to 2nd, huge difference in PGS point and prize pool as well.
Does make me think these many weeks in now, where's that home term advantage? Because China's not having an easy start here for our grand finals. It's all Americas, it's all Koreas, it's all EMEAs up there here. China needs to get the ball rolling soon as we go into our next game on Rondo.
17 feels cooked right now. 6, 13, 15, they need to make a move. They need to move. This is defending PGS 7 champion. 17, now's the time. Make a move.
Yeah, definitely. All right, well, defending this stage and defending their home turf on Rondo. Let's get to it as we have game number 4 of the day.
Welcome back, everybody. We have half the games in the books, half more still to play, and we are heading over to Rondo, where we get greeted with a double plane. I am Porosaurus. Joining me once again is Paper Thin, and Paper, right off the bat, double plane's just the worst.
No, it is, and they're crossing right by each other on the southern part of the map. This is madness. I mean, there could be some real wild stuff that happens at the beginning of this game that nobody really anticipates. Already T1 Bagel Pot out very early north of Jadena City. That might result in some kind of weirdness, although it looks like T1's just going to pull into Jadena City proper and not really try to go any further, so they're going to play it safe there. T5 out towards Tinlong Garden.
GK and BB a little close there.
Oh boy.
As well, but it looks like GK is going to pull up. BB going to keep extending. So, yeah, it's weird, man. You see these double planes, and almost immediately you'll see, like, 4 or 5 teams just drop out instantly and just not have to deal with any of the later stuff, as well as looks like BB dropped, and GK will have some angle on him. I saw a few shots coming from PWD and Haruzen. Doesn't look like anything's landing, though, and for having the double plane again, it looks like everybody's gonna be safe.
Man, that average damage for Perfectix on this map.
Absolutely filthy.
Crazy, almost 500. That is absolutely bananas, man. I mean, he's had a great couple of events for Twisted. He has been arguably their best player, other than him. Well, Batulins. Actually, I'd say Batulins has been better, but
that's the thing about that team, man. It's so hard. Any day, Lou could pop off, Batulins could pop off, Perfectix pop off. Obviously, example, like, you just never know which one of those guys is going to be the one that does it. And now Navi again getting a little bit of trouble as Freaks will pull in close. This was the long drop. Freaks, 4 AM, and Navi all right next to each other. The shots coming through, and Cuman will find Hakatori. He goes down at 2 minutes.
That is another rough start for Navi, and the Freaks continue to be so opportunistic in the early part of the game. I know it's Iron Sights, but come on. Come on.
Just run him over, man. What are you doing?
There you go,
There we
Guman.
go.
There you go. Smile on his face, but
3 rounds left. It's fine.
yeah, you know the
yeah, just get rid of it.
Yeah, just I didn't want this gun
It's
anyway.
like I'm just throwing this thing out of the door right now.
I hate this thing.
Well, that's another game though that Navi is now lost a player early, and they've had to play with 3. So, not a great way to start things off for a team that had very high expectations placed upon their shoulders. But plenty of time to bring it back.
For sure. I mean, you're allowed like one kind of subpar day when it comes to these kind of events. But we are going to hear from Lou from Twisted Minds.
Я чувствовал радость и наслаждение за Батулина, что он наконец-таки сделал свой клатч. И, в принципе, это была заслуженная победа. Прийти на парашюте, сыграли с краю этой зоны. Нам было непросто, особенно после горы, но мы сделали это, потому что мы сильная команда. Но я считаю, что индивидуально мы уже подошли к своему пику. Мы можем побеждать финалы и файтить с любой командой.
I mean, interesting thing that he thinks, maybe a translation thing, but I think what he means to say when he says we reached our peak is that we've reached like our playing form. Like this is where we like to be. No rust, no anything. Like we're playing like we did last year when we ran 3 in a row. So that's terrifying. That's scary for a lot of these teams.
Yes, exactly. I mean, in third place right now, and you know that they're going to be right there the rest of the way, no matter what it feels like. So that's not something anybody else in this lobby wants to see, is a full-powered Twisted Minds. He's got the gas can. I'm just filling it up for you, bro.
He said, I'm going to shoot that gas can. You give it to me. Give it to me. I'll shoot it.
Come on. Get the tires on. Are they going to date? Are they going to go
they're
together?
going to go on a double date.
Oh.
Love that.
That's cute.
Well, you can't seat swap to heal. That's the only bad part about this. But you know what? If they want to go halvesies on gas for the glider, by all means, BB team, you do that. You've gotten second place 2 times in a row. We'll see if they can bring home a win here today, as they are currently, second place 2 times in a row, and they're still only in 6th place, man.
It is crazy. The kill numbers just haven't been there to back it up. The end games, they haven't been quite able to close out in a way that they would like, I'm sure, as the Freaks are just going to kind of try to figure out where to go south of the Jiaotin Mountain and just try to get as deep as comfortable as they can. Navi don't want to go too much closer to that. H-Win has a Dragunov, and we've seen what Lou can do with a Dragunov. Maybe H-Win's got something in store. There's a bolt up on the mountain. Okay, switch over to an SLR for Navi player, but they're just being cautious. Wanted to see how center they could get, but the Falcons have great prio here in phase 1, and are going to set up with that 2-2 split, lock that down. Bagel Pot, we're out north of Jadena City to start, and now they're driving very, very near Twisted Minds, and you have to be so careful with how you navigate this. Can easily lose a player out of nowhere to a Twisted Spray. So better be diligent, better be good behind the wheel.
Yeah, I think Perfectix heard the engines and was like, you know what, I'll just kind of hang out over here if that's cool with everybody. And, yep, kind of long range. I don't think anybody's going to get...
Oh, they're driving close
maybe
to Perfectix, though.
8con getting a little bit closer. This might be worth a spray if you're Perfectix. Or maybe not. And then Songjong off in the distance. Yet always shoot the trailing car. Unfortunately, this one a little bit too far away. Con will hit the tree, and we'll get back on the move.
Now, all's well that ends well. A little bit of EMP here for T1. Belmoth right above. Got to be real careful here. And these cars are stopped. Belmoth trying to get out of here without much engine power. Looks like he might be able to.
He turned that thing on a dime too, didn't he? The first shot hit, he immediately turned that thing around. Unfortunately, didn't hit the tree, but he just did a little ring around the rosy and got on out of there. So well played there from Belmoth. The rest of the team still off to the south. So we'll see if they're able to rejoin each other or if they'll do a little bit of a splitsy action. Yep, here they are. There they go. Look at Fluke up in the air. APAC players and gliders.
Style points?
Do it. Under.
Oh, yeah.
All right, now what else you got? Come on.
In between the cranes?
Do a stunt.
Yes.
Oh, beautiful.
Amazing.
You'll love to see it.
It's just nothing greater than seeing some good flying.
you think he's shouting over to VP? He's like, "Hey, see,
what's up, guys?
Did onto the bridge? Did the trick? They're gonna go over here by the Riverboat Casino, get a couple hands in."
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, why not?
That's I'm down.
Man
you ready?
of my own tastes. Well, VP, they've got their front man off in the distance. They're still. Well, they're not in the circle. I can tell you that much. I'm not sure exactly where. Okay, they're on the south side. They're slowly coming in, but there's nothing anywhere near them, really, so they should be okay for the most part.
Yeah, Lukruk's going to have to wait a little bit right at the edge of the EMP zone, or maybe just hop in to the Pico with Ibiza. Pico. And he doesn't have a ton of 5-5 left in there, so he's going to need to find a little bit more. But there's a lot of open compounds in front of them, so probably can slurp up a little bit more ammo. T1 now out of the EMP themselves. That did kind of allow Daytrade to get past them, so they're going to have to play a little bit more cautious there. Some shots going to ring out from Tigger and just let them know, hey, we're already here. You're not allowed. And T1's like, yeah, we get it. Twisted Minds above T1 there. As BagelPa, where in the world did BagelPa end up?
They are all the way off to the north.
I see them now.
Yeah, just west of 4 a.m. Now, interesting to note that nobody really centering up, despite the fact that this map is, almost 100% playable with small nooks and crannies here and there, and the river in between. But a lot of area to play, and nobody really centering up. Everybody's very, very spread out, in big wide splits, in around the edges, even towards the center. So it's not like everybody's kind of playing towards the middle on this one. This circle kind of allowing these teams to kind of flex their wings a little bit and get a little bit more information about what is around them here as we check on Taikule. They're about as close to center as you can get other than the Falcons. They've got a 2-2 split, and Daytrade just off to the east and Rock just off to the south.
Yeah, this is going to be really curious to see how Phase 2 ends up. Type. Blue behind the rock. Wasn't quite ready for the T1 players to have fanned out as wide as they did from that compound. They kept taking space as they were afforded some in front of them. And at 4 a.m., a little bit of
hard shift.
Wow, northwest.
All the way up to the northwest. And, this is the benefits and the pros and the cons of doing those wide splits kind of shown in that one interaction. Ian able to pick off Lou when he wasn't looking, but Lou going down without any hope of being revived.
Do it.
All in the same motion as we see. This is fun to watch here. It's on Mu leaning out, had the spray onto 2 heart. There's bullets just not going where they needed to. And 4 a.m. still kind of our northernmost team here. They're going to play that mountain just to the south of Jiaotin.
I have no idea where BagelPa is going to end up, though. There's a lot of teams. Yeah, there's a lot of teams down there as well. The Freaks trying to figure out what's going on, seeing if they can make a move, but they're being thwarted pretty early. Heaven trying to wrap north, and it's going to be stopped by the 4 Angry Men. BagelPa driving out in the open. There's a ton of teams out here.
Nervous about this Kike split. They've got a 2-1-1. Spiro and Haruzen, and BagelPa heading right towards the compound where Spiro is. And he's got to be all by himself. You see Haruzen off in the distance there. The grenade going to go a little bit too far. Spiro has that wall to work around, but does he have an escape plan? As Haruzen will try to give him some support. And you see on the minimap, Quizzy and PWD starting to make their way down here. Spiro, all he's got to do is stay alive long enough for the rest of the boys to arrive.
Well, BagelPa felt like there might only be one in this compound, and they were right, and they're trying to push their advantage. Stuns are out now. Spiro on the ground. Grenade going to roll by him, does about half damage. Hasn't found the knock just yet. Oh, my goodness. Park Pro just got a sense of him in time. And now Quizzy close, but not much he can do. So many smokes. Can't really quite find the angle. Is going to be able to punish the cars of BagelPa for this. But beyond that, I'm not sure. But there's too much more damage that Geek can really find.
Of course it's Forest. Of course it's Forest. Like, if there's a team that's third partying you or fourth partying you, it feels like the likelihood of it being Forest is obscenely high. Well, Theraton 5 starting to make their way into that Begopa area as well. They come in from the west. Gike, they managed to get everybody back together and get towards the center, but they will take a knock in the process. See if they can get him back on his feet. Rock
T5?
on the very, very southern side here. Yep, Theraton 5 actually pushing into the Begopa compound, and Patapon will spot out Akon. That'll be him down. Songjang all by himself as Park Pro is going for a res on a 2-heart right now on the other side. Patapon looks the wrong way. It's Songjang playing the stairs. He gets 2 before Ranger X trades him back.
And there's nothing they can do about it. Forest knows that Begopa is weak, and they might be able to claim this real estate for themselves. Baron has to go for a heal first, though. Took some damage on the way in, but maybe they feel like the opportunity has been missed. They couldn't get that beachhead. Maybe a little worried about somebody else finding an angle. They aren't going to aggress forward. I thought maybe Forest was going to commit, and that was going to be very scary for Begopa, and they tried to go for that 2-2 split, and Theraton 5 capitalizes. That was so well timed by them.
Extremely opportunistic is that Forest team, but also smart enough to know when that stopwatch stops ticking, we got to go. And the window of opportunity has closed. Meanwhile, we got an E pickup popped in the air from T1 right now. They're on the very far eastern side. We'll see if they decide to take this, and if they do, where will they go? You've got the new circle, the lake right in the middle. You saw what Gike was playing around. And 4AM has that high ground still. Twisted Minds, though, coming out of Jiaotin. They may run into the 4AM boys here very shortly.
High ground on the west for T1, potentially. But yeah, here goes Twisted. Perfectix. It's not going to be any real hidden movement that they're doing.
You see T1's parachutes off in the distance there.
Yeah, and they're trying to drop into these trees, and they're getting lit up. Freaks getting involved, probably others as well. I think EK might have gotten a little bit of damage in there. Yep, 4AM. And now Twisted Minds trying to take advantage of this opportunity, but HS just right around this corner. Perfectix, are you ready? No, HS traded immediately, though, by example, and no one's there to help HS. The split here from 4AM, not good enough, but the grenade from Godvi, if it is on point, could find the knock. No, it just came up a bit short, overcooked it, just a hair.
It wasn't too bad, but good on example for putting Perfectix on his back, literally. As Godvi only had the one frag grenade, he's going to continue to send it. He's got support now from Longs and Etong Mu. They are on the low side, so Godvi trying to come across, see if he can maybe pick off utility. He's going to find another grenade in the box. Send it just on the other side of the rock. Will flush out Perfectix, but he's going to get spotted by example.
Well, how can anyone stop this?
And Longs.
Oh, my goodness. No, Longs down. Etong Mu. Throw it. Do it.
Do it.
Do it. Example. I beg you. And if he hit that, that would be just...
They want some scrambled eggs, man. Throw it on over. Oh, look at Batulins. Yeah, he's going for the low side. Example's got the high side.
This is 4AM. Should be done and dusted, you would think here. Sure, you get the res off, but Example got the spot. Going to go for the underhand grenade there. Batulins got the knock onto Longs. Goes for the points in the bag. And Etong Mu just can't decide which way to turn his attention. Another decent grenade has him down to low health. An Example just takes him out. Oops. Hello, Batulins. It's okay.
I know Batu was like, oh, hold on, I've got him. He's got a grenade. This is the easiest grenade of my life. And Example's like, I think the heck not. I am pushing this until I get that point secured.
Oh, my God.
And now T1, oh, they tried to run through the forest. But look at this. From long range, the Freaks, they might be able to get tight back on his feet if that smoke blooms in time. But now Raining is going to go down to Lil Ghost and T1 in a shambles on that hillside.
There's just too many teams that have angles into that. There isn't a real density of foliage in that forest for them to work with. So
not enough.
Yeah, now OVP does some damage to Rock. Top team in the lobby, down to just one player. And Rock... It's been such a good day so far, but VP wants to get theirs going. Grenades now starting to rain in, starting to clean up the kills, and that is going to be Rock going down.
They had a good idea, man. You could see they pulled up. They caught VP all on top of each other, and they pulled up. You saw them when they were knocked. They both had grenades in hand. They thought they were going to be able to get into a spot to just grenade them, but VP being more aggressive, not letting them get that close. As we see 7700 will get the flush onto Belmoth. Tigger now, the last, well, he's still got teammates. There's 3 up. They're just not here.
Yeah, Falcons, Kickstart and Shrimsy just annihilated Taikula on the southern side. They just set up a trap on the road. A couple players are, Tiggleton as the anchor point at the circle edge of the new zone, but the other three hanging behind, making sure their backs are clear, and they find 4 big kills, 4 big points. Yeah, it's all okay. Fairest not really able to get the spray to connect. Swaps over to the SLR. No extended mag in that. Ooh, he's taking some damage into the pan. Yeah, Tigger, his vehicle's blown up, so he can't go any further forward that way. Still on the edge, still in safety, but you got a couple teams that are angling down on top of you as day trade.
Yeah, Na'Vi down to just 2, playing around in the hills. Should be safe from day trade for the time being, but yeah, that problem is 17. They've got 2. Shawu and 7700 just freely looking down in this direction. Nobody up in the area where 17 is currently. They have complete control of the northeast. T1 managing to get the revive, so they're back up to 2 strong. Heather and Raining, and they're inside the zone. And we got to figure out what's going on with this Forest Twisted Minds on the north side, and then you've got BB Team and T5 coming in from the south.
Forest knows that Twisted Minds is weak. They might have an opportunity. In fact, 17 is doing damage, so that might kind of make this a little bit trickier for Forest actually committing to this fight. You might get shot in the back. They just keep driving.
Oh,
hello, Baron. Baron, you got to get out and do something maybe, because you're just going to get knocked here momentarily, I would assume. Example? No way.
Oh, my goodness.
No way.
It's so hard to hit that last one. Xiao Bei actually going to be the one that gets the last shot into Olympus. Batulins is down. Scappy trying to push across the rocks. He's going to drop down. He's got a grenade ready to go. Example, not going to let him get away with that for free. Comes across, gets the knock, but goes down in the end to Kiss. And now Forest can try to take a I don't even think they have time to regroup off of this.
This is less than ideal, because 17 is just
it's not
harassing
taking
them
too hard, so I think they can get Scappy. Yeah, they'll get him in the car. And this is the other part that we were worried about. BB Team pushing in from the south will run into VP.
Yeah, this is looking scary for both of these teams. A lot of knocks both way. A doozy, last one alive for BB, AK in hand. Gonna have to get it done with just that gun, it seems like. So now other pieces of utility come flying out the blue zones. Going to land right on top of Molodoc. Does have a blue zone bag, but no, not going to last long with 2 of them there. That's going to be another one going over. Lucarux being attempted to be rezzed. Should be doable.
Nice.
Now you just got to worry about a doozy. Yeah. He goes for the hip fire there as he's jumping down. Just got to find the angle here. Ibiza going to be the one to take the space. Has the 3x spray. Can't connect with the QBZ. To find a little bit more, and they've got him done. It took a while, but you got there.
Goodness gracious. 7 kills for VP as they defend their dip. While that was all going on, off to the west, Theraton 5 finally gets rid of Geeke, but they are down to just Patapong as Begopa has been hanging out on the edge of this, farming knocked players, and now they know they've got Patapong pinned down. The grenade going to fall a little bit short. Patapong has to leave the blue, and Park Pro, this should be all academic at this point. One more grenade hopefully should do it, and it will. Park Pro picking up Begopa's 4th kill.
Yeah, this is a nice salvage game. T1 finally dealt with. I can't believe they were still alive. I thought they'd been knocked out ages ago. Going to get a placement point out of it. Not many kills to speak of, just 1 for T1 in this one. Now Begopa trying to find a way through with Forrest looking at them. VP driving ahead. VP has a nice little hillside to use here. Kind of align themselves, try to keep them outside of the Freak's vision. Falcons, though, doing some damage to Day Trade as they come through. Already lost 1 player on the way. The other 2 very beat up. And the Falcons have full control over the southeast side of the circle, a hill to play with as well that Shrimsy has found. They're going to be driving through there. Xiao Wu, all of his attention towards those players out in the open, but can't find the shots.
Out of the frying pan into the fire is 17 going to be looking down at him, and now Shawu turns its attention over towards the Falcons. The shots, as you said, not landing those. Begopa will pull up onto VP. Park Pro's Molotov will take down Lucarux, but Beamy will take down Park Pro. Now Too Hard has the tree. The grenade going to bounce off his feetsies, and now he's looking, but he's going to go down to Scappy.
But only Ibiza left as Kickstart from afar actually got a knock onto VP. So now he's going to have to try to use the safety of this Pico Bus, but they're lighting it up, and it's going to blow up. They have to back off and hope that it lands decent. Scappy going to claim one of them in the meantime. H-Win, they're going to light this thing up, and it's about to blow. You just got to pray it doesn't spiral back at you. That's anticlimactic.
That was very anticlimactic.
I'm sad.
That's okay. Well, the Falcons up to 6 kills, man. They've been controlling that southeastern side. We'll see where the circle decides to go. It gives them a little bit of love here as well. Freaks getting the love as they have the compound inside the zone. VP should be able to get up to 3 strong. 17 still wrapping around on the north side. I don't think Baron has any idea what to expect, but he's going to know now as 7700 gets the knock. They'll try to go for the flush as well.
Well, at this point, he's basically dead to rights. That one right there isn't going to finish the job, but it damn well near will. Now Ghost starting to come out as the other players from Forest have been identified by 17, trying to cut off those angles, but it's Tiggleton from downtown. DL as well, trying to make it rain into him. VP trying to use the chaos and confusion to make a move of their own, and they have set up and they have gotten behind Forest, who suffered some knocks. So you know what?
Well, they're out in the middle of nowhere,
There could be some points here.
Yeah, and they're going to find him. They'll get the spray, and Beamy will collect another couple points there for Virtus Pro. They are up to 10 as they are fighting now down from the northwestern side. 17 gets their res. They're back up to full strength. And it looks like Lil Ghost and 7700 will make their way back over towards the northeast. But you do have that last snake in the grass for Day Trade and Thanadol. And it doesn't look like anybody except for Falcons is looking over in his direction.
Falcon should be pretty damn well aware. 17 should have an inkling, and now he's in a vehicle, so everybody realizes it. And well, nice try. We go down to our final 4 teams, but look at this. 4v4v4v3 is what you're going to be faced with coming into this final 4. It's a phase 6 circle. 17 has just enough of an edge to kind of set up a few cars and try to take a fight with the Falcons, but the Falcons have a great hill to hide behind. There really isn't going to be much that 17 could do about this initially without some really good knocks to maybe break things open, and they're getting peppered as they try to get back to these cars. I think the good news for them is I don't think the Freaks really have an angle into them, and so they're okay. Plus that exploded car is going to offer some nice hard cover. VP has to use the smokes to get through now, and they have been trucking this match, but going much further in this one is going to be really challenging. They have the most difficult position. There just isn't a ton to work with. It's downhill. It's wide open. A couple teams are going to have angles into it, and I don't know if you have enough smokes to get there.
Yeah, this is really tough. Nixie just trying to get to the shack, and the shack is right on the edge of the zone. Meanwhile, Beamy in his natural habitat, eating blue zone. He's got 9 first aids, but he's going to run back in. Fortunately, he's got that little bit of a bowl working to his favor. And so, but unfortunately, I don't think that bowl is entirely inside the zone. So Salute will spot or flush out Nixie. Beamy now the last player left alive for Virtus Pro. As, well, Freaks, you got to imagine, man, they have the compound. They've got 4 alive. Are they set up for another win here? Can they go back-to-back in the wild card maps as the circle once again favoring them? They have that western side, but I think they realize that it's going to leave here eventually, right? We have to start claiming a little bit more than just this compound. But is it too early? Should we wait a little bit longer?
You can wait for the Falcons in 17 because they have to kind of figure this out, what's going on over there, at least for 17.
Some of those rocks look good, though.
That's what I was just about to say, is that there's rocks in the center that the Freaks could potentially take here if they have some safe vehicles. Same thing as for 17, actually. They could try to claim some of those rocks in the middle, but with the angle that the Falcons have, that's way more difficult for them because they're going to get crossfired upon. So it's kind of a stalemate right now. It's like who's going to make that first move, which one of these teams is going to collapse, and then one of the others can make their move ahead of that. Going to try for the emergency cover flare. I suspect, indeed, that is okay-ish, but
it's something.
It's something.
Yeah, I mean, in a world where there's not much of anything, and look at that, Shrimsy, just the second they crest that hill, Shrimsy just lighting them up. So you can see the situation that 17 is in right now, and you wonder what their utility is looking like. As Xiao Wu will try to make the move. Xiao Bei already going to do it on foot. 770 back on his feet once again as the smoke wall is laid down, but they are still not fully in.
Yeah, I mean, it's one step forward, but you still need to take another giant leap to get in. And Xiaowu taking a little bit of damage, trying to hug the edge of that car. Beamy, just, I suspect that's where he's going to end this game, is right around this spot. I mean, maybe he gets up and makes a move, but he's just yeeting a frag and just knows it's done. But still, 4th place, a great amount of kills there for
really
VP.
Good game for them.
Got to be happy with that if you're VP.
Absolutely. And while all this is going on, Salute did leave the compound and took a spot at one of those rocks. I'm not sure. Somebody might have spotted him out. You could see he was a little bit low. I'm not sure it must have been Falcons. And Kickstart still kind of playing around that ridge line. The rest of the gang a little bit closer towards the edge. But look at the fortress Freaks has set up for themselves with those deployable shields. Just waiting to see where the next zone goes. Center's up, so we now know where the final dot will be. And it is going to be in the wide open field.
Yeah, and already Salute claiming that rock. That's why they need those players on top of the roof to make sure Falcons can't get a crossfire angle onto him. Heaven now just holding the line against 17. By the way, the Freaks are sitting on 14 frag grenades, so when it comes to the end of this, they are going to have a huge advantage in that department. 17 with 9 of their own, but are they going to even be able to get into a position to use them? I mean, getting into a car is just going to get you lit up here by the Freaks. Trying to push forward, going to get you lit up by the Freaks and the Falcons. There's one smoke left for you to speak of.
Very easily in grenade range of Falcons right now. That rock that Salute is hanging out at. And I think Falcons knows that, and I think that's why they haven't sent it just yet. I think they... Yeah, 17.
He's even laughing. He knows.
Just giving him the.
Well, you know, the thing is,
the taser.
Honestly, denial here is fine for 17. I mean, you might as well just blow yourselves up. That's really your only option, if we're being honest.
Yeah. I mean, you know who these teams are. It's Freaks. It's Falcons. Neither one of these teams are people that you want to give points over to. So 17, I think, just realizing the situation they're in, and there they go. Over to the Blue Zone, who is yet still undefeated in PGS 8. And now Falcons just waiting for the Freaks to make their way to that rock. I'm telling you, that rock is about to get absolutely lit up with grenades.
Should be.
But again, you said 14 for Freaks. And here they come. They're going to find Salute to start things off. And the trade actually coming through is Salute will find Kickstart with one.
Now it's just trying to scrape as many points as you can. And maybe the win could come through. The Freaks go way wide. Tiggleton gets one.
Oh, no.
Almost gets two. The Freaks there try to make an aggressive move, and they pay the price. That might open the door for the Falcons.
They had to do something to try to get into grenade range with all of this utility that they had, but look at the knocks came through. Their 14 grenades is down to 3, and now all of a sudden Falcons has them pinned down. They know exactly where Guman is. They are up to 9 kills. Kickstart should be resible as well, as Guman got left behind, and Heaven is just, I mean, he is alive by the grace of the deployable cover.
He's got no helmet, and that's just going to make things extra difficult. Now just tear
spray
that
it
thing
down.
apart. Yep, absolutely the right choice here. Guman out in the open, Guman done. Heaven, the last one standing, mollies to try to flush. Even Heaven goes for the peek and immediately pays the price. He has the cover, but now the Falcons can flank out and get the win. Tiggleton there to clean them up, and it is going to be the Falcons who take their second win here in the PGS 8 Finals.
What a first day here for Falcons. What a way to make themselves known and let the lobby know that they are here for business. Another win picked up, and now, again, Freaks, we're starting to see a trend here with teams making it to the late game. The same faces are showing up again and again, and that's a huge win, though, for Falcons.
Absolutely. I mean, the heavy hitters have come to play here in PGS 8. Some of the biggest names we have been trending high on the leaderboards, and we will have to see if they can keep it up.
Is it happening? The Falcons just winning this tournament? That is a blinder of a game once again coming out from the Falcons, new jerseys and all. I'm going to say it every time they win for the rest of the day. Hey, if they get another win on the board, good for them, I guess.
Wait, this is an EWC? What's happening?
Wait a minute.
Falcons coming out looking really good. I mean, I think you heard me the first time they had a great game. I said all I needed to say. Falcons looks really, really good. Starting strong, scary for everybody else.
Leave it to Martin. No, I want to hear more.
I mean, that's it. Falcons are a contender. It was a team coming into this year. Last year, I thought they were a PGC contender to be top 3. They dropped the ball horrifically at PGC. They've come back here. This roster is singing, and you can see it. They started a little bit slow in regionals. They've been on the upgrind, and now they just look unstoppable.
Is it like karaoke singing or what's that singing?
What kind of singing?
Karaoke.
Yeah, he's Danish.
Karaoke?
Yeah.
I thought you said karaoke, like the old player. No, it's
I thought so too.
no, it's not even karaoke singing. This is Celine Dion meets Mariah Carey meets Whitney Houston, the best of the best. These guys are champs.
That's screechy. I don't like that.
Well, I mean, you gotta love the goats.
I guess so. Well, we got mortars abound towards the end. I was screaming for a mortar at the end of this game. If
on the 17?
If DN Freaks had the mortar on 17, I can't believe they went for a 4-man deny.
Bring back Fluky. He never would have done that.
Like, I get it though, right? It's Rondo. These areas are so open, but
you can look at it as well, like the amount of time. If all teams had to move or 2 teams had to move at the same time, sure. But here, there was no other team that had to move for another minute.
They were
right?
dead
So
right.
there, it is the right thing to do here. Those 4 points could matter something. But I guarantee you one thing.
What is
the
that?
Falcons guys, they're going straight back to the laundry and washing those shirts tomorrow. They're going to be wearing them again tomorrow.
Yeah,
the lucky shirts.
They've pulled some good circles out. Not going to lie about that, but they've also played really, really well.
For sure.
And I think it's the awareness of this team. You saw the way that they had that sort of spreader. It was 3 holding the bottom south of the circle. Tackleton kind of playing scout. They're all comfortable with not being greedy, spreading around the action. They just look good.
3 of them top of the damage at the moment. I think Tackleton was flagging a little bit behind them, but not by much, all things considered.
One big thing here is, though, obviously, is that Freaks, they have 9 nades at one point here with no smokes.
Yeah.
Utility in this kind of game where, especially they had to come out of the compound. The Falcons guys still had a lot of cover with the small ridges and everything, right? Had they had 5, 6, 7 smokes, right? They could have delayed everything and maybe had time enough to kind of pull Falcons off this and then start the bombardment. It really talks to the importance of smokes. It talks to the importance of use your utility at the right time when it matters the most. There's no way they don't have, or save 1 smoke each, right? They were down to 0 at a really late point, and yeah, I would like to see more smoke saved for that point there, or even looted. That would have been cool. But 11 kills for Falcons here, James.
Yeah, it's an extreme start for Falcons across the day so far, with that 2.4k damage going their way as well. Virtus Pro.
You guys.
Little Bloomy. Doing bloomy things towards the end as well. But they did have a lot of kills before that. Yes.
Yeah, Nixie had 5 kills. You got to say that too.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Let's take a look at the numbers coming in from the boys.
Take a look at the numbers here.
Look at these guys.
So even.
It is even, and I think that's well. Even H-Win, right? Coming in, getting some good points. Kickstart,
Tanking as well.
Oh, look, good for him. But honestly, Shrimsy and Tiggleton also massing up an amount of damage. A huge amount of damage they pushed in on that one. Great team play across the board. There's nothing else good we can say about the Falcons. I guess my problem is I've been talking about them positively since regionals for years now.
Well,
there's nothing left to say. Everyone knows them.
Yeah,
they expect
that's true.
this.
Who will be the man of the match? It's Shrimsy, and I guess the next thing to say will be if anybody doesn't have a Falcons player on their fantasy team, they're in shambles.
You
think you pointed at both of us because I don't think both of us have one.
We don't have one.
You know who does have a Falcon player on his team?
I think you have some.
This guy.
Do you have Shrimsy?
No, Shrimsy was too expensive. I have Tackleton. He was $3,000 less.
He's still good though.
He's all there. Yes,
he keeps winning.
But Shrimsy is becoming example level guarantee, right? Like Example's one of those players you put on your roster. Doesn't matter how his team does, he's going to put up points. Shrimsy is becoming the Rock of North America. Call him Alcatraz, I guess, if you want to.
The funny thing was he quietly was for quite a while,
Always
right? But then everyone's like, "Oh, Tickleton's a big streamer. He's really cool." But they didn't quite say like that. But
you're calling him the inmate.
No, that's exactly how they say it. For years, there's been kind of this quiet of like, guys, you got to remember, Shrimsy is a boss.
Yeah, he's a gamer.
But Tiggleton got a lot of fanfare. I think Shrimsy has quietly, over the last 3 years, claimed this position, and I do think one of the strongest players in the country.
It's a huge step now as Falcons will take a 13-point lead over second place. DM Freaks move into second place. Admittedly, having that compound for as long as they did significantly helped them in this game. There's no denying that. Rock 0 points in these last two here, Martin, so they have been overtaken.
Yeah, they have. They've been pushed down, but still good. Obviously, they're still going to end in some of the top placements here, even depending on how the next two games go. But yeah, would like to see some more consistency from them, sure. And the next games, once we jump over,
I think that they'll do well in Erangel.
I think so too.
Okay, I'm gonna take this back. I don't think they're gonna like dominate Erangel, but I think
how
their
many
style
points
of
do they
play.
end on? Okay, let's start. How many points do they end on? I'll say 41.
40. Okay, for Rock.
Yeah.
I would probably say something in the ballpark of 44-ish tops.
Okay.
You could have priced this right at him. I was going to do the opposite
42,
side.
42.
40.
Okay, nice.
So that you have to be 140.
I have to be
You know what?
exact.
If
You did that, and you succeeded with that. So
I
I'm
did
fine
succeed with that.
If he ends up at 41, though, we're never going to hear the end of it.
Yeah, well, I should make more of a deal about it.
I'll be like, oh, who's on 41?
For years, that's going to be perfect. But Rock will deserve. No, I think Rock had a really good 2 games. The last 2 were tough ones. I don't think that map is necessarily their bread and butter. There's too many ways to sort of have teams play at you. So I think Erangel, where they can take some spots, hold it, backfill, I think they'll be in a better place.
I think Falcons is going to continue this lead. I think they look really good.
At this
really
point, this
good.
snowball effect and the confidence just from this, right? And we have 2 more games to go. No way that they end on like 65 plus points. 66, 64, 66.
Right. No, we don't need, we're not allowed to have this much fun, all right? Let's calm it down for a second.
No, I mean, Falcons told me that they literally had a physio flown out. I think they have somebody helping with like mental health training. They have like an entire support staff here making sure that they are ready to play, and it seems to be paying dividends.
And their physio is Polish, like that a lot. All right, we're going to a short break. When we return, we have Erangel on the cards. 2 more games. Falcons is currently flying high.
Welcome to Rivals Hover League, a battle of blazing pace and power. Watch out for Hunter, the ambush predator. Boom, sniper. 1 shot, 1 kill. Rolling thunder, it's Raider. Death from above, it's Jet. Hook, line, and sinker. Bet. Here comes the storm. It's Flash. Oh, heavy. A fortress in motion. It's the greatest sport in the system. Rivals Hover League.
Charging directly into the freaks. Close to
slow down. Yeah. I got the initial. Oh, there it is. And 1 more for good measure. Good
But it's going to come at a bad time because, I mean, Navi has already kind of got a point. Good day coming up from Embers for VP down.
That is a problem.
Oh,
Norins.
Day Trade. Day Trade wants this.
The Nurin's compound, and Nurin's just laying out everything. Trimsy still playing around that smoke wall. Kiss hiding in the midst. And Tig do work with that Groza. Kiss gonna find Trimsy. Does Kiss get all of them? Of course he does. Give Kiss 5 kills. Utility just not landing. That is very, very hard stuff to land. It is a doozy, and Bestalok gonna get immediately spotted by Vatu. He'll get another one. IGL who? He'll get 3. He gets almost all of them in Twisted Minds.
Using the distraction from VP as well as BB taking shots at this rotation means the fact that Freaks managed to sneak it. Oh, Evie!
More steps toward unifying your Battlegrounds experience. Destructible terrain on Tago. And a new way to hide your vehicles. All this and more as we dive into the Update 35.2 patch report. First up, we're continuing to work toward unifying your Battlegrounds experience. This update adds vending machines, previously a Miramar exclusive, to Erangel and Tago. You can also keep an eye out for medical vending machines that distribute first aid kits, bandages, and med kits. All these machines still have their chance at a jackpot, so test your luck when you run into one. In addition to this, Erangel is also getting Tago's destructible pots. Breaking these has a chance to give boosts, healing items, throwables, and even secret room keys. So embrace your inner Link and smash away. And speaking of destroying stuff, destructible terrain and the red zone have made their way to Tago. As before, explosives and the Panzerfaust will alter the terrain they hit, adding a bit more realism to that big, cool explosion. We've also added the pickaxe to the map for those who'd rather dig their trench a little more discreetly. For now, destruction on Tago will only affect terrain, so don't worry about the building you're in caving down on top of you. And on the topic of discreetness, you can now find vehicle camo netting on Erangel and Miramar. Deploying the camo netting to your vehicle will help it to blend in with the terrain around it, making it harder for enemies to see while obscuring tire positions. We've also toned down C4 a little by making it a deployable weapon that requires 4 seconds to set. This adds a little more risk to the reward instead of it being used as a nuclear grenade. There's also a new Survivor Pass, enhancements made to the inflatable boat, some improvements to the flare gun's UX, and lots more info about everything else we talked about. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 35.2 is here. So pack your favorite explosives and get ready for a little light terraforming on Tago. Just make sure you hide your getaway vehicle from the other survivors. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Ni hao, I'm Tiger and Lilik.
No, Lilik.
Welcome back, everyone. We have 4 games down and 2 games remaining here on day 1 of the final stage of PGS 8. So far today, the Falcons have taken 2, but will they have another one in store as we head on over to Erangel? I am Porosaurus. Joining me once again is Paper Thin. And Paper, it has been pretty fun so far, I gotta say.
It's been a lot of fun, and I am very impressed with the Falcons, in particular in that last game with, you know, the circle. They had center control early, but it hard shifted, right? Phase 2 put them on the edge, and they were able to work that the rest of the way through that game, controlling their space, controlling their zone, to get into that late game and to get that win. The Freaks there, you know, in a tough spot out in the open, you could kind of draw up different ways to maybe approach the end of that game a little bit, but you know, the Falcons did have a hill. They did have a good piece of cover left for them for a little bit longer. Maybe the Freaks should have just waited a little bit, but regardless, the Falcons capitalized on the Freaks' mistakes.
You could see what the plan was, right? Like, they had laid some smokes out. They tried to send out 2 in a vehicle to get kind of like a 2-2 split going on both sides of the Falcons' bowl that they had kind of to work with. And they had a bunch of grenades, but unfortunately for them, Tickleton was just right on time with the sprays, got the 2 knocks, and put them in the bin as we are heading over to Erangel. The green looking almost as pretty as the red.
It's color-coded for the maps, I think?
Yeah.
Oh.
Absolutely.
This could be the first time I'm noticing it. Like, they could have been doing it the whole event.
There's no way this is the first time you're noticing this.
I'm the most oblivious person on the planet. Like the Falcons changed jerseys today, I would have had no idea unless someone pointed it out to me. I live in my own world, and any change has to be like told to me by someone else first, and then I'll figure it out.
Okay. Well, all right, that's fine. You know what? We're not going to fault you for it because you are really good at watching the screens and telling us, all of us,
That's
what
true.
is going on.
Somehow I'm good at that.
Somehow, great at that. Don't ask them what color the Falcons jerseys are today. White, by the way.
Okay.
There you go. They're looking clean as a fresh picked flower, and I would not be surprised if they were correct on the desk and that they would wash those jerseys and run it back tomorrow, because they are having some great success so far. As we see the drops coming through, it does not look like T1 and 4 a.m. are going to scrap over Yasnai. In the end, Sonic and the rest of the boys deciding that discretion was the better part of valor, and they'll just give Yasnai over to 4 a.m. for now.
Yeah, I mean, I think it worked for them on Miramar, so, you know, a lot of hemming and hawing from the T1 boys about what they wanted to do today in regards to the hot drops, and they have decided that, yep, it is better off just going a little bit further away, still have similar rotation paths. The timings are going to be just a little bit different, so you got to be a little careful with that. You never know when 4 a.m. might just decide that they want to screw your game over potentially, so you got to be careful with the rotation path. So a lot of things to consider as T1, obviously, with the change, but in some ways, things a little bit the same. Baron, it's an iron sight, and I don't think so.
It almost doesn't even matter, it feels like, with Forest.
I mean, they still did a ton of damage.
Look how close Don's got.
Goodness.
Goodness me.
Those headsets don't work as a helmet, as it turns out.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing. Well, you can watch that multi-view. As you can see, you can get your choice of 3 Chinese teams: Twisted Minds, Falcons, or the Freaks.
Ooh.
All fun to watch, to be sure. As we see TKL making their way into that South George looting spot. The rest of the Falcons, meanwhile, they have the eastern side, the split going on. They've got BB Team just off to the east, and Mansion pretty locked down. Would not be surprised to see them be very quick on the looting. And so before they were sending H-Win in very, very early, like almost off drop, to go and take a central spot, but it seems like they're feeling a little bit more comfortable now with the point lead. They'll go a little bit slower, as we can see. Just absolutely destroyed.
That is amazing. That is just a great setup they have there with that formation across the road too. Have a little bit of cover from the hill to obscure where their position is going to be, and Taikula just drives right past it. Pays the price. Yeah, I think early rotations here for the Falcons. Last time in a circle like this, we saw them go to the Blue House that's up on the eastern side of Potato Mountain. But I already see some Twisted Minds players out there, so they might be a little late to that party. So let's see what the Falcons want to do this go around. And the Freaks have had a great day, but they are 13 points behind the Falcons. But we want to hear what is going on with the Freaks and Gumin, see what the IGL has to say.
Hi guys, I'm standing here with DN Freaks. Gumin, they took that chicken on Taego, and you guys did so well in BGS 7, came so close to winning it, but you know, you got your first chicken at 8 finals. What are you making sure that you focus on this time to take the title? PGS 7에서 너무 아쉽게 우승을 놓치셨는데 8 와서 파이널 첫날에 첫 치킨까지 아주 좋은 모습을 보여주고 계시는데 혹시 이번 파이널 우승 가져가기 위해서 우리가 가장 집중하고 있다 얘기해 주실 게 있나요?
사실 뭐 팀끼리 사실 뭐 따로 집중하고 있는 건 없고 저희가 그냥 하던 대로 하면은 충분히 우승할 수 있을 거라 생각해서 그냥 PWS 하듯이 똑같이 준비하고 있는 것 같고 뭐 세븐도 아쉽게 저희들이 좀 개개인 실수로 많이 무너졌기 때문에 뭐 그런 것만 고치면 딱히 준비할 거 없더라도 충분히 우승할 수 있을 거라 생각합니다.
Sorry, that was Korean for a bit. Okay, they're not doing anything special to, you know, they haven't changed anything. They're just practicing and working how they do at the PWS, and they're trying to fix on the minimal mistakes that they made in the 7 finals. Yeah, and they're very confident that they're going to win. So love that, love the confidence, and let's go back to Erangel. 안녕. 안녕.
안녕.
We stan our short king Gumin, as the Freaks did find that big victory to start things off. Almost was able to back it up in game number 4 on Rondo, but Falcons came out just ahead. So we'll see what the Freaks have to give us here in our final 2 matches here on Erangel.
Yeah, they're drifting towards the northwest side of Pachinki, and there's quite a bit of open space, sort of.
Not again.
Oh, not Navi. They've had enough. They've had enough.
Well, they are. It looks like they're not giving them up, though. Oh no, Stead. Okay, that's unfortunate. Well, we'll see if Fairest can hold it. Oh no, not another one! Sal Hackatory now 2. Oh, Navi. Yeah, you know what? We're still 1 game left. You know, there's 2 for the most part. It feels like Navi might be donezo for this one, but still 1 more left to kind of pull things back together, and still 2 more. That's why we play 18. You can have a rough day.
But this is a Saiga, and if they committed, there's a world. There's a world where Ferris just turns this around. And you can see Geeke being very, very patient. You know, we saw them kind of thinking about some blue zones.
They know somebody's here.
Yes.
They knew somebody was here when they came in, and then all of a sudden Navi just kind of drove by with 2 other ones.
You suspect he's upstairs.
Yeah.
Like just in that house, that's 90% of the time where somebody's going to be.
100%.
Yeah.
So Sid, all by his little lonesome over in the compound, going to try to distract a little bit. I don't know how much good it's going to do, as Geeke will just take their time with this one, and even so much going so far as to hide out in the closet. Do they? Maybe they don't know. Well, Sosa's got the flashbang.
They're being extra cautious.
Yeah, and I don't blame them, right? You don't want to lose anybody off the bat or off of trying to take care of one person.
And you never know, like, you know, if people have been kill feed tracking, like how close they are to maybe just driving it in, you know, to see what they can get. You know there's going to be other teams somewhere near the coast because of how tight the drops are, you know, between Ferry Pier to Farm. You know, there's 3-4 teams that are going to fit into there.
Maybe they don't know.
They don't know exactly where he is, but they have a damn high suspicion.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, maybe they were just waiting for the next person to come through. I don't know. They already managed to pick off 2, and they know exactly who it is as well.
Oh, look at that. He threw a smoke down at the bottom of the stairs, I think.
Oh,
that's
there's one. Can he get another one? No, he can't. PWD. We'll finish him off, let him know with a little extra spray into the crate. And now it's all down to Sosid.
Oh, boy. It has been just brutal for Navi today. I mean, every game there's somebody picking on him.
Well, our lower half of the leaderboard really needs to get it together, honestly, because just look at it. I mean, just
no.
Stead and then just
come on,
like dirty, filthy
absolutely
stuff.
disgusting from Spyro.
Filthy stuff. Well, but yeah, I mean, look at the lower parts of the leaderboard here. I mean, the front is starting to pull away, and we got 3 teams still on single-digit points. Like that is not where you want to be with 2 games remaining, and we'll see if Day Trade and TKL can crawl their way out of the mines. 4 a.m. showed some signs of promise early on in Miramar. Theraton 5, we've seen some stuff from them. Big Apa as well. It just hasn't really shown itself on the leaderboard just yet. And now BB Team getting a little bit close to Falcons. Looks like that res should come out, though, pretty safely.
Yeah, I mean, it's been like, you know, some of those teams down there above 14th, I'll say above Navi, have had like 1 or 2 good fights, right? But they haven't been able to get like super deep into games. Bagel Pa's been scraping points off of like a couple players that are still alive and kind of just making some hero plays here and there. That's not a recipe for consistency. Pachinki will be fully occupied by the Freaks now as 17 has gone out to the houses to the east, outside of the fields, just to the west of the Bald Mountain, as it is called in Korea.
Oh.
Yeah, it's the Bald Mountain.
I'm not saying
not
anything.
Potato Mountain. I know it's named after me.
Saying apps.
You could have said it.
I said.
I would never be mad at you for that.
I know you wouldn't,
you
but
jerk.
I would never because you would. But that's you wouldn't be mad at me because you know I wouldn't.
Well, I have mixed feelings. Okay, let's put it that way.
Fair enough. Oh, the circle is going to go off to the west. We did get a brief look at another team that would really like to see start getting their act together here a little bit. 17, only 18 points so far for our defending PGS 7 champions. As So said, we'll try to do something here, defend against Geeke as they are pushing in, but he's not going to find a knock on the initial push. Day Trade Tigger has eyes on this as well, so Geeke has to be very careful about how they play around the outside of this compound.
He also has a Saiga behind this AUG. So you've been able to best one of them. He's going to throw the gas can at the bottom of the stairs, but Hyrzen has that angle. Oh my goodness, so said. I thought you had a moment there waiting for the head to pop up to try to get the knock. Can't convert, but now they know exactly where he is. You can just put Quizzy up there with that Panzer, but he's getting shot trying to go over. Tigger from Day Trade almost thwarts Gike's plans here. And now Quizzy has to rethink how he's going to get this Panzer to be effective.
And now T1, you can see them just off to the north making their rotation down. That might actually distract Day Trade a little bit as Gike going to take the time to take a few shots over at T1 just to make sure that they don't come in here as they're trying to finish off this last member of Na'Vi. So said, still playing that. Yeah, you can see that.
Just go up in the other window.
That gas
go where
can.
Hyrzen was. You could just arc a Panzer through there.
Good. Yeah, why not? Just do it like Lou. Just, from like from 100 yards, just arc that sucker.
They're going to pop the gas can there.
Probably a good idea, just in case.
Yeah.
Oh, BB Team now making their way on that hill as well. So Gike taking their time with this one. T1, meanwhile, have found a spot dead center circle. It's very early to play this particular position. We'll see if they get away with it as Taikula, Golden 119, taking shots from range.
I'll be honest, I don't like that for T1. I mean, I get it. You've been getting shot a bit, trying to cross those fields, and there it is.
Go.
There it goes. I mean, he hit himself, but that's okay. It's just a knock, so
Easy
you can
reset.
afford to do that. Yeah, exactly. That is going to be a point, though, for Day Trade, as they have caught BB Team trying to make rotations themselves, but they're going to cut up into the skinny tree for us. This is kind of more what I was hoping T1 would do and go a little bit further west. Because, man, oh, man, like you said, Poro, sitting in the middle of these fields. I mean, I know there are some hills and a few shacks and things like that to work with, but it's hard to get into the late game because a lot of teams are going to get funneled into this field most likely. Like, there's a pretty high chance that's where this circle ends.
Yeah.
And you're just going to be getting peppered, dude.
It's a great spot to play. It really is. Like, it's a fantastic spot to play. I don't know if it's
like
great
phase
spot to play
6.
this early.
Yeah, like phase 6, it's awesome.
Yeah, you're asking for trouble, but you also might be asking for a lot of kills. So it really just depends on how well you can defend your spot, defend your area right there. If you set up the vehicle for it nicely, if you can kind of do a lot of damage before anybody crashes in on top of you. Falcons, meanwhile, coming in from that northern side, as now 17 has run into the forest, and third party from 4 a.m. Olympus will make sure he secures the knock, though.
Oh, Olympus going to get knocked for his efforts. Forrest took this fight, and it was a very fanned-out 17. And, okay, starting to move up a little bit to the north. This is some Bagel Pa. This is some Bagel Pa looking circles. So we'll see. I mean, they're going to try the less central one. This is interesting from Bagel Pa.
Yeah, well, they're going to have all 4 in there, and you see Freaks, they were watching as soon as they left.
Yep.
Freaks coming down from those Pachinki Hills and will take the more central one. Theraton 5 was not really in a position where they could do anything. They have such a wide split as Falcons just driving around up there on that northern side. You see they spotted out Rossita Jr. and Pathampong. Again, this is T5 just in that big wide split. And if Falcons can catch these guys slipping, they might be in trouble, and they see a point here, but nice spray will take down Shrimsy, but H-Win going to go down to his own teammate, and Rossiter going to hop out of the vehicle. He's going to come by with the spray, doesn't get it initially, and now here comes around the side. Rossiter will go down to kickstart, but dangerous moments there for the Falcons.
I think they popped the tire onto Shrimsy's vehicle as he was pulling in, and that made that first one easy. And then a little bit of a whoopsies for the Falcons. Not sure if H1 just took a lot of damage when they slammed into the side of the house, and that's what caused the knock, or just got out a bit early. Hard to say, but should be A-okay now for the Falcons. I mean, you lose Shrimsy, obviously that hurts, but it has been a tremendous day, no matter how you slice it, for the white and green as they now stabilize. And there's T1 losing players, trying to reach out a bit and trying to get a little bit too close to the Freaks, and they're going to pay the price, and they're just going to hemorrhage players potentially as they try to get a little bit further north into the circle. I mean, again, so much field they're going to have to cross. I don't know what the vehicles are like in the middle of that position for them either. Things could be rather uncomfortable in this game. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, the only thing you can kind of hope for here as T1 is that everybody on the edges just cannibalizes each other, and you can just, you get another southern shift or two, and maybe you could just hold on to the late game and get some points that way.
Maybe hope that maybe this next circle you could still stay in your same position and sit a little bit longer maybe, but we'll see. We'll see if they get any amount of luck going with him, as Patapong will go ahead and rejoin the rest of his squad. His previous compound getting pushed by the 4 members of Rock coming on the north side. Twisted Minds also have one last player in Batulins playing the south side of Pachinki. Everybody else kind of making their way over to this Pachinki Hill. VP, they see Geek moving in. 4 strong Geek. After dispatching Navi, they'll turn their attention over to another European squad in Virtus Pro.
Man, he hit some headshots. Oh my God.
He jumped it.
What in the world just happened? How did he not take much damage from that?
He jumped in the vehicle instantly upon hearing the grenade land and jumped out as soon as it had exploded somehow.
That's crazy.
That was quick with it. Well, Haruzen will get spotted out by Nixie. And now Quizzy has Beamy in his eyes. Spiro still playing that northern side. New circle has popped, and fortunately for T1, they do not have to move as it is hard shifted back down to the south. But now Twisted Minds has heard all the action. They are coming over here to see if they can maybe spot out some of the Virtus Pro members. But no, Fluky from behind will force Perfectix back on to the low ground.
Yeah, you want to try to take some of these third-party opportunities as Twisted Minds. A little bit of this hill is going to be in for the next circle, but just kind of the southwestern edge of it. Batulins is going to find some knocks here as VP starting to crumble, getting sandwiched between Geek and Twisted. Oh, example, almost.
Too.
Oh, Day Trade stole that. There was a yelp there that came from the Day Trade squad. They're still having fun. And a buggy for Nixie. Trying to pop the tires is Spyro. And there goes one. Nixie hangs on to the control, but now he spins out. Now he's in trouble. Spyro going to readjust. It's actually Tigger again who finds the knock. It's a race to see who can claim it. Spyro's got the point.
There you go. Good spray down from him. And now Example will get Quizzy low, but won't get the knock. And Flash will find it, though. Day Trade is just third-partying all of this and will steal that one away as well. Day Trade just in perfect position as Virtus Pro does get eliminated in the end as they run into Kiss. Forest collecting another point. 6th place overall for Forest. They are down to just 2, though, playing inside the middle of the fields.
Yeah, gonna be potentially rough for some of those teams that had to go into the fields early, but everybody else are on the edge, doing a lot of damage to each other. Falcons 3 strong, making their way just on foot, no vehicles.
Yeah, this is gonna be interesting to see where they decide to go.
You know, they might catch 4AM off guard a bit here. This is pretty unconventional. You might be able to spring a bit of a trap on top of them. I mean, if somebody's being diligent, watching the backside for 4AM, they're A-okay, but there is this hillside here that kind of blocks vision from this angle of attack, but the jig is up, and Longs has got H-Win down, and now the Falcons in trouble. Tiggleton already very lit up as well, so let's see what they can do. Bagel helping out a bit from afar, but the Falcons are going to be on the bad side of the circle and only 2 players strong.
That was actually Atol Mu and Godby making sure that they did not give up their backside. Kickstart will go down, and it's all down to Tiggleton. He's going to spray down into the open. He's got a rock to play around. That grenade might do work. 15 HP left to play with. And another grenade. The utility not coming from 4AM. He is not going down easy. He'll spot Atol Mu, but the blue zone has arrived. Can he at least secure the point? He can. And now he gets another one as Godby is going to go down to the blue to the grenade. He will eventually go down to Longs, however, so Godby should be able to get back on his feet. But look at Bagel They're on their high horse. They're coming over here to third party.
Let's go. Bagel this is a great moment to make your move. Sungjong watching the backside, and that's going to open up a bit of a door for Rock to flood in through. Grenades at the ready here for Two Heart. HS takes a bunch of damage. The grenade was aimed for him. Longs on the other side, getting the pain as well. And now these grenades are raining right on top of him. That one's perfect from Akan.
Off the backboard, Akan gets the double. And now Bagel up to 4 kills. They have the high side. But you can see 17 has an angle onto that, so they pull in. Look at Example. He is making his way over onto T5, and it looks like they're going to spot him and gets the knock before he can do any damage.
And now they're going to get the smokes down, so they should be able to cover themselves from Batulins and Lou over there. Or excuse me, Perfectix and Lou. And yeah, now for now, T5 A-OK. Vehicles available for Twisted Minds though, as they're going to try a different angle. They thought about just prodding into the backside of T5, seeing if they could catch him off guard. Didn't really work. So now you got to make a rotation. You got to do something. Day Trade though, a step ahead of the game, and they are going to be right ahead of them. So they're going to stop up, maybe go through the throwables. Yeah, they've got a couple frags, so if they can find an opportunity, Day Trade here, maybe not going to hear this. They cut the engines, they're rolling in, and they've got a little bit of a hill that's going to cover them from Day Trade for now.
Those smokes letting Twisted Minds know exactly where they are. Here they come. Grenades in hand. Grenades will fall. Grenades will go long. As Tigger is the front man. Good spray from Lou, though. Will spot out Belmoth and Thanadol right behind him. He's going to go down to Batu. And now it's just down to Tigger and Flash. They've got cars to hide behind. How many more grenades does Twisted Minds have? But Perfectix will spotted by the grenade from Tigger. Nice follow-up again. We'll get Lou low. Does he have another one? That might fall right onto Batu. It does, but doesn't get the knock.
Oh boy, Twisted here, got the res, but it didn't matter. Tigger still had more frags in the bag. He's got one more to go. Trying to see if he could get the flushes now. Batu trying to storm his way forward. The Freaks are going to claim a few of the Day Trade players for themselves. A spray up and over the hill line, just anticipating the push from Twisted Minds. Batu trying to wait this out as long as he can.
That's a good molly.
Trying to use the smoke. And I think it just missed Tigger. I think it went just a bit too far there. Trying to find the angle. Going to be shut down.
Suze, the third party from TKL, will take him out. And Tigger should be able to get Flash back on his feet. But it looks like Freaks is looking over in this direction as well. T1, well, remember, we thought they took that spot early, and it was looking good for a while. And now all of a sudden things are starting to fall apart just a little bit as TKL has flexed out from their compound. They knew exactly how to approach this T1 location, as the grenades will start coming out from the Freaks, but they're going to fall just a little bit onto the side.
Yeah, Freaks got to sweep down here, clear out Day Trade from their backside, and they've got Bagel Pa to contest with while they're making these moves, so they got to put some return fire in. Heather, you're done. You're dusted. T1 going to go out into 8th place, able to get a placement point out of it, but Taikula, they're breaking out of their compound, able to really fan out nicely and just put the boot down.
Duns indeed. Well, Rock, we haven't heard from them since Miramar. Now that we're back on Erangel, we're seeing 3 up, center circle, nice little spot to play. See if they can keep it going. Akan going to spot out Salute, though. Nice spray from Bagel Pa as they are 4 strong on this northwestern side.
Man, Bagel Pa is hitting some nice shots this game. They have 5 kills already. Let's see if they can get Salute or not. I mean, smokes came out from the Freaks to try to get there to get the res, but they are going to drive up. It is going to be Guman. He is on rescue duty, and he seemingly might get this. The grenades, though, are bouncing in. Almost got the one. If it was a follow-up. Oh, it bounced off the roof. Didn't matter. It still exploded in time, and Sungjong finds 2 huge knocks. The Freaks in trouble as Bagel Pa is on the hunt.
How many times have we seen the rescue mission only resulting in more kills, as Two Heart will now spot out Deal, and all of a sudden the Freaks just down to heaven. Just like that, Bagel Pa taking control over the north side, and Park Pro has Heaven pinned to the wall. Will get the knock as well. 8 kills now for Bagel Pa and complete control of the north.
Yeah, they really timed that nicely. Just waited for the res. There's a bit of a bait there onto Salute, and the Freaks bit down, and then Tigger on the backside. He's got 5 kills in this game now. He has been a real nuisance. Grenade out here for Souza, and it's going to splash right in between Flash and Tigger. Doesn't do much damage there. Souza not really interested in trying to throw anymore. Wants to maybe save that last frag for later. 17, they're up to bat.
Oh, boy.
And oh, boy, Rock is really clustered for this.
Oh, boy, that's looking like a big target. They're going to fall 1 short, but 1 will fall as BL goes down, and the rest of the boys now on their tummies, crawling around like worms. Souls will get taken down. Fantastico will get finished off, and Rock going down as we have our top 4, and it's all lower half of the leaderboard teams. This could be huge for our leaderboard rankings.
Well, you said you wanted to see it.
I said I did.
And you're getting it.
And here it is.
I love it. All right, Taikula in a really nice spot right now, just controlling a lot of what's going on to their north and a lot of space from them. Well, now they're the only ones in the circle, so that's even better. Taikula might be able to really rocket up the leaderboards here. Just depends on what damage some of these other teams can do. You know, for Bagopie, you got to fight through potentially 17. Who knows about Day Trade as well. And then you got to try to get into the end versus Taikula, who's sitting pretty. And let's see what they want to do. I mean, I think for Bagopie, swinging in towards Day Trade, if you're reading the kill feeds, you know that that's a 2-man squad instead of a 3-man squad on your other side. So Day Trade the better option. And just got to get there. It is so hard, though, to navigate because these sloping hills will open up a sight line all of a sudden. You might just get cut down by a good DMR play, but actually they're just going to try to center up on this rock. There's a vehicle here. It's smoking, but it's not blown up yet, and doesn't have great tires either, but you never know. Maybe they can there's nothing in the back of it, as we just got shown by our observers. Thank you, observers. We appreciate you.
Hey, you never know. You never know when you're going to find some treatsies. But I mean, look at the util situation for these teams as well. Taikula 14 smokes, but 0 frag grenades. 0 frag grenades on Day Trade. Only 1 in the hands of 17. Bagopie has 7. If they can hold on to the late game here, but Tigger will spot out Park Pro. He was kind of off in the distance, so it might have just been a foregone conclusion that he was going to go down, as Too Hard going to get spotted out by 7700, but the nice grenade will find Xiao Wu. Bagopie now down to 0 grenade. They had 7 moments ago, and all of a sudden now they are down to 0 as they used all of them trying to get rid of 17.
Now Day Trade getting funneled, getting pushed by Taikula. They want to try to control this hillside just a little bit more. This could work out nicely for Bagopie, who are maybe going to be under a bit of pressure. They can maybe find a few extra kills out of the back of this. I don't know if they're winning this game at this point. I think this is Taikula's to lose, but some stuns in response from Day Trade. They don't want to give this up without a fight. We know how tenacious they absolutely can be. Meanwhile, Bagopie just, it's down into the grass we go. There is nowhere else. There is not much cover to be found. So
this is going to be fun, though.
It is going to be good.
This is going to be fun. When you look, I mean, I know, hey, everybody, you talk about how important utility is at the end game. Oh, no, 17 just picked up 4 grenades, so now they have 5. Everybody else has 0. It was looking like there was going to be a gunfight, but 17 still has 5 grenades left in the pocket.
Oh,
and,
no.
They have a spot inside zone. 7700 has an angle onto Tigger's toes, but not enough.
He's got no 5.5 left, so he has to use the barrel there.
Just nothing. Yeah, look at him. We're sniping with a 6x barrel. That's the situation that we're in this wide open field ending.
That doesn't feel good. Well, now they're starting to hit shots. Here come the grenades. They're right next to Bagopie. Only 1 knock. It's Sungjiang for Xiaobei. Akan, though, is going to find another one. Xiao Wu nails it. And those extra frags that 17 was able to pick up, maybe the end of the Korean squad there. Now, Day Trade trying to find some kind of safety. A lot of damage done to Cold. He's going to slide in back behind the shed. Too Hard trying to get as center as he can compared to the rest of his team, and he's spotted. He's dealt with. Bagopie out.
10 kills for Day Trade. They were in shambles coming into this game, only single-digit points, and now all of a sudden, just like that, they have shot up to 12th place, and they have a shot at trying to get the win here, but it's going to take some doing. 17, they are in zone. They are comfortable. You can see the cars that they have to work around as far as cover goes. A few deployable shields as well. Xiao Wu will have to stop down to heal up. TKL, meanwhile, they have a lot of real estate on the south side to kind of work around, try to find different angles, all 4 players alive, but they're just not finding the shots that they need because look at this. They go prone and you just can't see them. There's just no angle to be found in these softly, gently rolling hills of these open fields.
Yeah. 17, if they had a few more frags, they could probably deal with Cold, but they only have 1, so it's much more difficult to get the job done there. They would love to displace him because if you get rid of Cold here, you actually make this a much more fair fight. You break open that flank angle, but it doesn't matter. Spaceman gets a 4x spray. with the AUG down on top of 17 players, and they're starting to crumble. Molly just a bit short here. Flash is out for Day Trade. They want to make their move off the back of that knock. They want to get as many points out of this as they can. Taikula knows it. Cold gets taken down by Flash there, actually. Spaceman comes storming in, and like that, just snap your fingers. Taikula wins the game.
Just the quickest finish you'll ever see. Everything was posturing in the open fields up to that point, but when it came down to the final moments, Taikule showing what they are capable of, instantly wrapping and taking out the remainder of the teams on the map. They knew exactly where everybody was. Fantastic job by them as 17 once again getting to the late game. We'll see if they get some points for it this time, because it's been a struggle so far today.
Yeah, it has been. But a lot of teams that were struggling stepped up here. So now we're going to get a little bit of a realignment on the leaderboard. We're going to have teams that were maybe looking like they might be kind of out of it, kind of back into it. So hopefully that's going to continue. Hopefully things tighten up here as PGS 8 rolls along.
We'll see. We've got one game left today, so let's throw it over our desk to get us ready for it.
Ready to fight. Ready to fight. Fight. We ready. Ready to fight.
Well, the field ending on Erangel goes the way of Taikula at the very end of things. Dispatching of 17, dispatching of the rest of the competition. We talk about Taikula, who was down towards the bottom and needed these much-needed points.
They did, and they get some points.
Hooray!
Watching them in group stages, I'm glad they had a good game.
Yeah, I am too. It's so far not been what we kind of hoped for from them compared to what we saw at PGS 7 at the group stage. Spaceman, obviously, I guess a lot of us had high hopes for Spaceman after what we saw in PCL, right? One of the top fraggers there, one of the top damage dealer, a huge impact. And now it's kind of changing, and it kind of comes back to this, what I talked about earlier, right? The chaos has kind of been contained a little bit by the top teams that have figured out, okay, how are we playing against these other teams? How are we kind of figuring out this lobby? And it's getting very figured out at this point. You can see how vanilla this ending was. Everyone is like, okay, we're pushing from here, we're taking this edge, we're taking this southern side here, and that it comes down to even tenfold on Erangel. Erangel is so figured out on top of that, right?
And I think that actually sums it up well. The fact that the chaos has sort of come to an end. Taikula really benefited in the past from all the hot drops that were going on, the extra space. This time around, because it was, as you said, vanilla and such a wide open ending, this really kind of did come down to who had position and was able to just sort of lock it down and hold their spot. You see a lot of frustration from these players during this section, but there's just, I mean, they had the hay belt. They were able to hold it down while everyone else scrambled to try to find somewhere to go. Grenades were the kings of the field. You just see team after team get eliminated by them.
Yeah, coming in from the south, really having not much opposition down there compared to all the other teams that kind of were going to have to deal with each other, meant that they had so much room to work with.
It's a bombardment, one of my friends would have once said.
It's
back
a bombardment.
in 2019.
The best, you can tell. I've got kids, right? And like, this is my favorite context with somebody. This did ruin their tummy time. Rock was just out there having tummy time, right? And runs of grenades land on top of them, and that's the end of it. That's what you get if you just crawl around on your stomach.
Is it? Is it?
That's what tummy time is.
I don't know. I have kids.
Tigger 7
Wait,
kills.
No!
Tigger 7 kills and almost 1,000 damage. Huge day trade again.
No.
Points here. Oh, look at that. And they finished this one out. Fantastic for TKL. They quadrupled their points in this game.
They did.
They did, yeah.
Yeah, they did.
Day Trade also had a massive come up in this one as well, as you were pointing out in the green room. Huge glow up, right, from Day Trade.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they surged from 15th place to 12th place with all of that, according to Poro at least. But it was 7 kills going the way of good old Tig. A huge surge.
I think I heard him say this might start their push to winning PGS 8, and that's pretty exciting for them, and to have such a believer in that way. They walk away with 11 kills.
So actually, this is a big thing about it, right? Of course, Day Trade here, yes, as you said, 11 kills, 1,500 damage. they are one of the teams alongside Na'Vi, alongside T5, they're on 5.
Yep.
Yeah.
That T1 is trying to pursue. And we saw T1 abandon the hot drop and head towards Stalbot on the drop as well. So it's very clear that they are taking the idea of getting towards EWC very, very seriously as we take a look at the numbers from TKL.
How can you not take it seriously, right?
Absolutely,
I mean, it's a huge event right around the corner. We know that OP.GG is watching. Taikula, who I believe has some new branding coming their way at the end of this event, is going to be pretty excited to put up a big game to say, hey, look, we're proud of ourselves.
Yeah. I'm excited for Spaceman. I have him on my roster today, guys.
Good
so
old Spaceman.
Yeah, I'm going to be able to get
We would have never guessed.
out of the bottom 5,000 where I am right now.
Are you that in the bin?
Yeah, I'm pretty much in the bin. At
So
the
he
moment.
gets MVP. What I want to know, what was your logic for putting Space? I don't think a lot of people put Spaceman on their roster.
29 kills in the PCL finals. That's pretty much it. I was like, this
and
guy's
group stage of PGS 7.
Yeah, I mean, he did great in PGS 7 group stage.
That's
so
fair.
Here, it's like, and he was cheap.
That's right.
Because they had a...
How much was he?
I think it's like 14,000, 15,000.
Oh, okay.
That makes a lot of sense, actually. So he's got to come back alive. Kind of, maybe like people had Perfectix on their roster for the same reason. Like, he's been a little slow play. Maybe he's going to pick up some speed.
For the same reason?
He didn't get...
He was the cheapest of them.
Yeah, but also...
He was the cheapest of Twisted
But probably
Minds.
double Spaceman.
Yeah, but okay, if you built a fantasy today and you didn't put a Twisted Minds player on there, you're
Yeah, it's
trolling,
kinda- yeah,
right?
usually,
But
yeah.
it was hard to afford them because they were all so expensive.
They
To
were.
see him at the bottom of the 4 was unique for me.
Along with the Falcons.
Right. Mounts leaderboard, 19 points, going to be really nice for them. Bagopah gets 12.
That's huge.
And Rock Esports continuing to slowly hold on to that third position.
They had a central position for a
They
good
did.
portion of this
Guys,
field finish.
And Bagopah surged up to the top of the leaderboard off the bottom 8.
Hey, a surge is a surge. And 27 is not that far from 31. And 31 is not that far from 37. So the climb is possible. But you're right, Rock did have a outside position. They did what we expected. They waited for an opening. When they saw someone move, they drove straight towards the middle and laid down and hoped that nobody would catch them.
And now next to us here, we see Batulins, Trimsy, and Tickleton looking at the leaderboards.
Discussing the leaderboard.
How far ahead is Comfort for you going into the last couple of games?
He's
How far
he
ahead
doesn't
do you
like
need to
it.
be
He doesn't want to
ahead
be
of
asked.
Twisted Minds? Then go sit down,
He
get ready for
doesn't
the
want to
game.
be asked a question.
The camera wasn't on. You're lucky. He said, no, I don't want to answer. No,
It's
but
interesting.
this is looking good. I mean,
It
18,
is looking
18
good.
points lead and
It's big. It's big.
This is different than what we've seen from the Falcons in the past. Normally, they're pretty willing to pop off, say a couple of little trash talks here and there. They came with a bit of a different mental position today.
Very focused.
They are focused.
Yeah,
They're keeping
very
to themselves. They're only flipping us off when the camera's not showing. I think this shows a new, serious, hyper-focused Falcons. That maybe that speaks to what we're seeing.
That's what I think of when I think Falcons. Serious.
Hyper-focused.
serious, focused.
Powerful.
I proposed
I can't seriously say that with a straight face.
I proposed the idea to Tickleton saying, God, if you win this tournament, would you be willing to grow out a mullet for Team Australia for Nations Cup? And he said, yes, that's a good idea. And I said, sure. Well,
Yeah, good idea.
That
Yeah,
or
yeah.
a shoey. What do you think about that? And he was like, yeah, it's open to the idea.
Well,
He's already getting there.
No, mullet will make it already look more stupid, so that will be the way, I think. A shoe is just a one and done, but a mullet's for a whole tournament.
A shoey's short, but mullet's forever.
Yeah.
Okay. You know what? Let's just do this.
Yeah, what a great segment, guys. Right, let's head over to the casters here and get the last game of the day going.
Thank you very much. We have one game remaining, and the Falcons are our current leader after 5. Can they hold on to that through 6 games? I am Poor Source Tournament. Once again, this paper thin, and I made sure that I gave the boys on the desk, that double Falcons salute.
Yeah.
So that I could get some of that extra Falcons energy in me
I
for
see.
this final chat.
Oh.
Or final game. Final chat. What am I talking about? Words are
The
hard,
last
guys.
chat ever.
You guys ever had hard with words?
Hard with words? Wording not good?
Wording not good.
Yeah, it'd be like that
Happens
sometimes, don't it? But
It
I think, I think James should grow a mullet. I think Kalaris would look good with
Oh
a
my
mullet.
gosh, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Ginger mullet?
Yeah.
That might start a black hole of aura. I'm with the, see, I'm here. I'm with it.
You're hip with it.
Yeah.
You're hip with the kids.
I know that.
I mean, you're a big
I've seen
hockey fan,
the
so
Tiki Talkies.
you gotta like the mullets.
Well, I'm a just general sports.
True.
But yeah, hockey I think provides the best hair and facial hair. But I don't know. We'll see. T5 is freaking out. I'm not sure what's going on down there with their logos. They are spread from Gatka to Prim. They are all over the place, and they've got day trade kind of around them as well. Looks like T1 will avoid 4 a.m. once again. And 4 a.m. HS getting real close over there to Falcons territory up in heaven. So I think we might see him get on out of there. And there we go. Let's get a hard southwest circle to finish things off for the day.
Yeah, Geek already licking their lips, seeing this circle come down. They've got a lot of prio and some good stuff in and around there. They can maybe just grab that compound that TKL had in the early stages of the previous game, try to set that up for a late game finish.
You don't think they're going to send it to T1 dip?
No, I mean, you could. It got T1 8th place.
I mean, that's something. It's not nothing.
It's not nothing. You're not wrong. 1 is greater than 0 by infinity.
True. Well, Navi, they've still got 4 players alive, so they're doing better than they've done in half the games today at 2 minutes. We'll see if they can pull something rabbit out of the hat here in the final game to climb out of that single-digit territory where nobody really expected them to be. Twisted Minds, after not having to, they get to loot in comfort.
Yes.
For the first time in what feels like forever.
Yeah, and they're just kind of slow and steady today. I mean, who knows? Last game here of the day, maybe they get the win and they're right up there with the Falcons. It is definitely within the realm of possibility, as we know. Twisted Minds is just kind of this slumbering giant.
Sure.
That when it wakes up, forget it. They'll just start taking over lobbies. So I have to wait and see. As Twisted is, they're going to be chilling for a bit. T5 out there with their wide early drops are just kind of trash looting around the north of the quarry. Bagel Pot is split by Gatka. Day Trade doing Primorsk and a few things around Ferry Pier. 4 a.m. of course has Yaz to themselves, as T1 has opted to not mess with this time. And again, I think overall has worked out well enough for them. They're in 5th place, so you know what? That is pretty good.
We take those.
Yeah, top 5 finish here for T1 would be fantastic for their odds for getting into some of the other events this year. And it's a tough choice to make as a team. Like, you want to fight for these drop spots because you want to have them going into PGS 9 and 10, going into PGC. But there are other considerations to make now. With EWC there on the horizon, you got to be thinking about what are you going to do to make sure that you're securing your place to that. And there's so much going on right now. In and out of the games.
Look at this, Kiss, our kill top leader,
the man,
right
just
now. The legend, just as everyone predicted.
I mean, who did predict it is Tiggleton.
Yeah, well,
he did. He's just like, this guy is cracked. Like, just get him get him away from me. He's too good.
I mean, if somebody like Tig is going to tell you you're cracked, then hey, he was the one that was telling us about Boostic too. So
that's true.
Get in early, I guess. But Flash going to spot out Theraton 5 off in the distance, just kind of securing themselves a spot. 17. Meanwhile, after looting, Pachinki will go and reconnoiter in this compound, decide what their split will be. See Lil Ghost kind of making his way just off to the east. This was kind of the split the Bagel Pa was working early in the last game. We'll see if they get anything going their way as we get. This is not a replay.
This isn't?
I swear to God, I thought I just got baited by another replay.
I assumed it was. It happened so quick.
And Navi is down to 2 players once again.
It can't be.
Early on. It is sometimes, look, man, sometimes it's just a bad day.
It's just a no good.
It's just a really bad day. And
this pains me inside.
This is rough, But you know what? This is everybody's going to have them. It happens to everybody. It happens to all the best teams. We've seen Navi come back from stuff like this before in the past and turn around. And I would not be surprised if they come in tomorrow and put up 70 on the lobby. Like, that's just this team. Like, they
could be.
They are cold-blooded. They're immune to tilt. But you can't deny it. This has just been a very, very disappointing day for them.
Yeah, And it's hard to watch. I mean, just it keeps happening, and that's what makes it so brutal. Like one game, that happens to everybody at some point where you lose players in early rotations. I mean, that's just part of the game. Somebody gets a good read on your rotations, or there's just timing things that just randomly occur, but it just keeps happening. Meanwhile, this is not so bueno for Rock, as they have lost a player to the top team in the lobby. That makes it even worse. Not only are you using the player early, but it's to the Falcons to boot.
To the team you're chasing. Yeah. Yeah, not great. Not great. And I hate to see BL go down, but they will keep 3 alive, and they'll continue to wrap around on that northern side. So another one picked up there for those Falcons as they work on that shoreline on the eastern side. Now we still got a couple of teams off to the north that still have yet to make their way into the zone. T1, Virtus Pro starting to make their way in. 4 a.m. though, interesting position that HS has in that, not in the cube compound, but very close to it. Might be in a spot where they can see Virtus Pro. I'm not sure why he's even there, because the rest of 4 a.m. not even wrapping in that direction. Interesting. I don't know. It's not on screen. It's on the map stream. Make sure you go and watch that map stream if you want to get the full experience here for these PGS 8 final stages.
I wanna glaze the Freaks a little bit here, because I just saw them wrap way out to the west. There's going to be nobody on their backs potentially, depending on what some of the other teams that are pretty far outside do, like VP maybe. But this is looking really nice for them to work outside going in the later stages of the game, assuming that the circle doesn't just hard shift down to Sosnovka Island. Even if it does, the Freaks actually could potentially have prio towards Primorsk to get some boats, but that's neither here nor there, and that's a tree, HS.
That's neither here nor there, but that tree is here and there.
Yeah, you know what? He was just, doing it to change direction. It's faster to hit the tree.
Arbor Day. Well, TKL.
Every day is Arbor Day with you.
I'm a big supporter of Arbor Day. I'm going to remind everybody of its existence.
Tree hugging.
This ferry pier is on the south side of Military Island, where TKL has decided to go because they spotted out Forrest doing a bridge camp on the northern side of that western bridge.
You could do a Scrooge McDuck into this.
You could. Every time I think about that, I think of the Family Guy, him trying to actually dive into coins and just breaking all of his bones.
That's the thing. Like, a pile of gold isn't going to be soft. Like, it's just
Look, but as a kid, I swear to you, the two things that I wanted more than anything was a pile of money to swim in and to figure out what was going on with the Bermuda Triangle. Like, I swear I thought the Bermuda Triangle was a way bigger deal than anybody else did. As H-Wood, oh my goodness, just off to the side, puts BL out of his misery very quickly. Whee!
Yo, that car flew.
Butterfly in the sky.
I can go twice as high.
Well, Santastico, after making a highlight reel play and finish for Rock's win earlier today.
Gotta be careful. They
Scouting
know
out.
Lou. Lou is back there.
Oh, they don't know. Yeah, Lou.
I don't think they have any idea.
Very, very sneaky. These shots are coming from Batulins, and they'll force Rock away from Lou's position. So Lou will remain undiscovered for the time being. But look at this. We got E-pickup from Geek. They're dead center circle.
They got 2 there.
This is interesting.
So if this hard shifts west, they can grab these 2. The other 2 can get in cars and go. So this actually isn't too bad. Freaks, though, Gumin, I think he's out on his own here.
Getting freaky.
Yeah, you got to be so careful in these spots, man.
Boy.
Okay.
Yep. Good night.
Got 1. Just don't get traded. Get that flush and get out. Yep. Woo. Okay. Okay, that's fine. And that's classic Freaks. This is like quintessential PWS Freaks right here. You spread out early. You find these little picks here and there. You get out. You get your point. You move on with life. And oh my God.
No.
We're going to do it again. This is the last game of the grand finals all over again.
This is hideous. Well, 17 should have an idea of what they want to do here. Freaks as well, because this one's looking real familiar. If you go back to PGS 7 final game of the final stage, this is where 17 secured their victory as a circle just like this. But you can see all the teams starting to make their way down south, doing a little jousting in between 4am and Bago Pa. Falcons, Tiggleton will pick type out. And that is 1 down for T1.
Yeah, T1 getting their pockets picked, trying to get through. I mean, they're trying to come in late right along the coast, and there's a bunch of teams there already. So things going to get very, very difficult for them. 4am trying to find a way through themselves. They seemingly have gotten ahead of Bago Pa. near Ferry Pier, and they're going to have a free compound over on this western edge. So that's somewhere where you can at least, kind of set up shop, keep your vehicles a little bit safe. They did manage to get Ian in the car. You know what? For T1, this is not nearly as bad as I thought it was going to be.
This is a good salvage. This is a good salvage. If they can get him somewhere where they can get the revive, Raining has lost a few tires. He's got to stop down, pop that smoke, and get to business being Dr. Raining. But it should be able to reset T1 here. And meanwhile, Lou, still being the sneaky ninja that he is, will let BB breeze through as the rest of his team is still off to the north.
Oh, they're driving right in towards T1, though. Perfectix actually found the re-knock onto EN. They're going to set up right underneath them. Are they going to be able to quite read what's going on over here? Those smokes, if they see them, are going to give away T1's position. And I think Aduzzi just saw it. Yep, here we go. Frags are out, and T1 is just like, nope, this is bad. Somebody just pulled up behind us, and we are well within grenade range of that. Let's try something a little bit different. The cool thing is if they can figure it out,
that compound's
this
empty.
Compound is open.
And I think they did figure it out. They're like, wait, nobody shot at us, and we're this exposed over here? This is clearly free. And wow, that is some very, very good luck for T1 as they end up getting a nice little spot here in the zone. BB team will be on the hills just off to their south.
Raining needs a new helmet.
He does. He does indeed. And BB team back on the move again. That knock that Perfectix got onto Ian was from Pachinki Hill. That is woof. That's some long range shooting for the boy.
I think.
Remember
that's
Bagel?
Almost a kilometer from there. Goodness.
That's dirty. Well, remember, Bagel Pop managed to breeze through the entirety of the field over the hills. They found the Ferry Pier spot. Do they have somebody watching? Because TKL just arrived. And I don't know if Bagel Pop is going to be aware of this. And now you see Twisted Minds kind of reconnecting. Lou is right underneath Falcons right now. The rest of Twisted Minds kind of going back. I think they may be going to pick up Perfectix.
It's a little uncomfortable for Twisted Minds. You don't have a ton to work with. You've got that hillside that T1 was in the previous game in the field. That might be your only option. Falcons as well, just going to have to work the edge of the coast. They have H1 at the rocks up here ahead, and that's about all they can really do for now. Keep the vehicles safe at least for the next circle, for the next rotation, I think is going to be the name of the game, and just try to get whatever information you can about what's going on in the Skinny Tree Forest, what's going on near Ferry Pier. And yeah, okay, it's almost identical to the last game of the final stages for 7. And Bagel Pa is in the position that 17 was in when they won. Freaks are driving right by 4 a.m. Please show me that, because I think the Freaks might be in a bit of trouble. And Salute actually did go down. Lucarux, RBN just gets beamed by Beamy. And they, get in the shack and hide.
Yeah, Virtus Pro, before the circle even popped, they sent it with Beamy, and I can't tell who the other, okay, it's Nixie. They sent it to the dead center of the zone. And they managed to pull this 2-2 split as Rock was trying to do the exact same thing. Really well played by them as now Twisted Minds run into 17, and they finally have to fight on the north side. Xiaowu was nowhere near this. As you can see, 7700 just trying to keep eyes on him. But look at that, Twisted Minds gets annihilated by 17 Gaming. They are out in 16th place.
T1 actually able to find one of those points off of 17 from afar. Kill stolen for them. Xiao Bei trying to scooch in between a couple of coops there, but nope. It's actually Flash from Day Trade way on the other side.
Jeez, you just can't have a fair fight in this lobby, man. There's always going to be 2 or 3 teams just staring at you as Theraton 5 going to send it right to the middle of the zone. You can see Day Trade, T1 all looking over in that direction.
Falcons.
And now 17's got to go somewhere. Xiaowu will be the leader, and he'll make it to the shelter, and it looks like they'll be okay.
Falcons are going to lose some players. I saw a
Kiss.
ton of guns barreling down on top of them, and of course it's Kiss. Molodok, Bestalok getting involved. Kickstart there on the outside of the vehicle. Grenades going to be right at his feet. Didn't even need them. That is the Falcons out in 15th, so a couple of our top teams crumble early here in the final game of the day.
That was always going to be a hard push in there as BB Team and Forest were in perfect position to just make life miserable for the Falcons, and now that's going to open up a door here for BB Team to try to see if they can take the fight over to Forest. Baron is going to come and have to rejoin the rest of the team. T1, meanwhile, coming up behind BB Team. They'll spot out Phil first, get a point for themselves. Raining still looking around that hillside, but remember, they have that hard cover. They have that compound still all to themselves. And again, nobody was in this. Nobody.
There's a crate coming too.
Why
right
not?
next to it, yeah.
Why not?
That was really nicely played by them. Got the 1 point, didn't stick around, didn't overcommit. Another replay coming through as we see the pull-up from Twisted Minds, and both teams
they were just
right at
rapping.
the same spot. Yeah, it was just kind of, they both had the same idea. Xiao Bei with the initial knock there, Lu on the drive-by, and Xiao Bei just locking it down.
Oh my goodness.
That was very nicely angled for him, and Twisted yeah.
You know, I think 17 saw them rapping on that northern side from a distance, and they shot. I mean, you could see they were in circle, and then they just sent a full vehicle full of 3 up to the north to take that fight and clean up whatever was left. Now, obviously, there's no way they could have known it was Twisted Minds, but they still. I mean, that's an aggressive play from 17, considering that they've been having a pretty rough day today so far. But now, sitting with 4 kills, they're in 7th place, 32 points. Not bad.
How did the Freaks get their res? Salute got cut down on the beach by 4 a.m. and they still somehow found the res. That is pretty impressive for them. A little bit of luck, I would say, as well. 4 a.m. though has fanned out over towards the edge, just northwest of Begopa, and the Freaks are trying to make a very wide wrap. You do have Solds from Rock up there in the hills with them. He might be kind of well hidden, but we'll have to wait and see if he's going to do any damage. 4 a.m. just hunkering down on the edge. Yeah.
Sneaky lad. We'll salute. And he's going to spot him, and he's going to get the knock. Can't get the flush, but he's got a grenade. Trying to get it finished off. Make sure he secure that point. It's going to go a little bit too far. Gets him down to half HP. And, yeah, that's just a pre-nade waiting for the inevitable push. But Freaks might be able to get Salute back on his feet again here, and it looks like that's what they're going to go for. It. Oh, look at that. Just get, no! There it is, Solds. Waits just the right amount of time to find the kill.
Yeah, this is not the fight that the Freaks want here. As they try to go on the other side of that hill, they might start getting shot at by some of the other teams out to the east, so they got to rethink this maneuver. Smokes are out here, so if Taikula's position was unknown, now it definitely is. It's Begopa gonna have to lock things down. Sungjang on the outside of this smoke wall, trying to look for the inevitable flank, but it's a lot of players here, and he pulls off. He hears the footsteps. He wants to go for the grenade. They're going up the stairs. He throws it right at the bottom. Isn't gonna do much damage. Just 27 splashing in. The Freaks, though, crashing into Day Trade. Belmoth already has one. He's down to 1 HP. Tigger gets another, and the Freaks almost out of this one, just hanging on by a thread. Gumin getting lit up. Gumin does get a knock. Wants that point, but is it gonna be allowed?
Oh, it's Longs that finishes him off as well. So Day Trade down to just 1 HP on one player. Long still looking over in that direction, though, as we cut back to this TKL fight. They're going to go for the high ground. Do Begopa have a position where they can spot this out? You can see Two Heart just off in the distance. Akon
should hear it
over in the compound. They might have angles. Na'Vi, meanwhile, they are down to 2. They'll try to find a knock onto Olympus. They will. Ferris now the last player left alive. Baron knows where he is as well. That door just shut. He's going to run by, try to open it up, try to go for the spray, but Ferris waiting for the push. That's a good flashbang, but nothing coming from Baron.
It bought him enough time to at least get the first aid kit going. That was a nice pre-fire by Ferris. Good coordination from the Na'Vi members at the end, but Ferris, the only one alive, is able to take Kiss out of the equation. Looking for more. I don't know if they're going to be afforded much. He's going to shoot the door out. Saw a frag being thought about. Ferris trying to catch him off guard. Baron doing a good job dodging this. He just keeps going back and forth. Going to try the window now. Smashes it to create some attention. Ferris in trouble. Stuns are out. Let's see if they can make the push off the back of this, but so far they haven't been able to find their opportunity. Grenade in the back of window, and yeah, that's going to do it.
Try to go for the confusion angle. The Molotov tried to slow him down, but there you go. Na'Vi is eliminated. Park Pro, meanwhile, has gone down. TKL has lost a couple. They're down to just Dones. And it has been a full-on trade here between Begopa and Taikula. Two Heart and Akon, the last players remaining, and they know where that final player for TKL is.
Yeah, this has got to feel bad for Begopa, even though they win the fight. Losing 2 in that position, when you've got those compounds, that ain't the way you want to do it. That ain't how you draw it up. But you get through it A-okay, I guess, in the long run. Now you got to make a move into the forests where you've got literally Forrest on one side, Geeke on another. And
Thought you did that intentionally. That was pretty slick.
I didn't mean to until I saw the map, and then I was like, well, this is going to work out nicely for me.
Hey, perfect. What do you know? Well, Theraton 5, you can see the situation that they're currently in. Not ideal. VP just staring down at them. They still have a couple of vehicles there. I don't know. They might have 4 tires between the 3 vehicles. I don't know if they've got them all in the same one. As Flash will get knocked by Ranger X. Day Trade, that smoke may be a little bit too late there, buddy. Belmoth down to 36 HP as well.
That was quick work done by Theraton 5 on a Flash. That's a painful loss for Day Trade.
Too, yeah.
Now 4AM, they've been hearing these shots, and if they can find their opportunity, they're going to catch Day Trade just tunneled here on their fellow Thai squad. As Tigger just watching, he knows someone's in those smokes. He's looking for the cross. Spotted it, can't really do any damage. 4AM actually gets a cars, and they're driving a Geeke?
Looks like they're driving a Geeke.
This is a more difficult fight, but we'll see if they can pull it off.
Bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off. Godby will get knocked a little bit low from the grenade as they're pushing right in. Geeke defending this house. The trade comes through. Quizzy on to Godby. And likewise, Atong Mu running through. Will try to secure the point, I imagine. But he's going to spot up PWD first. Goes down. Atong Mu will finish off the kill. He'll find PWD. And now it's down to Haruzen and Spiro solo.
Wow. What a push there. That off angle that Tungmu had following up off of Godby was really nice, and then just won a huge battle against PWD. Haruzen, though, had a tight angle, put it to good use. Longs down. HS trying to back off of these stuns while Haruzen pushes the hill. He knows they're stuck back there. Saw the head momentarily, tries to change angles, trying to look for a new opportunity here with this barrel. Hits the head of a Tungmu, looking for more, and he can't get it. He gets stunned. He has to back off.
Good reposition there from Haruzen. He's going to go down, though. And Spiro just hasn't been able to find the angle. He's just going to lie prone. He's going to die. 4AM will win the fight, but look at this. The dinner bell rang. Forrest is heading over here. Day Trade is heading over here. All the grenades left in the southern part of the lobby are heading over here. Tigger will land one. Godby, the last player left alive. Now 4AM is dead. Baron will get credit for it. And now 8 kills for Forrest as they turn their attention over to Day Trade.
Oh, they look fired up.
And look at this.
They look fired up. Here comes BB team right behind this battle, trying to see if they can backstab Forrest. VP as well getting involved. Everybody trying to get into this Forest. T1 just got to claim the center and be like, you guys go ahead. We're going to play for the win here. And that's a great knock for Tigger. Looking for more. Baron maybe has enough cover to avoid the flush. Olympus, though, with BB team behind him. Scappy out in the open. Akan Bagel Pa now. Everybody here on the southwestern side.
Everybody getting involved. Virtus Pro, they're 4-man strong. They're working their way as a death ball on the south side of the zone. They spotted out Belmoth. Have not been able to get the knock, though, just yet. Belmoth, really difficult to dig out here. That's a good grenade. Will get him low. That'll get him knocked. Ibby will follow it up. And now Scappy, though, he's going to strike from the south side. Gets Beamy before they can find out where he is.
Ian trying to track down some players, trying to see if they can get any extra kills. He's going to flank out wide. I mean, all the space that T1 has, they have to be ultra careful here. BB team right underneath them to their east. So they don't want to overextend, but man, they look hungry for kills. And meanwhile, the battle seems to have stopped momentarily, but that isn't going to last long. You don't have too much more time before the blue gets there. Bagel Pa now swinging, trying to get underneath BB team. I think they're somewhat aware. Bagel Pa's been making some noise, so Akan, the only one left for them. A big grenade from Scappy, just found 2 for VP, and that's going to be a lot of dead Virtus Pro members. EN with the P90 looking to finish him off, and he does.
Oh, no. Absolutely filthy from EN as they will take out VP. We are down to our top 4. Bagel Pa actually down to our top 3 now as Bagel Pa did get spotted out. BB team has just been patiently waiting on the south side. T1 doing the same on the north. Forest, the victors of the battle for the trenches. They are down to 3. So a 3v3v3 for the win. T1 has center circle, but where will the next zone take us and who will be in the best position? Raining got left behind to make sure that they don't get flanked, and the circle will favor T1.
Ian has to be so damn careful here. Has just a lip of a hill. Looking to see if anybody's going to try to make a flank maneuver. Speaking of flank maneuvers, Molodok on one of his own, swinging around the southern side, looking for some damage, is going to connect a bit into Forrest, but can't really feel comfortable to commit to the fight. He just doesn't have a great angle with these sandbags here for Baron. He's relatively safe and actually doesn't even want to mess with that angle. So into the trenches he goes, trying to find some new angles, some new opportunities for T1 here. It's all about controlling their side of the hill, making sure that no one can push up over that ridge and just try to secure the win that way. End still out there, still looking for an opportunity. Heather going to be up on point, raining on flank duty. It's just a matter of them locking this down. I mean, BB team seems fully tunneled on Forrest. They want to deal with that first and then worry about the endgame fight.
Understandable. Look at Forrest, 11 kills now, in second place overall, and they've been doing it without Kiss. They are just absolutely feeling it here in this final game. Nice shot from Molodok, though. Will take down Baron, and now he can turn his attention over towards Scappy. That MK12 singing for him, but he's only got 20 rounds left.
Yeah, has to rethink it now. He got the knock. That might have been enough damage. You might be able to bait T1 into trying to take a fight here against Forrest, and that could end up being a win for BB team if T1 was to overcommit, but instead they've got a ton of frags. They had 9. They're looking for some damage. They splash 1, looking for 2. If it's good, that's Scappy down. Perfectly placed by EN and T1 on the hunt. They've got Forrest done. It's just BB versus T1.
And they know where they are, too. They know that they've got him pinned against this southeastern side of the wall because Raining has been holding that side for the longest time. EN, beautiful grenades. Now to take out Forrest, and T1 has complete control of this endgame zone. But BB team, we've seen them pull off some miracles here in the past. They have got some shooters on that squad. Right now, Ian looking down his scope at one of them. Molodok will return. Actually, a doozy going to be the one that returns the fire.
Yeah, they were looking for a bit of a timing there. Heather with a Dragunov, though, trying to keep them pinned down. They just got to get in the grenade range here to T1. I mean, so many grenades for them. They can just absolutely make it rain. Molly as well, a bunch of stuns. I mean, they have the util advantage. They have the position advantage. Molodok is going to secure that MG3 along with the level 3 gear. So that could be the difference maker. I mean, we know there's a P90 in T1's hand, but this gun almost as scary in some ways.
We saw BB team take back-to-back second places earlier today. Now they find themselves once again in a 1v1 match for the win.
Raining's in a bad spot, though.
This is tough. Raining very much separated from the rest of his squad, but he is the backstabber. He is the one that is looking that hopefully they have just lost track of him. They have no idea he's there. Raining's job, hopefully to get a two-piece here.
Yeah.
If he can get it.
Well, let's see what the doctor has in store for us, see what the prescription is for BB team. I mean, you can see what T1's trying to do. They're trying to keep BB from pushing far enough into Raining's position that they get a clean fight against him. Because if they spot him out first, he doesn't have a ton of cover. He's just got the hillside to work with. I mean, if they had spotted him when he was prone, he's basically dead to rights. Instead, they're just going to hold the edge. No one wants to make a move just yet. T1 opting to wait for the zone to force BB to funnel them into their crossfires.
Absolutely what they should be doing as well, the patience. But they have to be very careful because you've got some shooters. But Raining's going to reveal his spot now. And BB team, he almost gets Besto down to 2 HP. He's on the move once again. That's a good grenade. It's going to knock him down to half HP. As BB team down to 2 grenades. Raining going to take the moment to stop down, heal up. Molodok has Heather pinned up against the wall as well.
Oh, they just need to get them grouped up for these grenades. That's what T1 really wants to do. They're just trying to shepherd BB team into a position where they can use the utility. EN almost oversteps. Besto putting it down, but Raining with the follow-up. They figured out what tree he was at off of that, and they've got one. Raining looking for more.
Look at the collapse coming through now as well. Ian gets the heal off. Raining still a little bit low, but he's going to spot out Molodok, but that's that MG3 versus P90 battle. Right now, the P90 winning. A doozy's going to spot it, and T1 will get the final win of the day.
What a performance from them across the day. Had to give up their drop spots, decided that it wasn't worth it, and boy, oh boy, were they right. They come through with a monstrous start here in the final stage of PGS 8.
And meanwhile, the bridesmaid boys, BB team, will get their second place of a day. You gotta give them credit, though. They have been finding themselves into the late game all day long. They are looking so good. They are just one step away, it feels like, from being in contention to fight for that top spot. We'll see what they have for us tomorrow. That's gonna do it for us here today, though, for day one. We'll see what our leaderboard looks like after this one. T1 getting our final win. Let's throw it over to the analyst desk to get us ready for day number 2.
There we have it, the last game of the day. All business coming out from T1 here with this victory as they have put themselves in a massive position for the end of day one for our grand finals. This is our last Erangel and T1 here. We said it before this. We said that they were wanting to shore up their defenses and try and get themselves in a good position for EWC, but it looks like they're probably also coming for the crown here.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this is a team that is built for greatness. They've been slowly sort of grinding towards it. I think you noticed in the last game they changed that drop. They made a mature decision to set themselves up for the future, and it's already starting to pay dividends. 17, real quick, again, struggling to sort of find ground in these games. This is the defending PGS champion, has been letting off the gas over and over and over again. That's been pretty frustrating. I thought on Erangel we'd see them coming from the middle and be able to put up some numbers. Really rough.
It's also a difficult circle, right? We're limiting so much playable space with where the water is in. And the teams are basically already playing like the next circle in terms of where the circle's going to be, trying to predict where there is. It's also a little bit of curveballs in terms of some teams trying to get into some spots here. We see some kind of weird slow crashes and pull-ups, some like weird third parties, which leaves a lot of space for all the teams that manage to survive, manage to get deeper into the game, where it's like, okay, then the crazy third party and PK in the dips, in the bunkers as well, right? Everything kind of comes where it's like, okay, third party timing is now, let's go, and everyone's kind of figuring it out.
We did see that crash with, I think it was Na'Vi, Forest Natural. They got a little deeper than I expected them to after that crash went kind of badly. It seems like Baron's been doing that better than anybody. Is while you have Kiss making these big flashy kill plays, Baron has been escaping from the bad fights and finding placement points whenever he can and getting a few extra as well. So really nice executed by him. You saw 4AM frustratingly taking out those headsets. But here's where VP gets crushed, and this is it. Forest Natural Gaming continues to find points over and over again. But then T1, they find a P90, and that just set them up for that last section of the map.
VP's game here, they're like, okay, what happened, guys? It's like, yeah, a nade and a P90. That's what happened to them. They were 4 alive, a nade and a P90.
I mean, this is for T1, right? They lose one person on eventually trying to get to this spot, but it does feel like a P90 in the right hands can make up that difference in numbers. And I mean, towards the end, right, you got a P90 versus the MG3. I'm taking the P90.
I love an MG, but I'll never, exactly. P90.
Yeah.
I think it was funny in the green room. We were like, I wonder if they can pull this off. And you're like, oh, wait, there's a P90 there.
No. Yep.
How do you battle that? How?
Yeah, very difficult, very difficult. What a day it's been so far here. It's very close throughout the rest of the... that was a high five. But it has been very close. Aside from the Falcons initially running away with what I thought was going to be like a very big lead here, it was going to be strong, but T1 making a challenge for it. Well, thank you guys. It's time now to head over to the interview with somebody who's a little bit fantastico.
Hi guys, it's Bella and I'm standing here with Rox Shantastico and our amazing translator, Jameson. Wow, that was impressive play from Rock today. You carried that group stage momentum into the final stage, and this is your first international event, PGS. So it must be even more satisfying to perform so well. So tell me, what has it been? What has it been like for you here?
Bom, ela falou que foi bom início de jogo do campeonato. Vocês trouxeram o momento da qualificatória, que vocês agora pegaram o primeiro win. Então, como está sendo a sua primeira vez no internacional e como você está se sentindo?
Estou me sentindo muito feliz. Meu primeiro evento presencialmente
E no início estava muito nervoso, mas conforme as coisas foram fluindo, tudo está se encaixando agora. Já foi a segunda vitória nossa e agora já se arrumar para a EWC que vamos com tudo.
So I say, like, I'm very happy. It's my first international event, but luckily everything is going well for us now. We have the second win for us in this PGS, and now we're gonna do our best with a goal in mind for EWC.
Right, and after PGS 7, it seems like you guys have had the experience and made progress, making adjustments. So what do you think was the key factor for you guys to be able to turn things around so quickly?
Então, depois da PGS 7, vocês melhoraram muito e agora estão com bom progresso. O que vocês fizeram para ter essa melhoria?
No início a gente estava muito afobado jogando, a gente estava tomando, tomando decisões muito precipitadas. Aí o time estava muito afobado também, como é a primeira LAN de 3 players nosso, a gente estava muito afobado e nervoso também, sentindo a pressãozinha, né, da LAN. Mas agora já está mais de boa para a PGS 8, a gente já veio mais preparado também. A gente viu que o jogo aqui é muito diferente das Américas. Nas Américas o bagulho, as partidas são mais devagar, aqui é tudo muito rápido. As decisões têm que ser tomadas muito certas e é isso.
So firstly, it was a very difficult game for us in the beginning because it's the first time for 3 of the players to be in the international event together. But luckily now we got to a game. And then we got the pace of the PGS 8 because the rhythm of the game is very difficult, different for the Americas. Here is more faster, but now the team they got the connection and they're playing well.
Yeah, you guys seem very comfortable. I'm so excited to see more of you popping off tomorrow and the day after. So congrats. Thank you for an amazing game. Thank you, Jameson, for joining me. And I'll let you guys go so I can have my next interview with Kiss. Come on up, Kiss. The kiss of death, as we like to call him at the venue. Hello. Sawadika. Hello, Pooh. I'm joined by our wonderful translator, Pooh, as well for our interview with Kiss. You guys have been popping off, and you especially, literally, the kiss of death. Anyone you see, you're like, bam, poof, you're dead. So, how have you been able to be so consistent back-to-back events?
ก็ฟอร์เรนนะครับปีฟอร์มก็เล่นที่แบบเปิดตัวมาอย่างยิ่งใหญ่เลยในเซี่ยงไฮ้ในคราวนี้แล้วก็โดยเฉพาะเราคิสเรามีฟอร์มการเล่นที่ดีมากๆเลยทำยังไงให้รักษาฟอร์มการเล่นที่ดีแบบนี้ได้ตลอดครับก็อยากจะบอกว่าน้องๆในทีมเก่งกันมากครับแล้วก็พวกเราเนี่ยได้เรียนรู้อยากบอกว่าได้เรียนรู้จากอาจารย์จิตวิทยามาด้วยเรื่องการแก้ไขอารมณ์ตัวเองในตอนที่วันที่แย่อะไรอย่างเงี้ยครับแล้วก็ปรับกันมาแล้วก็คือเอางั้นทีมในคนในทีมเก่งด้วยครับ I would give the credit to our teammates who was really good, and also we have the psychologists who help us to improve. Whenever we are down, we need to fix your own mood. So yeah, we have him.
Well, that's awesome. So you've been working as a team to be more consistent mentally. Love that. And another pop-up moment of you 1v3 against DNF was crazy. Can you walk us through what happened then? ก็ช็อต1-3กับ DNF นี่คือบ้ามากๆเลยเล่าให้ฟังหน่อยได้ไหมครับว่าตอนนั้นคิดอะไรอยู่หรือว่ารู้สึกยังไงบ้างตอนนั้นก็ตอนนั้นเราก็พยายามบล็อกวงอะครับพยายามแบบว่าเล่นของเกมของเราไปไม่อยากให้ใครเข้าหลังมาแต่เราได้ยินเสียงDNF มาพอดีเราก็เลยตั้งรับไว้เนียนแอบไว้อย่างเงี้ยให้เขาขับมาในหลุมของเราอย่างเงี้ยครับแล้วก็ทำให้เราฆ่าเขาได้ง่ายครับ At first we just trying to block the position, but then we heard the DNF's car, and then we stay quiet, and then we popping them up. You jumped them basically. All right, and Kiss, I've seen you last year in Shanghai, and you've been making more appearances on global stage, getting better and better each time. What is your personal goal for the year? ก็ปีที่แล้วนะครับเราก็ได้มาเซี่ยงไฮ้ไปอีกรอบหนึ่งแล้วก็ตอนนี้เราโผล่มาในรายการ Global บ่อยขึ้นเรื่อยๆเป้าหมายของปีนี้ของเราคืออะไรครับเป้าหมายปีนี้จริงๆก็น่าจะเป็น PGC ครับแล้วก็คือแชมป์ PGC ไปเลยอะไรอย่างเงี้ยครับเพราะว่าปีที่แล้วเนี่ยผมได้เล่นรายการเกือบทุกรายการเลยแต่ว่าไม่ได้เล่นแค่ PGC ครับ
I would say definitely the PGC champions because last year I have played in many global tournaments but not PGC.
I heard PGC and I was like, okay, I know what you want to go. I know. All right. And lastly, when you 1v4 Falcons, Tig said you are a monster. Monster Tig, Monster Kids, what do you have to say to that?
ก็ในช็อตที่เรา1-4แล้วจัดการฟาลคอนเนี่ยที่ก็ตั้นถึงกับพูดออกมาว่าเราเนี่ยคือปีศาจชัดๆเลยรู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับหรือว่ามีอะไรอยากจะพูดไหม
ก็ my name is Kid of Death ครับ
My name is Kiss of Death.
Oh, my name is Kiss of Death. Okay, yeah. All right. Thank you. Kokunka, Kiss and Poo for joining me on the stage. And we're going to go back to the analyst to get a final rundown of the day. Bye.
Kiss of death. Kiss of death. Kiss of death. That was good.
Very nice. All right. Well, thank you very much to Kiss for giving us that great interview. Obviously, it's been an absolute pleasure watching him throughout the day. And as Tig has said before, he's a bit of a monster.
He is a bit of a monster. Hard to believe when you talk to him in person. He's like wonderful, happy to be here, super friendly.
Yeah.
I love that he knew all of the questions before they were translated to him. But he seemed, he really seemed to react to the Tigleton thinks you're a monster thing. I think that was pretty cool.
Oh, look at that.
Speaking of which, actually, come over here.
Come in.
There we go.
All right. Tig, we've just heard from Kiss. Obviously a bit of a monster. He's pretty good. However, you guys absolutely blasting out today. Looking very good. What do you have to say about the day as a whole? What are your thoughts?
Firstly, I actually just want to say that Kiss is a human highlight machine. This guy's a freak.
Yes, he is.
Yes.
True.
Secondly, today, I mean, we caught some good zones. I'm not going to lie. Could have been an 80-point day. The way that the games played out, we botched a couple moments, but everything was in our favor today. So it might just be a shutout from here. We might just win every single game. I'm not going to lie.
From now, it's 12 next games.
Yeah, there will be no mistakes.
Are you going straight back to the hotels for the laundry room and washing the white shirt? Is that how it's...
Yes, absolutely.
It's lucky.
We used to have actually a Sonic's white shirt curse, so now it's good to see that.
It's the opposite. Yeah,
we have the green money Falcons jersey.
Yeah, the Matrix cut. I like that.
The money.
You're saying 80 points, though. I got to ask, sorry to jump in here. What kind of games do you think you could have converted some more points in?
The biggest game would be the Miramar, where we had the top rock control, and we kind of messed up. DNF just flew in out of nowhere, like DNF does, and drive-by'd us. Like, actually, every time we fight DNF, that's kind of how it goes down. They're just like, I'm going to drive-by it. Oh, it's DNF. Like,
it seems like DNF has your number, but you guys have BB Team's number when you go head-to-head.
Oh, yeah.
Is there a fight style? Like, what is it about BBT that seems to get you guys catching them every single time?
I don't know, dude. Like, last time we fought BB, like, Phil first, he's just got a big ego. This guy's beating me, and I'm just... What is this guy doing?
His head is right there, and it's huge.
Yeah, easy
How
clap.
to shoot it.
Check the grappling.
Oh, well, any final words to say to the fans and stuff like that? You've obviously had a great day.
Thank you guys so much for watching. We appreciate all the support, English, Chinese, wherever. We've had a couple fans out the front of the venue. It's been lovely. Shout out mum and dad at home. I miss you guys. Actually, I think they're in Europe at the moment.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure you still miss them, though.
Yeah.
Even though the mirror.
What about this rumor I'm hearing of a mullet? What's going on here?
If you win, you're growing a mullet for Nations Cup.
I don't know if I want to say this live on air.
Okay.
I'll be condemning myself to a rough fate. But Avenger would like it if we win this event.
Of course he would.
I think I look like a racehorse, you know? Like.
Yeah.
Well, in chat, vote right now. 1 for mullet, 2 for no mullet. He'll go back and check the results later.
The casters run about me having a ginger mullet, and it's not happening, all right?
That'd be
So,
pretty
all
sweet.
right, thank you very much, Tigleton.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, go and enjoy the rest of the day. We have got ourselves it's good to get them on board as well and see what was going on. Thank you, Tig, for being a good sport throughout all of this. What a day it has been. We're going to check in with those results from all of this, what's been going on. Of course, 21 points from
Big
T1.
smackaroonies.
They're going to be challenging for that #1 spot. Not quite as many points from Falcons in that game, but still great to hear from Tigleton considering what's gone on today.
Great to hear from them. Very tough last game, but everybody gets to have a bad one. It is what it is. T1 and Forest Natural Gaming come into that end game looking really, really good. This is the same spot we saw PGS 7 end. We're getting very comfortable here. And then BB Team, second, was that second or third place?
Third, second place, right? So we're keeping counts here.
Yes.
There's 3 T1s left alive. four more points from second to first, right? So that's another 7 points. That is 20 points they have missed out on from being second today here. But overall, obviously, it's going to be Team Falcons. If they had 20 more points, they would have been first.
First place, yeah. I mean, obviously, they got fourth at PGS 7, right? So they know that they are definitely on the hunt.
Yeah.
Just convert some of these second places, and the sky is the limit. That said, though, Falcons still holds on against T1, who I thought was going to maybe legit leap into that number one just by a point or two, but not to be the case. 2 points ahead. It's very close.
I want to point out Forest Natural Gaming, 13 placement points, 33 kill points. A lot of that on the back of the man that we saw, the kiss of death, and that's what he has been. But they have been able to find points, especially even off of Baron. Baron finding points when there are no points to be had late in games. I'm very impressed with Forest Natural.
Well, we got our games coming up for tomorrow. It will be Erangel to start things off, our wildcards, and then we go on to Miramar to round things out as well. But how close it is, I was concerned that there was going to be a bit of a runaway, and then Falcons didn't quite get those points towards the very end. And now we're seeing T1, who has put themselves in second place. And again, kind of what we're alluding to, the smart decisions to move away from that hot drop. Because who's actually going to win in that hot drop against 4AM?
No one.
Nobody.
It's just mutual destruction, right? You're delaying yourself to get into the better circles. You might get a few kills here and there, but you're going to be limping into the circle. You're going to slow, and you're not going to have any prior there. So it's the right decision, especially you want to, of course, finish as good as you can here. But also, they still have huge opportunities in terms of prize pool, in terms of PGS points. So I like to see T1 just plow through and go for, the crown.
There was definitely concern at the beginning of the day for them, and I think maybe some of that has been dispelled a little bit with their approach on the day and how they've been able to play things out. All right, well, let's talk about everybody that was able to make things possible throughout the day, throughout all these tournaments. We have Crafton and Heroes Esports to start things off here for PGS.
Of course, you want your stats, go to op.gg to overpower your game.
Yeah, and of course, thank you to Oris for our official PC partner here.
AMD, the heart of those PCs, making it beat very strong.
And if you need to see clearly, you got to get the official monitor, Zowie, our partner.
And all the players, of course, seated comfortably here in our end of seats.
Reclining, leaning back, getting comfortable. And we've also got Lexi here. No, I'm not going to do it again.
Memory.
The official strong memory partner here for PGS. And that kind of does it here for day number one of our finals. Toffees, any final thoughts before we head on out?
I mean, I think the teams that I expected to see come out, DNF and Falcons, who did really well at PGS 7, still slapping. But for me, it's Forest Natural Gaming, watching these guys play. I expected nothing from them, if I'm being honest, coming into PGS 7. They have been a breath of fresh air and exciting to watch.
Yeah, I got to concur with that. 14 kills from Kiss, 2 more kills than second place. 14 in 6 games as well. That is crazy. That's next level. To do that at a stage like this, as such a competitive lobby, has just been such a pleasure to watch.
Imagine if they're able to keep it up into the next 2 days. Imagine if they win a PGS. So. That would be such an outside victory, considering the huge names we have here. It is all up for grabs. Just 2 more days to go here to crown our champion. We're back same time, same place tomorrow. We'll see you then for more PGS 8.
much.